Yeah, stuff to do, yeah. Oh, good boy. It's not a big, take it easy. Got this on cruise, my cheese. You spoke on for days. I'm up for the body, no the breathe. Put on your shoe, make it sound catchy. All you have to do, make it dance them free. If you know it, la 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 la, yeah. If you know it, la 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 la, the booty. Oh my God, ijogo, ijogo, what you want, my jojo, ijogo, you my jojo, and if you know it, la la la, the booty. Odupa, yeah. Joy is gone, joy is gone. Dupa, yeah. Joy is gone, only your heart, you. Dupa, yeah. Joy is gone, joy is gone. Dupa, yeah. Joy is gone, only your heart, you. Up and never, what connected. I want to be shut one day. Yeah. Don't make it. I want to be for the one day. I want to be for the one day. Yeah, it's in a take it easy. Got this on cruise, my cheese. It's book on for the days. Come on for the body, no the breathe. Put on your shoe, make it sound catchy. All you have to do, make it dance them free. If you know it, la 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 la, yeah. If you know it, la la la, the booty. Oh my God, ijogo, ijogo, what you want, my jojo, ijogo, you my jojo, and if you know it, la la la, the booty. Odupa, Oluwa, yeah. Joy is gone, joy is gone. Odupa, Oluwa, yeah. Joy is gone, only the heart, you. Odupa, Oluwa, yeah. Joy is gone, joy is gone. Odupa, Oluwa, yeah. Joy is gone, only the heart, you.
This is the remix, yo. Juju hip hop, yo. Remix, yo. Bringing it something new, yo. While it comes to the remedies, yo. Y2K, again, it's music. Bringing something new to y'all never heard. My man Keys in the house, yo, Wally. Get up the microphone, come on, y'all. Wale mama de oh. Say what I can hear you. I know you know me very well. What you say, come on, y'all. How I did. Jingle. Wale mama de oh. What you say. I know you know me very well.
Anything with my day. Check it out. Our day. Wale mama de o.
2K, remedies, KYC.
I know you know me very good.
Can you feel it, nigga? Can you feel it?
Our day. Wale mama de o.
2K, remedies.
I know you know me very good.
This is each of this is it. 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 Y2K, I come with the funk, Mr. Beast, and Venus, so you are up the niggas blue. The nigga the same, Venus, some of your Venus on your shoulder, Venus on the Venus, Venus, some of your Venus lost for now. I'm making the dedication from the spirit and hold this out. Bring back this game, baby, show you I'm the real top. You're talking the same support, you're gonna figure out like a whole shit, and I know it's all like a whole shit, you're gonna be the end of all. So what does I can play with you, I'm in your phone alone. You can only find the one that's singing the song that's sometime. You can only find the one that's singing the song that's singing there. You think your invitation lost live right there.
Wale mama de o.
What you say, yo? What you say?
I know you know me very good.
Y2K, remedies, Y2K, change the beat and song, you know what I'm saying? And I got my man Wiley in the house. He be going through something from his school right now. Ladies and gentlemen, yo, Wiley, you know what you got? Come on, y'all. Get up the mic up here, feel like a tackler.
Dali ma ṣe bá mi wí o.
What you say?
Ìyàwó mi má ṣe bá mi jà. Dali ma ṣe bá mi wí o. Ìyàwó mi má ṣe bá mi jà.
Come on.
Lálẹ́ Friday. Èmi ò bá sílé o. Orin Wálé mo ń gbọ́ o.
Feel it, baby.
Ìbò fi gbéra gẹ́gẹ́.
Come on, y'all.
Lálẹ́ Friday. Èmi ò bá sílé o. Orin Wálé mo ń gbọ́ o. Ìbò fi bá wọn ṣàríyá.
All kids knocking on my door, walking wall late. I'm better than let you in, cause my name is no Raleigh. I keep out the keys, way I rob the MSC. Ladies, pick up my keys, like a with the Pepsi. Take the street on the big back from the sea. Remedies, my only wallet, top city, I can tell them. Yeah, long time no see. Remember I told you that I know you. I done take the jealousy when it comes to the rap tip. Ladies hang around me like a little baby. What's up, yeah? How you doing? Well, you need some fried sugar for my body. Come on, me.
Dali ma ṣe bá mi wí o.
Come on,
Ìyàwó mi má ṣe bá mi jà. Dali ma ṣe bá mi wí o. Ìyàwó mi má ṣe bá mi jà. Lálẹ́ Friday. Èmi ò bá sílé o. Orin Wálé mo ń gbọ́ o. Ìbò fi gbéra gẹ́gẹ́. Lálẹ́ Friday. Èmi ò bá sílé o. Orin Wálé mo ń gbọ́ o. Ìbò fi bá wọn ṣàríyá.
We got one that comes in the house. Bring it in,
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hand, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead when I was passing by. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my I like your style. Ooh, you make me wanna try. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Why, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. I haven't seen anybody They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, And when you're done, I make you do it all again. I say, oh my God, I see you talking right. Take my hand, and look me in my eyes. It's like a monkey, I've been dancing all night. But you just beg to see me dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And on my eyes, I like your style. You make me wanna cry. And now I'm ready to see your face just one more time. Say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh. I've never seen anybody do the things you do before. Say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. And when you're done, I make you say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh. I've never seen anybody do the things you do before. Say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I make you do it all again. Dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh. I never seen anybody do that thing you do before. Say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I make you do it all again. Say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh. Never seen anybody do that thing you do before. Say, move for me, move for me, move for me, yeah. When you're done, I make you do it all again.
Yeah, one minute. Go to the store, baby. Go off from the people kids.
What's up with you? If it ain't about the kids, and now forget what's up with you? You want to grow, I got to suck it. What's up with you? You come correct, I got connects. What's up with you? You want to buy my market? You know what's up with you? I see what's up with it. I got to see a lot by for that. Pull up in my Corvette, me and the vet, looking out so dead. Nike, I'm correct. You do Bitcoin in my wallet, everything important, simple, see the lifestyle, enticing, meanwhile, rising cause the container on the high sea with a guinea pig wine, put some ice in it, it's the banga. Answer NDA, she got to sign them. If she wanna roll with the man, then I got connects, I can make it happen. Yo, what's up with you? If it ain't about the bucket, and now forget what's up with you? What's up? You want the club, I've got the socket. What's up with you? You come correct, I got connects, but what's up with you? You want to buy my market? You know what's up with you? I'm all about the love for the people. You can cash out or send to me paper. Shout out to all of me haters. They plotting while I'm buying acres. You wanna know who the boy you take on? Come to my office and puppy maker. You come through to confirm the status. Let's go. It's my quality, yeah, it's better. You need to buy my monkey. Get out. I'm all about the flow. Boom, shake out. What you had to do? Now check out. Importer, exporter. We only deal in pounds and US dollar. Check customer, check the cash. You wanna broke with the best dollar? You know what's up with you? If it ain't about the pocket, and now forget what's up. You want the plug? I've got the socket. What's up with you? Want to buy my market? Okay now, what's up with you?
Yeah, I just said what you want. I come with all your I begin to shout after them. You're the moment, who were dead. They begin to for me. They say they do magic for them. You're the moment, who were dead. They begin to for me. They say they do magic for them. I tell them, say, every magic that they do. Now job by the job. Africa, what is here?
You can hear me, right?
I tell them, say, every magic.
You can hear me, right?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay.
Yep, I can hear you loud and clear.
I just wanted to verify that.
Oh, sure. Okay. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
In a world shaped by events and happenings, how do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listening on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated news on yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy. In a word.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while the problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí èkó inú agolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbèsí ayé ẹ̀dá. Nípa ìpàdé Jimmy Hawk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating life ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. It's Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Welcome. Boy, let me start by apologizing first. my network was messed up, so I tried fixing it. I got the right equipment and all, but at the last minute, just 5 minutes before 11 a.m. my time, the modem blew up. Yeah, the modem blew up. I'm not sure what that was all about, but it's quite strange. So I had to dash to Best Buy to go get another modem ASAP just to make sure the show um, doesn't skip today. So thank you so much for being part of these. Thanks for the patience, by the way. I really do appreciate it. A lot of people reached out to me. The concern if I was gonna do a podcast today, but yeah. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot. It means a lot to me um, to be sure people are looking forward to my program, looking forward to the live stream we've been doing for a couple of weeks, months now. Thank you so much, guys, and to everyone that reached out to me in the back door. Thank you so much. Your reaching out shows how important the show is to you, the podcast, and I'm really grateful that that's one of the things that keeps me going, and I love that. It's a brilliant feeling. So, but let me confirm first, guys. Can you hear me? I have different people um, live streaming from Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, and YouTube simultaneously. So I need to be certain people can hear me. I know my guest here, Chooks, can hear me loud and clear. Crystal, his mic is working fine as well.
Yes.
I have a friend of mine as well joining me here. Mr. Soul is on the speaker section. One of my guest speakers today. I'll be looking forward to others. Integrity was here earlier on, but she dropped. I believe she's going to join soon. Icon 2 was here a couple of minutes ago. I believe she's going to jump in as well as time goes on. Thank you so much, guys. Once again, I'm sorry for coming up late. I don't usually do this, and I'm sorry. It wasn't what I planned, but I had to deal with it. I had to deal with it. Um, More than just to um, you know be here for my people, my listeners, loyal listeners to be precise. So thank you guys for that. Thank you so much. On Facebook, send a comment as well. Let me be certain I'm being audible. I don't want a situation whereby I start getting messages from people saying you can't hear me, saying they cannot hear me. I don't want that to happen. I don't want people to miss anything that will be discussed today. I don't want it to be, I don't want anybody to miss out on anything. Other than that, it's going to be an interesting episode today. It's going to be an engaging one, serious talks, and I'm looking forward to it. And good news, we have a sponsor now. Yeah, we have a sponsor now, and it's one of the biggest importers of Nigerian foods across the continent. We have a sponsor now, and I'm glad to have them on board. I'll be speaking about them in a minute, and we'll be having commercial breaks to talk about them and let you know more about their products. So I'm looking forward to that, and to my people, especially in the United States. You'll be having access to more African foods, and the best place you can get hold of them across the whole 50 states in America here. So I'll be looking forward to that. So welcome, guys. Welcome Off the Cuff with Jimmy. We do it every Friday. We dive into the unprovoked, raw, uninterpreted, undiluted, unrehearsed conversations, true life stories happening to people coming up here to share the stories. it's been great since I started having my podcast, and I've had wonderful people come up on my podcast to talk about it. My channel, YouTube channel, is on the jumbotron. If you guys can check it out, I've had a couple of people come up on my platform, and it's been a wonderful experience so far. Um, I've had the pleasure of having an Ifa priest come up to talk about the money ritual thing. I've had the honors of engaging um, a 20-year-old pastor ministry of God, and after 20 years, he decided to just pull out. He considered it a bull crap. So I had the pleasure of doing that. I engaged Tudo. It was a very interesting interview, insightful, educational, and eye-opening. I suggest you check it out. And I've been able to interview one of the survivors of the Asaba massacre. It was a genocidal, situation that a lot of people have been staying away from. Old wounds they don't want to, attend to. But yeah, I've been able to do that. I had the pleasure of engaging a 70-year-old man that narrated his story, how he witnessed his father getting shot right in front of him and he couldn't do anything about it. So it's on my YouTube channel. You can check it out. I've been able to engage other interesting individuals with personal life experiences. I mean, the likes of Tommy, which, by the way, had his birthday yesterday. Happy belated, my dear brother. Nigeria happened to him. He was blind. It was shot. It wasn't born blind. It was shot. Nigeria happened to him. He was shot in the traffic while at work. He used to be a Bolt driver, thereabout. And he lost his sight. He lost his sight, and he's now in Canada. Nigeria took his sight, and Canada is fixing that for him. It was an emotional one, and I also had the pleasure of engaging with my dear sister Anze. She fought depression vigorously, and she won. She attempted committing suicide 3 times, and it was such an outbreaking experience having her here. I cried because listening to what she went through, it is something any one of us can actually go through. And the fact that she went through the 3 attempts of hurting and unaliving herself was huge. It is one thing for people to go through that. It's another thing for people to be bold enough to come up and talk about it. And she decided to give me that honor of hosting her, and she spoke about it, which was one of my best podcast episodes so far, and I loved it. I loved every bit of it. Every single thing I've mentioned is on my YouTube channel. Check it out, and you'll be amazed at the quality of conversations that was heard, in the past couple of podcasts I've done on this platform. I also engaged a fellow that Nigeria happened to. He was shot. He was shot in the head. He was shot in his abdomen. He was kidnapped right in front of his own gate in his house in Anambra, by bandits, and he survived. It was on my platform to talk about it. It was an horrific experience for him, but it was also an educational one for people to know how to protect themselves and watch out in Nigeria. It was a beautiful engagement. I loved every single bit of it. So please, guys, check it out. Everything I've said now is on my YouTube channel. You can check it out, and you will not regret it. So share with your friends, family, friends, neighbors. Let them know about this. I discuss social political topics and social topics. Today we'll be talking about men's health in Nigeria. This is a topic we've never paid close attention to. while doing the research, I figured out a couple of people, they've mentioned it, highlighted it, and I don't think we've talked about it enough to create the awareness it deserves. So we're going to be diving into that today. It's a serious one, and we're going to be diving into it today. I'll be having more guests to be part of this, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. But you know how we always do this every Friday. Again, we have a new sponsor. I'll be introducing them in a minute with a couple of their products as well to let you know what they are all about. And there will be a full, sponsor of my podcast for now. As time goes on, we might have more, but for now, I'm glad we have one, and we're working together to bring quality products and services to our listeners, viewers, and subscribers. So stay tuned, and I'll be bringing down everything one by one as planned out for today. So you know how we do it. I'm glad people are reaching out to let me know they can hear me loud and clear. Hold on a minute, I'm receiving a message. Have a great show, guys. Nice to be here. Okay, nice to have you here. So my brother, nice to have you here. It's gonna be a beautiful conversation today. So guys, you know how we do this every Friday. First, I have my inspirational talk. It lasts about 10 to 20 minutes before we dive into the topic, and the segment for music request is still on. We do that every Friday as well. People request for particular any form of songs, and within 2 to 5 minutes max, and we play it dedicated to them. We play it, and without interruption, people listen to it, and we use that to get the people to be part of this. And the name of the requester will be mentioned. Sorry, I always get distracted when I'm on live because a lot of messages are popping in. I'm reading messages from people. I do this to be certain that I'm having this organic connection with people to know what exactly is going on, what they can hear, what they cannot hear, what they can see, and what they cannot see. So it helps me feel the pulse of what is actually going on on the show. So so let me just dive right straight into it. My inspirational or motivational talk for today will be on no. N-O, no. Icon, I can see you. Welcome. It will be on N-O, no. And I'm choosing that for a purpose. I'm going to explain to every single one of us in a minute. So let me start this way. I want to take it from a different angle, shall we? There is something called decision making. I mention it always in my speeches, in my submissions on Twitter Spaces. It is so critical because it has to do with every single move or step we take every single day, every single minute. It determines our survival. Decision making. You can make a decision that will that can hurt you, that can kill you, and you can make decisions that will protect you and see you excel, right? But the reason why I mentioned decision making, it's because it has a connection to my inspirational talk for today. And my inspirational talk is learning how to say no. You have to decide on learning how to say no. You have to decide on when to say no, how to say no, right? I'm gonna say this to my beautiful viewers and people listening to me right now. The 2-letter word N-O. It seems very short, but you see, this particular syllable has a powerful and mighty force that can alter your life. It can make or break your life. It can make you into someone or break the someone you are. It is so powerful. People don't pay attention to it. It can reshape your life within a twinkling of an eye. It can reclaim your time. It can build you as human being, and it can break you as human being. It is so important that we just look at it as two-letter word. No, N-O. That's not it. It is so powerful. It can restore your soul. It is so important that people understand this, and I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna break it down. It might not sound as easy as I'm saying it, because we find it so difficult to say no at times. We do. Many of us. I learned about this a couple of years ago, and it wasn't easy for me to start, adapting to it. But the moment I started, I realized it works. It worked for me. It's still working for me, right? And I thought it's only okay for me to pass that message across to people. Learn how to say no. And the major reasons why people find it difficult to say no as follows. I listed them out. I was doing my last minute research last night, and I decided to just give us a couple of examples or couple of reasons. Yeah, I think that's better. Couple of reasons why we find it difficult to say no. Number one, the fear of disappointment. The fear of disappointment. You are afraid of disappointing people. So when they ask you for something, instead of saying no, you're not in the right position to do it. You're not in that capacity of doing it. But simply because you don't want to disappoint them, then you say yes. Even at your own inconvenience, you say yes. So the fear of disappointing people, I'm scared of disappointing this person. It's either you care about them more than yourself, or you care about yourself more than them. You need to decide which one goes first. So you've seen how decision making is coming to play in my inspirational talk. Let's go. The next one says desire to please, right? Maybe it's an egoistic thing, right? Some people have this desire to always please people. You can call them the yes man, right? Or yes person. Let me put it that way. So I'm not just it's not gender based, right? It could be either of the genders. Some people desire to please people. They just want to go out of their ways to please people at all costs, every single time. It's now an habit to them that saying no is not in their dictionary. Even if it's gonna hurt them, they say that to inconvenience themselves. That is not nice. These are things you do, and at the end of the day, you feel disappointed when the people you've done every single thing you think you're doing to support don't give you anything back. Then you're disappointed. You're hurt. You don't need that on your conscience. So learn how to say no. Try to control yourself about the desire to please people all the time. If you can do that, life will be better for you, right? You don't have too much pressure on yourself. The third one, fear of conflict. And this is you trying not to have enemies. Someone is asking you for something, you clearly know you don't have the capacity of doing it. But simply because you don't want to be seen as the bad person, you don't want to create this enmity, you don't want to have an enemy. You believe in what they're asking for. If you say no, they will take you as an enemy. And so therefore, you decide to say yes against your own will. That is not nice. That is you hurting yourself. So as long as you make that decision that what this person is asking for, am I capable of doing it? If you are, and you're in the right position of doing it, why not? Go ahead and do it. But if you're not in that capacity, if you don't have what it takes to help at that point in time, do not say yes simply because you're scared of a conflict. Eventually, that conflict is going to happen because you've gone out of your way to impress someone. And if they don't reciprocate, the conflict is eventually going to happen. you're gonna hold that against them. Or if the table turns, nearest future you need help, you go to them and they say no to you, that's where the conflict starts. They have the guts to say no, but you didn't, right? When you had the chance. So avoiding conflict, to say no, might end up in exactly what you're trying to avoid. And that's number 4. Number 3 rather. Number 4 is social pressure. You say you say yes to people simply because you have social pressure. You have people around you, happens to be people that always, give out. People go to them and they always get something from them, and you're in that clique. And because of that, more like a conformity kind of a thing, you want to be part of that, you want to feel among, right? That is not good, that is not healthy. You're competing with what you know you're not capable of doing, and that is dangerous. That is absolutely dangerous. That is social pressure, feeling obligated to do what others are doing. You don't have to. You're not doing it to impress anybody. If you are in the position of helping, you can. But if not, don't say because Tom, Dick, and Harry are doing it. Don't say because 9 out of your friends are doing it, and you, as the 10th person, needs to do it. Don't do that. Social pressure. Do not conform to that. The next one is guilt. Right. This is quite interesting. The guilt part is feeling selfish or unkind for putting yourself first. Don't do that. Right? You feeling selfish enough to say, you know what, it's unkind of me. It's selfish of me to say no. You need to make that decision. And for you to have a robust decision making skills, you need to acquire critical thinking. You need to acquire critical thinking. It's prioritizing what comes first before the other one. When you have that, it's more than having money. Because if you have money and you don't have a critical thinking skills and decision making skills, you're probably going to end up spending the money recklessly. But with a critical thinking skills and decision making, you're good to go. You think about how to sustain that money, you make a decision on how to go about it, and there you go. Sky's just going to be the stepping stone. So here's my point. You don't need to feel guilty about you don't have to. Oh, my auntie is actually here. Nice to have you, ma. You don't have to say yes when you mean to say no. I love that. Yeah, there's a rhyme. I think primary school rhyme to that. Man, it's been long. It's a secondary school rhyme. Let me see if I can remember. Wherever you go, wherever you be, you don't say yes when you mean to say no. Now I remember, even though we used to radicalize the song back then, wherever you go, go, wherever you be, CCA co. You don't say yes when you mean to say no. We sang those back in the days, and it was a vibe. We weren't paying attention to the lyrics, but now as an adult, you can actually understand what that means, and that is what we're talking about right now. So guilt, don't feel selfish. It is about you first, and when you're okay, then you can put into consideration critical thinking before you help people. No offense, okay? Let's put it that way. The next one is lack of confidence, right? And lack of confidence is you feeling doubting your right to set boundaries. That who are you to say no? Who are you to set boundaries? They'll guilt trip you saying God blessed you and you don't want to bless other people. They will say things like that just to get you, just to get to you. You don't need to guilt trip yourself. The confidence of you saying no is not to hurt someone, is not to hurt their feelings. It is you thinking about yourself first, especially if you're a family man. You think about what your decision is going to impact yourself, your families, your kids, your wife. If it's something that might impact them, then you have the right to say no to that. Okay? So don't let people guilt trip you. Don't let them think you don't have what it takes. You don't have the confidence to stand your ground. The moment you say no, and when you say no, you don't say it like you're not certain. It is one thing for you to say no, it's another thing for you to know how to say no. Okay, some people like to beat around the bush, some people like to say in a subtle way, some people like to just go outrightly, you know what, I'm sorry, it's a wrong timing. I've got things going on for me as well, but I have you in my prayers, I have you in mind, I wish you good luck, but things are difficult right now. Yeah, that is a diplomatic way of putting things, right? Some people can just, you can type a whole essay asking for help, explaining your predicament, your calamities, and all that, and you write almost about 20 lines, and the short response will be no and oh. It can be hurtful, but yeah, I think that's just the way the person sees it fits to reply. You might consider it ash, but it's about them first. Let's pay close attention to that. The next one, because of time, habit of over committing. Yeah, this is a beautiful one. Habit of over committing. I used to be like that. I used to put myself in that position. To me, I thought I was pushing myself. I thought I was challenging myself, but it's not. There is this habit of putting yourself under pressure all the time because you want to please people. You tell them, you know what? Yeah, I'll see what I can do. I'll do it. And at that point in time, you try to now start working extra, putting yourself, stressing yourself, going out of your way to do it. And when you do that, it's gonna get to you. And guess what? What's gonna hurt more is when you eventually try to give the person what they're asking for. Number one, they don't understand how far you actually went out of your way to, get them those things, right? And the moment you give it to them, they act like, is that it? Like, it is insane, right? Let me put it into practical. Someone asking you for 500,000 naira, right? 500K. And you tell them, because you have this habit of overcommitting yourself, right? You want to be there for everyone. You want to be that person that when people come to you, they get what they want. They always walk out on you happy, right? You want to be that person. And they asking for, let's say, 1,000,000 naira, and all you could afford at that point in time is 100,000 naira. But because of that habit, you want to outdo yourself. You can't afford the million naira, and you push it to or bring it down to 500K. Okay, I can only afford 500K. You truly cannot. All you could afford at that point in time is just 100,000. But you wanted it to look like you're getting them half of what they want, right? Even though you don't have the capacity. So guess what? You tell them, you know what? I can help you with 500K. You don't have it, right? You only have 100K. And from the 100K you have, you're not thinking about your family. Emergency can pop up. You might want to take care of one or two things you don't care about. You forgot about that. So now you're putting yourself to work. You tell the person, you know what, give me a couple of days or give me a week. I'll work towards it. Now you're doing 11 hours instead of 9. You're doing 15 hours instead of 8 hours just because you need to meet up with that promise. And eventually, when you give that person the 500,000 naira, and the way they appreciate you, like casually, you don't expect them to, prostrate for you and all that. But some people just make it look like, yeah, that's all you've got, right? That can actually hurt you more than what you try to do. So you don't need to put yourself, that habit of overcommitting yourself, cut it off. The next one, real quick, fear of rejection. fear of rejection. When group of people that you're trying to be part of them, you're trying to feel among, come to you for a favor, and it's almost as if 20 people asking you, maybe they send someone representing them to ask you for a favor, um, or you being part of them, and you're at the position of, oh wow, I look up to this guy, I respect this person, I respect that one, I respect this one, I acknowledge this one so badly, I adore that one respectfully, and because of that you don't know how to say no. In as much as they're approaching you for something, you don't feel like doing that thing, but simply because of the respect you have for them, and you believe if you say no, you will be cancelled. They'll reject you. Like whatever it is you want to do moving forward, they don't want to be part of it. And simply because of that, you go out of your way to say yes. That is dangerous. That is not healthy. And that is why I always use the word stand your ground. Even if you're the only person standing, stand your ground firmly. It is important because it shows who you are. It shows the kind of man you are. And that's just it. There's nothing as beautiful as that. Always have that at the back of your mind, guys. The next one is uncertain about boundaries. You're not certain about setting a boundary for saying yes or saying no. Then you need to conclude as soon as possible. Decision making, if you remember, critical thinking, you need to put that situation into perspective and you have to think critically about it before making your decision. That is 50-50. It is up to you. Your decision making needs to be crisp, fast, then you can conclude. And I believe that will do the game for you. But before I move on to the two last ones, let me just acknowledge the fact that I'm seeing people's messages and I'm going to attend to that when people start speaking. Go quickly wrap up with this. So empathy overload, right? That's another beautiful one. Empathy. Empathy overload is when people approach you. I get that a lot in my DM on Twitter, and they narrate all sort of stories, all sort of sympathetic stories. They'll tell you that they just left the hospital, their kid is there. They'll send you pictures. They'll send you pictures of a malnourished kid. You know, it's probably not theirs, but you know, we don't want to go into that now. But the point is, they play on your emotions. It might not be, you know, it might not be a play, right? It might be reality, but at that point in time, if you don't have the capacity to help, say no. What you can do is you can be diplomatic about it. You can apply what they call emotional intelligence, right? What you do is you sympathize with them and you let them know that this shouldn't be happening to anyone's child. I mean, I have a child as well. I would be in in a scary position if my child was in in this situation. But right now, it's wrong timing. I've got this going on. I've got that going on. So if you can just you know, please bear with me. I can't afford to do this right now, but I wish you good luck. If you, out of goodwill, know someone that can help, you can refer them to someone that can help, right? And the reason why I said so is because now you're applying emotional intelligence. It's not as if you don't want to help. It's simply because it's the right timing for you, but you will need to get them, or you want to help them get the help they need reasonably. But don't go out of your way because of you're sympathizing with them to say yes. That's not going to work. It's going to come back and hurt you. You need to know that it's going to come back and hurt you. The next one is a perceived obligation. You believe it's your right. You believe you have the authority to do that. You believe you're the only one in that position, especially when people make you, let me see, patron of an organization or group or matron, or even as little as a WhatsApp group, and they make you the admin. You know, they make you the president. They know how they do all those things. They make you the president. Before you know it, they send in bills. They want to do a get together. They want people on the WhatsApp group to meet up in a location, come together, do a party or something. And you, as the admin and the president, they expect you to take a bigger chunk of the contribution of what you're probably not going to be attending, but they want you to bring out the bigger chunk because you're the president, right? At that point in time, if you don't feel like doing it, if you don't have the capacity to do it, do not force yourself. Do not say because you're the president or you're the admin, you are obligated to doing so. No, you don't have to do that. Learn how to say no. And that's the bottom line, right? That will be the end of my inspirational talk for today. I hope people learn something from that. I can see the numbers are growing. I really don't focus on the numbers, but what I do is I record this conversation so people can actually play the recording and get the quality of conversations that's being heard on this platform. That's the whole purpose for me. So I'm glad it's been recorded, and I thank people watching me live on Facebook right now, on YouTube, and on X. So right, I can see people watching from X. I can see the numbers of people watching on X, 110 people. On YouTube, about 20 people. On Facebook, about 20 thereabout. Okay. Thank you guys. Retweet, repost, and share with family and friends if they want to be part of these. That would be beautiful. The beauty of them listening to the live conversation is they have the chance to ask questions from myself or any of my guest speakers today. Having said that, we'll jump right into the conversation. We'll jump right into the conversation today. I welcome every single one of you once again. Icon, I see you. I see Duro Shalademi. Welcome. Thanks for being part of this, and I hope you're enjoying this. So today we'll be talking about men's mental health in Nigeria. This is a topic a lot of people have shied away from. This is a topic that people have not been paying close attention to. This is a topic that people don't take seriously in Nigeria. But before we do that, before we jump right into that, I have one of my guests here, my brother and obedient. Couple of weeks ago, precisely 1st of March, had a terrible accident. And I spoke to people about it. If you check on the screen, you see the picture. On your screen, you see how severe it was. I was in the hospital for a while with a dislocated shoulder and a lower back pain. But I'm good. I'm okay now. The car was struck by a stolen vehicle. It was an hit and run, and they left the scene. So it was a tough time for me. But thanks to every single one of you that stepped up, supported me, spiritually, financially. People reached out to me financially, psychologically, emotionally. The support was overwhelming. Thank you so much, guys. My followers on Twitter, they are phenomenal. Thank you so much, guys. I don't take this for granted, and I appreciate every single one of you. Just that many of them don't like their names to be mentioned, so I'll leave it at that. But the bottom line is, it was a terrible accident, and I was left with a damaged vehicle. I was left with a damaged vehicle, and it was a situation whereby the car that was stolen was an out-of-state car, right? And we had issues with state line, insurance policy, and all that, legal issues going on. And this is how I get to work. This is how I commute to work. It was difficult, so I decided to fix it out of pocket, which wasn't cheap, right? The bill was high, and I thought, okay, you know what? I have to do this because I got to get back to work. I mean, eventually I'll be sorting out the bills with the insurance later, but I got to get back to work. And out of kindness, out of love, the obedient people, they rally around, they supported me. And one of my beautiful obedient sisters reached out to me and told me about one of his childhood friends from Nigeria, and he stays in Chicago too. And he's into cars. He fixes cars, buy cars, and does those things. And I was like, okay, why not? Let me give him a shot. So I reached out to him, I called him and he was happy, I mean, that's what he does. He was happy to hear something like that. And he was immediately willing to help. And I sent him a couple of pictures. He saw it, he assessed the whole thing, and it was like, yeah, it's doable. I can handle it, I can fix it. And we had an appointment. I drove down. The car was still drivable, by the way. I drove down to his workplace, and I met him. Very jovial, very kind, very friendly person. Okay, it was shocking that a location like that is in Chicago. I've been in Chicago for a while, and I never knew about that place. It was more like Ladipo, It was more like Ladipo, and this guy is doing great. Okay, he knows the streets. He knows every single person on that street. The Venezuelan, the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, they're all good in their own fields, right? They know what they're doing. He knows the painter, the key guy, the tire fixing guy, the brakes, name it. He's got them locked down. And I was with him that day. We were just walking down, and I felt so, yeah, okay, he knows you. Yeah, I know you too. It was a great feeling, He was walking by, greeting them, and they were hailing him as well. The point is, they know him in that area. It's not, 2, 3, 4 years I'm talking about. He's been there for a while. And guess what? He's an Igbo guy. He's an Igbo guy. I had to emphasize on that because of the madness going on Twitter Spaces, Twitter TL. The bigotry going on there is just insane. It's almost as if we might want to say it's happening online, but it is kind of dangerous, right? But the bottom line is, this is an Igbo guy trying to help a Yoruba person. He's an obedient, he sees everything going on, but realistically, right, in the real world, it's not. I don't know if that's still a thing in Nigeria, grassroots, but here it wasn't like that. It wasn't, considering the fact that he was doing this for me at a cheaper rate, at the best quality time and quality service. He took in the car, and guess what? He gave me a loaner car to be driving, pending when the car will be fixed, with a time frame of 2 weeks. That's right, 2 weeks. He gave me a loaner car. Now, a loaner car, you rent it, you pay for it every single day or weekly, depending how long you want to use it. He did not collect a dime from me, guys. He didn't. He didn't collect a dime from me. He gave it to me. Insurance, everything was perfect. He gave it to me, and it was like, yeah, go. And the beauty of it is, he said something. He said, the person that introduced me to you said you're a good person, said you're a man of integrity, and I'm standing on that. And I was like, wow. We've never met before. We met on Twitter, guys. We met on Twitter and we connected just like that. That is life for you. So to all my brethren doing this bigotry competition thing going on there, yeah, keep on with that and see how it's going to end up. Keep on with that and see how it's going to end up, see how it's going to impact you. He gave me the car. I was back to work, and he was giving me updates. He's so professional about his job that it was giving me update every single time. That very day, he bought 80% of all the spare part. This is someone that doesn't joke with his work. He bought 80% of the spare parts needed. By evening, he sent me a picture. It was updating me live. How the whole thing was going. It was updating me. And I think it was the third day that my car was with him. Then he sent me this. If you check on the screen, he sent me this short clip you guys are seeing. Yeah. He sent me this short clip. And I was like, is that my car? And it was like, yeah, that's your car. And I checked the front. the damage was gone. They did their thing, the radiator and everything. It was shocking to me. It was shocking. The third day, right? The third day, 1, 2, 3. It sent me that one, and I saw it. I was blown away. He kept on with the work. He was updating me. He was giving me feedback, and the next minute, I got a message from him saying, "Car is ready." And if you check on the screen, that is my car right there. I spoke about this the third week after the accident happened. The third week I started my podcast, I spoke about this. Last week I spoke about it, and this past last upper week I spoke about it, and this past Friday I spoke about it as well. So today I'm speaking about it again because he's here with me. He's here with me. Chooks is here with me. I want to use this opportunity to say thank you to him and to let people know who he is. He has his own YouTube channel as well. He talks about cars. He talks about, coincidentally, men's health. He talks about how to be in shape as a man and all those things. So I believe it's just worthy having him to have this conversation. So I just want to kill two birds with one stone, which is letting people know that if you're in Chicago here, you don't even have to be in Chicago. That's another beauty part. He has connections across the country, America. He knows people he can hook you up with to fixing your car. But if you're in Chicago and you need your car to be fixed at a cheaper rate, good quality spare part, and good quality service, this is the right guy to check out. He has a Twitter. He opened his Twitter account last year as obedient. It was just one of those people just watching, paying attention and listening and just doing all that. They're not really active on Twitter, but it was forced to come back on Twitter when I told him I have a thing going on Twitter, my podcast and all. And his handle is on the screen. If you check the screen, his handle is on the screen. Nwosu, but I call him Chooks, right? I call him Chooks. He's here with me live. That's his Twitter handle. What a brilliant fellow. And the tribe barrier was not there. I mean, I never even smelled it. I related with him like I've known him before. I don't know. It just clicked. We connected, and that was it. My car is good to go. I had I noticed a couple of issues going on. I called him up. He gave me another car, and he fixed it within a day, couple of hours. But I was working. I had to go pick it up later on. The quality service I received was like, wow. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. And my car is back on track. My car is back. Everything is good to go. And I'm driving it back now. So when we start this whole Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa thing going on, it's just crazy. It sounds crazy to me, but in reality, that is not what is going on ground. I have a friend as well in America here that had to attend to a medical emergency, right? And that interrupted a daily routine of picking up her kids from school. She's an Igbo lady. And I was concerned, who's going to pick up your kids? And she said, oh yeah, our friend is going to pick them up. A friend. The friend's name is Bolahon. Bolahon had to go pick up the Igbo kids. That is when I see these things happen, and I'll be like, okay, all right, you guys are going at yourself on Twitter, but in reality, people are getting married to different tribes. Whatever it is they want, they're doing that. Without wasting much time, let me use this opportunity to welcome my brother Chooks, the Olu Omo of Semak Town in Chicago here. The the Olu Omo, the one-man army of Semak down. The one-man army of Ladipo of Chicago. Welcome, my dear brother.
Well, Paula, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm gonna be very quick because this is your platform. I want to say thank you first of all for inviting me over. Okay, I took
Welcome.
I took notes while you were talking, and I just want to be very brief. Right,
Mm.
when it comes to tribalism, it's necessary. It's a very necessary part of human existence. Charity begins at home.
Yeah,
Why should we be tribal? I'm going to tell you why we should be tribal. A tribe is our group. I'm Igbo. When I came into this country, the first girlfriend I had was a Mexican lady. And I said to myself, I want to marry a woman that looks like my mom. That's not racism, that's tribalism. No disrespect to Mexicans, but that's the decision I made. We walk from home outwards. What is home? Home is the place that you identify with. It's your nucleus. It's your center.
that's correct.
So when it comes to this whole thing called tribalism, that is why it's necessary to be able to identify your nucleus. Now, here's where tribalism goes wrong. As a Yoruba person, I should be able to respect you and love you. But there's an exception. It does not stop me from making preference for my Igbo people. And my Igbo people does not stop me from loving you. My Igbo roots, that's my nucleus. And this ties neatly into men's mental health. How can you fix other people when you've not fixed yourself? I tend to find out that the most healthiest of individuals are people that have done the work. I came up with epithets, right, that made me to apply to their life to enjoy the highest and optimal level of existence. The first one is exercise, cold shower and hygiene, good sleep, eat well, dress up in a quality way, network in good social circles, keep sane minded members of your family around, and read regularly to improve your mindset. Usually, when we encounter this tribalism, as we see it, Igbo against Yoruba, Yoruba against Igbo, it's usually people that are not working on their self. They've not taken out the time to fix themselves. So, in order to make up for what they lack as a human being, they project what they're lacking on other people. I always say this.
Mm.
I always say this to people. You will never see someone doing better than you talking down on you. You will never see a billionaire talking bad about a millionaire. You will never see a millionaire talking bad about a thousandaire. You will never see a thousandaire talking bad about someone with a couple of grand. And you never see that person talking about someone with $100. And you never see someone $100 talking about a brokey. It will never happen in reverse like that. It's always people trying to reach up. So here's what I have to say to my Yoruba friends, allies, to the Yoruba tribe, to the people that we have to exist and share a country with that wasn't meant to be. Let's be real. Nigeria is
Yeah,
not very functional.
fair enough.
You have to heal yourself. And for those of us that are healed, you know, human dynamics is very funny. We just find each other. The day I met Fola, you could ask him. I've never met this guy in life. I was happy to see him because there's just an energy he radiated that told me that this guy is safe. He radiated this energy that told me that this guy is safe. And based off of that precedence, that is how I operate. I've not talked to Icon. She could get on here and testify in years. But my last experience with her was forever positive. I've only had ever positive experience with her. Even if it was negative, just for the knowledge of self, I would jump off the cliff for the most part, just to put it simply. So it was a great experience, and I think most of us need to look inwards, heal ourselves, operate from a vantage point where we're just good people. It's a choice. Being a bad person and being a good person is a choice. I choose to be good because it helps me sleep better at night. And I think that's how we should move in our society to have better outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you. Chooks, that was beautiful. So yeah, I totally agree with you on that point. I think it was my choice of words. Um, I use the word tribe, and what I was trying to emphasize with the madness going on TL is bigotry.
Oh, bigotry.
Bigotry, yeah. So I totally agree with you on that. It's our identity, and we should be proud about it. We should be proud of it, and we should be able to exercise it at our own will. So the bigotry part is when you can't even stand the guts of other tribe, and you're doing it simply because you just believe your tribe comes first, even though you know what the situation requires is someone that can get the job done, and that person isn't from your tribe. But regardless, because that person is your tribe person, you go for. They don't have what it takes to get the job done, but simply because they're your tribe man, you just want to enforce them there, and that's gonna ruin the whole thing for people in general. That is dangerous, and that was what I was talking about. So yeah, I totally agree with you on that one. So Icon, if you check your DM, I actually sent you the link. If you check it, you can easily just click on that. And oh, okay, all right. I'm getting people's messages now. Okay, so I'll put the link on Twitter as well for people that are interested in joining, so they can be part of this. It's not for I'm sorry, it's not for Tom, Dick, and Harry. And the purpose of the podcast is this. Okay, we need to have people that can speak about topics like this, right? In an educational way, so they can pass a message across to the people. What is different between these and the regular or the conventional Twitter spaces is this. Twitter spaces, Tom, Dick, and Harry grabs the mic and they just speak, right? People that has ideas of what they're talking about and people that don't. They just come and they just jam up every single thing together, and you have so many. You're overwhelmed with so many informations. You don't even know which one is real. You don't know which one is, and you have people coming up to speak condescendingly on different topics. They just belittle topics, serious topics. They don't take it as serious as it is. But part of the reason why I set up this is based on my critical thinking and observation about these points I just made, and making that decision to know that, what, moving forward, we need to have just very few people that knows about this particular topic come up, talk about it. If it's just going to be 3 people talking, echo chamber, that is what it is. The bottom line is the quality of that conversation. That's all I'm after, right? You don't have to have about 100, 1,000 people watching you live or listening, but the point is you having a good conversation, recorded ones, by the way, whereby the nearest future people can listen to this and learn from it, which is quite important. The purpose is we're passing knowledge, and for us to learn and unlearn some certain things. A lot of things that we used to back in Africa, they're not right. We've been doing them all our lives, or our fathers, our mothers, or our grandparents, they've been doing it for a long time. Doesn't mean it's right, okay? Doesn't mean it's right. And one of the reasons why we're talking about this is there's this Yoruba adage that says, it's not an adage, it's a saying that you hit the fruit of your labor. So when they tell you meaning you hit the fruit of your labor, it doesn't necessarily mean your kids are going to be giving you money, looking after you. It is the fact that parents spent a lot of money investing in their kids' education to get educated, enlightened, and civilized. It is okay for the kid to now show the parent what they've learned, guide them, and let them know this is right and this is wrong. And that is just what this is all about. But thank you so much for that. Well noted and well assimilated. So my brother, how you doing? Are you there with us?
I'm here.
So is so here? No, I have.
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
yeah. So all right. Welcome. How you doing?
I have been listening, attentively to you guys talk, and everything you said is just amazing. Finally we have opportunities that people can say these things that are really, really essential to our collective development, especially as Nigerians. So yeah, I'm here. Great to be here.
Beautiful, nice. So without wasting much time, I'm going to dive into the topic straight away. I'll start with the monologue, and afterwards, I want it to be a round table discussion. No one, we're not taking turns to talk. If you feel like engaging, then we can go from there. I'll just, I'll be silent for us to have this back and forth, adult conversation. So, I want to talk about men's mental health today. And the interesting thing is when we say um, men when we say mental health, let me start from there. Mental health, I don't think people actually understand what it means. Well, in Nigeria, people don't pay close attention to that because they don't consider it a serious thing. They believe if you have mental problem, they'll probably take you to Aru or Yaba left. That is the mindset they have about mental health. So I decided um, to speak about this and give a definition so people can understand and give a definition of what it means and how we can see things. All right. So it says, we can check this out on Wikipedia or Google. It says, what is mental health? Let's start from there. It says mental health compasses an individual's emotion, psychological, and social well-being. Its effects on how we think, feel, and act, and influences how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choices. It is a vital part of overall health, and just like physical health, it needs care and attention. Right. And it says here are more details to look into emotional well being, psychological well being, social well being, and why is mental health important. All right. Then there's another one about types of mental illness or mental health issues. The list is long. And by the time you start looking into them one by one, you'd realize, wow, this is huge. But we don't pay attention to these things in Nigeria. There is PTSD. There is eating disorder. I know about that one. You just keep eating nonstop. You're grubbing things, right? The PTSD is you having when something happens to you before and you are reminded about it or something or an act or a movie scene or something just brings that memory back, man, you just go back into your shell. PTSD, anxiety disorder, there is depression itself, right? There is obsessive compulsive disorder. There is bipolar. One minute you're acting good, the next minute you just change behaviorally. It's insane. There is schizophrenia. There is this associative disorder, psychosis, substance abuse disorder, panic disorder, paranoia. It is huge. It is non-stop. I can see icon. Welcome. It is so huge that we've not even scratched the surface of it, right? But you see, today we want to focus on the one that has to do with African men, that has to do with Nigerian men, to be precise. Okay, and the mental health covers all these things that I've mentioned. The PTSD, eating disorder, anxiety, addiction as well. There are four levels. Four. Sorry, is it four? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, 5 levels. When I was doing the research yesterday, I saw 5 levels of mental illness. My goodness. And it explains how this thing actually works. Number 1, it says excelling. Number 2, thriving. Number 3, surviving. Number 4, struggling. Number 5, in crisis. Now I'll break it down. The number one, excelling. It shows a green color, meaning everything is right for you. So excelling is when I want to use a typical example of what we can all comprehend. All right, so excelling is you being able to eat 3 times a day. You can afford to eat 3 times a day. You can afford to eat 5 times a day, including appetizer, desserts, and snacks. Right? That is you excelling. You can afford to do that. Okay. Now, thriving is you being able to eat 5 times a day, if you wish, or 3 times a day with the snacks. No more 5. Excelling is you having excess of all these things I just mentioned. But thriving is you eating 3 times a day and desserts, appetizer, and snacks. Surviving is you eating morning, afternoon, and night. No appetizer, no dessert, no snacks. Surviving. That is you surviving, right? Morning, afternoon, and night. Food. Bam, that's it. No more luxury, no more appetizer, no more desserts, no more snacks. Just those 3. Now, struggling, right? Which is the 4th one. Struggling is you making that decision of eating either breakfast and dinner or lunch and dinner, meaning you can't even afford to go for 3 square meals. Again, that is you struggling, right? You're struggling now to eat 3 times a day. Are we seeing how this thing is reducing? Not to now talk of this is just you alone. Now to now talk of you being married, having kids, then the number of kids. So we're still on struggling from you eating morning, afternoon, eating 5 times, and anytime you feel like, anytime you have the money to do so, you can even help people, you can even buy food for other people. And now you're struggling to even eat 3 times a day. Now, the last one, in crisis, you are struggling to eat once a day. And you see that once, you now need to make a decision. You don't even have the option of making a decision because you are in crisis already. So whatever you see, you can't afford to say you want to eat this in the evening because it's not even certain that it will be there anymore by evening time. That is the level of how you can determine how bad your mental health is. And guess what? I use the concept of feeding so we can relate to what is going on in Nigeria. So imagine how many people with the types of levels I've mentioned, imagine how many people are in crisis in Nigeria. Imagine the amount of people that are in crisis because right now people can barely eat in that country. People can barely eat in that country. So people are in crisis. But guess what? The level of comfortability is outrageous. Like we have this quick way of adapting to things. We don't consider it abnormal. We are so used to, when they tell you when life throws you lemon, you turn it into lemonade. We've taken it overboard. We've done it so well that now it's hurting us. We don't know we don't know the details of the government anymore. Because when they stopped, I had access to tap water back in the days in Nigeria. I had access to tap water. You open the tap water, water comes out, you wash your hand, you drink from tap waters, right? But as time went on, due to corruption and all that, it's reduced. You don't get that anymore. But guess what? The people started making pure waters. Ragolis water was selling. We didn't face that struggle. We didn't question the government. We did not push for that to be fixed. And before you knew it, people were thinking out of the box instead of buying pure water, they were now digging their own boreholes, digging their own wells, looking for a way to provide for themselves. As time went by, there was a time we're having 24 hours electricity in Nigeria. NEPA had choppers to go do maintenance across. They make announcement before they take the light. But guess what? As time went by, that reduced, and we were adjusting to that. We were adjusting to that. We were adjusting, and we were doing it so comfortably, it became a competition. At a point in time, they weren't giving us electricity anymore. We started buying generators. And it was a situation whereby someone decided to buy a generator, and everyone in the neighborhood, they're jealous because all the kids in the neighborhood, when there is no light, there is one particular house people go to watch movies. And at that point in time, it was affecting different households. People sending their kids to go grind pepper, and on their way back, they, maybe the pepper, spilled, or maybe they stayed longer than they meant to come back quickly. And out of curiosity, parents are worried. Oh, Otilo TV is going to watch TV somewhere. And parents thought it as a mandated thing for them to get a generator. And out of that, China saw this as an opportunity to, make sales. And they started doing a pass your neighbor generators. Before you know it, everyone is buying generators. We're not questioning the government. Why are we not getting electricity? We're not protecting. We're not asking the government for accountability. We adapted to that. Now look at how that has gotten us this far. And people don't know that the compilation of this, the build-up of this, is causing people's mental health in that country. This is just a foundation to give us the level of measurement we have: excelling, thriving, surviving, struggling, and in crisis. 90% of Nigerian men are in crisis right now. Because number one, I wrote down the points we're going to be talking about today. The points we're going to be talking about today is tremor and violence. That's the number one. Tremor and violence, because they're exposed to communal violence, insecurity, personal tremor, close person getting unalived. I'm trying to choose those words carefully because I think YouTube does word censoring. So when you lose a close member that probably die of any sickness, it's due to lack of well-equipped hospitals or whatever. Banditry. When you see people getting killed regularly, look at the people from the middle belt in Nigeria right now. Imagine the level of their mental health. They wake up, they see blood. It's not normal to be seeing that color red, liquid red, every now and then. It's not absolutely not normal. Here in the Western world, when an accident happens on the road and it has blood on the street, you might just be lucky to see it within a jiffy. Guess what? In the next 10, 15 minutes, you're not going to see anything. Because number one, the police are going to get there to create a barricade, to keep distance from that scene. They don't want people to see it. They don't want people to see that blood. They don't. And they have cameras all around. The people that actually witness that, they contact them. They reach out to them for counseling because they don't want them to have that memory in their heads. And you have people with the scene tape, and you see people with in the UK, they have this tent. They just build it real quick. They don't want you to see it. It is absolutely unusual. But we see this on a daily basis in Nigeria. Do you know how that has affected a lot of people's mental health? We in diaspora, our mental health is messed up, seeing things from home. When you see babies macheted, shot in different part of the body, brains on the ground and all that, we're not in Nigeria, right? But we're seeing these things happening, and it's affecting our mental health. Not to now talk of people on ground. Guys, I want us to start from the beginning. How we've been built as men, how we've been built to present ourselves as men. I have two men here with me, making three, just one lady. At a point in time while growing up, we've been past this mentality of men don't cry. You gotta man up, you know. You gotta be strong, you know. Crying is only meant for the weak. For women, you know, men don't cry, you know. We've been given this unexpected responsibility of being the best thing after sliced bread. Even when you have elder sisters, 2, 3 elder sisters, they consider you as the man of the family, the first son. That burden is on you, right? You expect to do a lot of things, and that level of expectation can be dangerous. It is highly dangerous. Let us
Right.
start from there. Let's start from the violence, from how we were treated from, you know, because it's a compilation, as I said, a compilation of what had happened to us right from the get-go till now. Then the second one is cultural expectation and stigma. But let's take it one at a time, and I want us to have this robust conversation about it. The number one is the violence that we've witnessed from childbirth. You know, is it okay to smack kids? Is it many of us were smacked? Did it make us better? Do we still have PTSD from that? Are we passing that on our kids? I want us to talk about the violence surrounding how we were raised. Some of us learned and unlearned, because I'm certain many of us, we hardly even smack our kids. You know, we hardly, right? But I do smack my when they misbehave. But the moment they do that, and when I mean smack, I'm not saying beat, I mean smack. And when I say smack, I mean letting them know this is what you did wrong, and this is why I smack you, and you actually pull them closer and you correct them and you up them. Luckily, my own kids, when I'm angry at them, they know I'm angry. Sometimes I don't even need to smack them. When I tell them, I'm warning you for the last time, my last one, I'm sorry, daddy. He will keep saying, I'm sorry, daddy, until you say, okay, I've heard. The more he keeps saying, I'm sorry, daddy, he'll walk towards you. And if you don't answer him, he will tell you, daddy, can I have a kiss? And you have to kiss his forehead. Now, he wants to be certain you're not angry with him. He wants to be certain he's not rejected. We don't have that liberty when growing up. The moment they even look you with one eye safe, you want to stay as far away as, because you know if you're closer, it's either they use broom or they are shoot on you. These things do pile up. Some of us learned and we unlearn those things. And that's the reason why we're not doing it to our kids. Guys, jump in. What do you think about it?
Fola, let me say this real quickly. I will try to keep it as brief as possible, right?
No problem. Go ahead.
For every hands my mother and my father laid on me, all I have to say is thank you to my parents. There's something about consequences, right? When you know that for every action you take, there's an equal and opposite reaction, it tends to bring out the best of human beings.
I like that.
I always say to people, the problem is not Nigerians. The problem is Nigeria. All Nigerians have done all along is just adapt. Everywhere they go in the world, these are the most upright citizens. Now, negate the fact that they want to brand us as scammers. These are the lower percentage of Nigerians. The scammers are not up to 10%. Now, if you place the scammers adjacent to the medical professionals, there's nothing to compare. That to the side. Nigerians are trying to stay alive Men, with disregard to their mental health, are trying to survive. What will it benefit a man to sit down to the corner and cry and complain about his mental health? He's trying to survive. He has a wife to provide for. He has a kid that looks up to him. He has a mother that looks up to him. His father is dead. What will he benefit by crying? Nigerians are trying to survive. What I'm trying to say is this. I, as a Nigerian, as a Biafran, an Igbo man, I got my name from what Nigeria has done to me. Nigeria turned me into a solutionist. I have to find solution. Because what's the alternative?
Nigeria turned you into
a solutionist.
Oh, solutionist. Okay, all right. Because it sounded familiar. That's your name on. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's how I got my name. Because I got tired of sitting down and waiting for my problems to be solved. It never will be solved. I have to solve my problem. I do not fault any Nigerian for becoming a solutionist. That's what you do when things get tough. Our parents whooped our ass because we needed to know about consequences. We came from a part of the world where things get dangerous very fast. The most traumatic experience I had in my life was a police officer pulling my mother and I out of a taxi cab and firing a shot right in front of my mother because there was a riot in Opiweka. That's my experience with Nigeria. So when you talk about this violence, right, Nigerians are just trying to adapt. They're just trying to adapt. They're trying to survive because they know they're facing a government that is not going to do anything. The problem is Nigeria, not Nigerians. Because they've proven outside the country, they do very well.
Thank you. I love that. So you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I'm echoing that.
Yeah, let me check it out. Let me try and mute from our side here. So
okay.
Let me see. Let me mute mine too. Are you good now?
I think so. Yeah, it's a lot better. Yeah. I agree on the level with the gentleman. Saying there's consequences of specific actions when it comes to catering for young people. There's a good book that says if you spare the rod, you spoil the child, I suppose. But it's not necessarily the case when we're dealing with mental health, which is your subject matter, because we want to talk about the fact that there is this issue in Nigeria at this point in time where men are actually struggling with their health. And you've laid down all the instances that can arise, or rather can cause mental health challenges. What the problem is, or rather what the issue is what is the effect of those mental health issues on Nigeria as we speak? Are we progressing, or are we not progressing? For instance, you use the word man up. There is a thing about culture that it allows men to suppress their vulnerabilities. So a man who would normally just want to cry about something would have to man up, but he's manning up, but he's bottling something inside, he's killing himself. At some point it's going to get to him and he's going to die of probably like a high blood pressure or something. So these are things, because Nigerians are losing men based on the fact that we are not checking these things as realities. We're not checking the fact that there is a mental health problem. If you have a problem with anxiety, for instance, you have to see somebody. It doesn't matter how strong or how bold you are, you have to see somebody and have it checked out. If you have a problem with depression, which some of them can be hereditary, you have to go look at it. You have to go, talk about it. You have to go to therapy or something. It's got nothing to do with whether we live in the advanced world or whatever. It's just a systematic way of approach. You have to do these things. Yes, you can be stronger. You can build yourself up. A lot of us has fought depression on so many levels. I wasn't, smart per se as a child, but I still have my issues. And a lot of people have their issues from being smart, So the problem, like you highlighted, is men's health in Nigeria is declining because we are not paying attention. We don't have systems that are governing, that are checking these issues for us. it's a big problem. A man might be sick, you have malaria, you have a situation where they say, you know what, you deal with it. No, you have to go check yourself out. But buttressing on your point, when you talk about the violence that we've been through, in Nigeria and how this is affecting us, you're absolutely right. You see, Nigeria came out of the Third World War, out of the war, 1970 thereabout, where I think the Civil War ended. And it left a lot of horrible visions and visuals about, what has occurred. So you're dealing with trauma. A lot of people have the trauma from that. And that is one of the instances that you highlighted as a mental health issue. And you're absolutely right. Those things are not talked about. For instance, we don't educate ourselves about the history, because if you don't talk about these things, how are you going to heal? If you don't talk about what people went through so that it doesn't repeat itself, how are we going to heal? So the key here is the more we talk about these things, the more we create awareness about men's health as a fundamental issue when it comes to nation building, the more we are projecting ourselves towards a better society. Now you would be looking at a man different because he might be struggling mentally. I'm not talking about, schizophrenia or any kind of really, really bad health issues, just the regular ones that we fight with on a daily basis, the depression, the anxiety, the recluse, you don't want to talk to anybody and all that kind of stuff. These things have to be spoken about constantly. I live in the UK, and almost every month there's an awareness created for mental health, not because, the society isn't functioning. No, because these issues are real. They are treated for. It affects your work, it affects the society, and it affects your family. You might just be an introvert, and that might be an issue on a level. If it's affecting the people around you, you would have to go check that out. So that's a good foundation. Like you said, we can look at it. If it's not a linear approach, we can look at it from different angles. But when you hinted on that violence, it's a big problem, because the society in Nigeria is not even doing enough to create that awareness that the more you see violence, the more you are traumatized. The more you see an accident on the road as a child, you will think about it when you get older. The more you see somebody getting beat as a child, you will think about it. The more you get whooped in school by your teacher, blah, 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 it will affect you at some point regardless. You would think about it from a traumatic point of view, and it will affect you. It will cause you some kind of psychological disorder. The more you see religious people doing things they're not supposed to do, it will cause dissonance. Dissonance will unbalance you at some point. You stop going to church because you don't align with it. So these are mental health issues that we don't talk about, but we have to create that awareness before we go into how culture overarchingly suppresses you from being, vulnerable if you are. So I think that's a good start. You're on mute.
I'm sorry. So I had to mute because of the echo. So that's a beautiful point. I noticed something from what the both of you did now. You acknowledged the violence issue. You backed it up with why it was good. You justified it, and you came up with solutions on how to prevent it from affecting people or affecting our mental health. Maybe we're different breeds. Maybe we were, lucky to appreciate how we were struck, and because there's a difference between getting smacked, getting beaten, and getting abused. Right? Physically abused. But we were smacked. They smacked the hell out of us, right? But it made us understand the reason why that happened was for us to understand that when you do the crime, you do the time, right? We appreciated the fact that this was what happened to me when I did this. Now, the option is, do you want to do it again to get that beaten repeated? And when you do it again, or if you do it again, there's a possibility that that beating is going to increase because they believe what they did to you didn't fix the problem. And that is the reason why, strongly, Nigeria will never be better. I repeat, Nigeria will never get better simply because there is no repercussion for any action. So therefore, there is no order. Okay? When you do the you do the crime, you got to do the time. Because that's the way of letting you know that the repercussion of what you did is this. And the point of doing the time is not meant to be nice. It's not meant to be sexy. It's not meant to be comfortable. It is for you to be uncomfortable, right? It's for you to learn. It is designed for you to feel bad, to have remorse on what you did, right? But we don't have that. We don't practice that in Nigeria, which is another angle where I believe religion comes in. In Nigeria, they use religion to get away with things like this. I mean, back in the days, we used to have death sentences, and people were killed at the Babbage. We see live execution, right? But they've stopped that. Now, maybe for public sake, I mean, they could still go ahead without doing it publicly. They can, do it on TV. The point is, you're passing a message to the people that when you do this, this is going to be the end game. But guess what? We have millions of criminals in Nigeria that have gotten away with killing people, committing the baddest crime you can ever imagine. Idiots, right? And they've gotten away with it. And the most painful part is the ones that did not get away with it, they're still in jail. They've been sentenced to death. But guess what? The governor doesn't want to sign it because he doesn't want the death of someone on his neck. And that's when they start quoting Bible for you. Meaning you're telling people you can kill someone and you're going to be sentenced to death, but you'll not die. But you see how often we see death in Nigeria now because there's no repercussion. Worst case scenario, I can even tell you some people will prefer to kill someone so they know they'll be arrested, taken to jail, and guess what? They are secured for 3 square mil or 2 square mil and security. There you go. It is that bad, but there is no repercussion for anything whatsoever.
Okay, Jimmy, I got 10 minutes.
Go ahead.
I've got 10 minutes because I have to jump. I have to go do some stuff. Right? Hopefully, I would listen to your mic is really playing out. Okay. Hopefully, I would get to listen to this and share it, and revisit it, and definitely come back and have these conversations. Right? I just want to make 1 or 2 points, and maybe you guys can buttress it going forward. Because we have to be really careful. Dealing with this. I work a lot with children. I run a football academy, so I work with kids who are between the age of 10 and 18, and these are young adults, right? And part of the struggles that you have with young adults is, when they're getting into themselves and how to deal with them and all that, and then you project a vision of when they are grown ups, so you work from the end. What's this person going to be like when they're old? As they're young now, their traits and all that. Smacking a child is understandable. But when you're downright beating a child, like we normally do in our schools as teachers and all that, it's a horrible thing, for a child to experience. Society doesn't frown at it in Nigeria because we haven't reached that level. From my point of view, we're not that civilized yet to understand the cause and effect of these little things that we'll think we can just get away with it. And that's why most of the problems we're having now is happening. You see people killing people left, right, center in Nigeria. Some of them are just doing what they know, Then some of them are reacting to fact of things that have happened to them. They're traumatized as well. For instance, I have examples where a teacher beats up a boy, for not understanding 5 times table. That boy grows up and is planning to encounter that teacher at some point. I have witnessed that. He cannot wait to see that man. And when he sees that man, what do you think he's going to do to that man? So that guy has been dealing with trauma all 20 years, waiting to his encounter with that teacher. It's got nothing to do with his mental capacity to understand or not understand what mental health is. It's thinking about revenge, which can be a mental health problem as well, because you can deal with revenge for a very long time, and then you dish it out. The same thing with a young girl. She's violated in the house on so many levels. She grows up, she can transfer these things to her children. She can transfer it to society. Those are the issues we need to focus on, the cause and effect, because when you're dealing with mental health as a subject matter, is really how this is going to affect the individual, how it's going to affect society. You know, we all have our individual experiences, obviously. Some of us are built to handle these things. But the key thing is when you look at depression, when you look at substance abuse, which are cause and effects of sometimes from levels of negligence, you look at levels of isolation, you look at poverty, you know, you look at hunger in the land, like you rightfully said in Nigeria, it's causing a mental problem for the man and women, obviously, but we're dealing with men here because they have to provide, like the other gentleman said, they have to provide, they have to go out. So the fact that he doesn't think about it and just goes about it, going to do what he has to do, that doesn't necessarily mean that the man is not dying inside. Something is eating him inside, but the society is not built to discuss that thing with him. If you whip up this space now, or rather this conversation, say you do it on a monthly basis, you tell men to come and talk about their mental health, and you bring professionals, you'll be amazed at the amount of Nigerians that will come out and own up that they are struggling inside. They might come out and be, you know, forming a lie or doing everything and having a good time, but they're dying inside. They get back home, they're crying in their pillows, you know, because there is no help. There's no mental health awareness program that is rolled out constantly as it is in the advanced societies. That's why we're able to talk as we are, because there's a lot of people who are, you know, going to seek help. A lot of people are going to seek help on a daily basis abroad. You don't know, but we don't have that system in Nigeria. So it's not, we can't see it, but it's there. We know it's there. And that's why this kind of awareness that you're creating, it makes perfect sense for people to realize that sometimes their thinking might be distorted because them too are going through some mental health issues that they don't understand. So they have to go back and deal with it. You know, seeking help is not a problem, but traditional masculinity is like, hey, you know what? It discourages us from seeking help. You have your sick in Nigeria, whatever, you're a man, you man up like this, like you said. But what is manning up? Doesn't make sense. You're a human being, you know. So I think when the conversation goes on, please, you know, it's really a case of us identifying those mental health issues and how it's causing us to fail as a society because we don't have systems, we don't have mechanisms that is catering for the, you know, for the man's health, man's mental health. We simply don't. And that is a big problem. You know, I barely have 5 minutes, so I'm hoping to just chat with you today.
Yeah. Thanks. So that was beautiful. Once again, I'm actually sorry for the delay today. It wasn't meant to be that late. I think I started 1 hour 30 minutes late. I'm terribly sorry about that. That would have given us more time to have this conversation. But yeah, it's worth it. I love the fact that you're part of this and you still make the time to be part of the conversation. And I would love to mention this as well. I know you have your own podcast as well going on, and I'll be willing and happy to jump up on any of your podcasts so we can speak about things like this. So what I've come to realize is during the last election, we were focused on fixing Nigeria. We're focused on pushing for a betterment of Nigeria. You know, we want to fix the country. We know what is wrong with the country, right? And we know the things that needs to be done to fixing the country. But we have issues. We were so focused about fixing Nigeria, but we forgot about fixing ourselves. We, the Nigerian people, we the Nigerian people, we have a problem. We are the cause of what is happening to us. Our critical thinking level is so bizarre. It's so strange that we don't know what to prioritize. We don't know. We're educated. A lot of us are educated. We can speak all the grammars in the world. You can have all the alphabet in front of your name, but when it comes to making a critical decision, it's a problem.
Yep. Let me carry on to that since I only have about 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, your mic again.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Perfect example, like you said, when we were focused on elections, right? Constantly, there was a lady who actually clocked in this and started doing a mental health awareness midnight time for women, because you have to balance emotions. When we're coming in spaces and doing things and shouting, you have to balance the human mind. You can't shout for 2 hours and not find peace for 2 hours. It will increase your high blood pressure. It will increase your anxiety. It will increase your levels of depression, because that's the only thought that will be in your mind. You cannot scream and shout for hours and hours and hours and don't balance it up. So this lady started this thing. I remember her name well, Joy Okobi. She lives in Australia and she carries on doing that. So she was doing that, and I would jump in as well, and other people would jump in. There is an emotional balance that is available to the human body that we have to thrive on. If it's not really met, then you're dealing with levels of mental health issues. It applies to men, especially, fatherhood, young boys or whatever, especially people who deem themselves as activists. You cannot, there's no way you can, be so, agitated over specific things, because you're dealing with hatred, or you might be dealing with anxiety or anger, express all those realities and you don't balance it. Somebody will check you and say, I hope you're looking after your mental health. And if you remember when you guys used to have spaces, there are a few people who used to come in, like it's a lady called Pat. Can't remember, she's Jamaican. She always used to drop it and say, I hope you guys are looking after yourselves. I think you used to say it as well, that make sure you're looking after yourself, make sure. But what does that mean? That means you're realizing that there's a pattern. If you miss that pattern and you just focus on, the insult, the abuse, or the levels of whatever verbal gymnastics that we do, but you don't find that peace in balancing those things, you have a strong, or rather a high level of a mental case that might flare up at some point without you even realizing it. You see people break down. You have the nervous wrecks, These are facts that can happen to the human body. We are machines after all, So I got 2 minutes, I'll wrap it up. The thing with the mental shift that comes with us being expressive still has to come with us being, we regress and deal with what we're facing as men, right? As men, we're the masculine is there. You come out and you do your thing and you do everything as, oh yeah, okay, that. But at some point, you still have to find peace, That finding peace, if you do not find it, if you don't find that resting place where you can balance your emotions, then you're building something inside. Do you know the rate of men that die of high blood pressure in Nigeria? It's really, really high. The rate of men that die from anxiety is really high. The men that die from depression is really high. The rate of men that commit suicide in Nigeria is really high, regardless of the cause. It's a mental thing that would push you to do it. That is what is not being addressed. Instead, what do? We balance it up with going to churches and you look for some spiritual guidance and all that kind of stuff. It messes you up big time, because that's not the solution. The solution is you need to talk. You need to understand it. You need to create the awareness of it, because two people might be going through two different things, and then boom, there you go. There's two different things to deal with, So I hope that has maybe that would help drive the conversation further. I really wish I could stay, or maybe another time we can really deep dive into it, because this is a subject matter that extensively I've written about it. I have a chapter in my book called Deciding Your Health. For that specific reason, you have to decide what kind of healthy person you want to be, and majority of it is mental. Do you want to be one who doesn't know how to make decisions? Because that is another big problem when it comes to mental health. If you have the inability to make decisions, if you're dealing with ambivalence, you're in big trouble, because now you're irrational. And if you're irrational, you're almost downright crazy. But these are things that if you meet someone who's irrational, you're in trouble, because you don't know what they're going to do. Before you know it, that person might react the way you don't want to. And that is a mental health issue. Well, all he needed to know was understand that he's being irrational because of X, Y, Z that has happened from a decision he has made previously. The wrong decision, obviously. So this is a whole big thing, but it's something I don't think you can even scratch the surface under 2 hours, Jimmy. So it's a long process. So thank you for starting it. And I really have to go.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, thanks a lot. So I really appreciate that. So from what you just said, now you almost covered the point I listed out regarding this topic. But yeah, again, thank you so much. The moment I heard you say 10 minutes, I decided, you know what, let me just have it, so he can spew his mind, and we can take it from there. It's recorded. People heard that. I picked a lot from what you said, and you make compelling arguments. So thank you so much for being part of this.
Awesome.
I appreciate it. So I'll be looking forward to one of your podcast, any of the nearest, and be part of it to share my opinion regarding any topic, because moving forward now, I think it's only okay for us to start enlightening ourselves working on ourselves, prioritizing critical thinking and decision making. That way we can build on ourselves to knowing the right time to make the right decision, regardless. And religion, ethnicity, or any form of bigotry is not going to stand in our way. It will be based on facts and figures, right and wrong, white and black, and good and bad. Thank you so much. So I'm looking forward.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, my friend. I missed your name, but great talking to you as well.
Yeah, Jukes.
Jukes. Okay.
All right, thanks. Thanks a lot. Icon, you've been silent for a while. Are you okay? You there?
Hello. Sorry, I'm like doing school run.
I can imagine.
So I'll come back when it's quiet. Hello, Chukuma.
Jukes is saying hello.
Hey,
Hi. I can't wait to join you guys, but I just wanted to at least stay out.
Well, I'm about to say something. Just say listen. Just say listen.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I know she's here. She's always listening. She's been listening all along, actually. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Fola, could you mute yourself?
Oh, okay, sure.
So, what I wanted to say is this, Fola, right? I refuse to believe or agree that our parents are monsters. I refuse to buy into the story that our parents are monsters. For everybody that ever committed something undisciplined enough for your parents to put hands on you, I believe you can admit, today that you deserve it. So some of the things that our parents did to keep us mentally in check are justified. Don't forget, times have changed. If you look at even United States and trace back to Africa, times have changed so much that men are more isolated. Men are more overweight. Men work less. Men own less. I'm going to leave it to Icon to talk about women because we're talking about men's mental health here. So when it comes to men, I have to ask this question, because if we focus on the mental health of men, we're never going to get anywhere. So as a man, if you're listening to this, I'm going to ask you this one question. Before we address your mental health, let me ask you a couple of questions. Have you exercised? Have you taken a cold shower? Is your hygiene on point? Do you get good sleep when you go to bed? Do you eat healthy? Do you eat well? Do you dress up well? Do you prioritize your appearance? Do you network in a social circle that is lucrative and puts you in a circle of like-minded men? Do you keep sane-minded family members around you, or do you have the toxic ones around you? Do you read regularly? Do you consume literature that helps you advance mentally in a psychological way and also in a monetary way? It's been proven that most men gain their value or get most of their value and joy from hard work. Now, when you talk about a man fighting peace, that's why a woman comes in after she's been chosen by a man to complete him. Women come in and prioritize the peace arena for the man. If you look at a country like Nigeria, I wrote down here that one of the problems that we have today is that the Western culture is not our culture. The Western culture is for the West. We have lost our ways. Let's take, for example, when you look at I'm going to use this example because this is an example that is peculiar to me. When you look at all the Igbo boys, Igbo men, Igbo young guys doing very well in Nigeria and abroad, what do they all have in common? They have one thing in common: ownership. They prioritize ownership. There's a joy that comes from hard work. Most men are happiest when they are working hard. I've gone through all these things that men go through, mental health. You want to sit down and have a conversation. Back in the day, most of you will bear me witness. Our uncles used to sit down together with our dad and everybody. They used to drink beer, have conversation, have jovial talks, and this was because indirectly it was positive for their mental health. Now ask yourself this question: When was the last time you as a man sat with a group of 3, 2, 4, 7 men, not just to drink and to eat nkwobi, but to talk about monetary and financial gain, to talk about work, to talk about ways to move your agenda forward financially so that you can be able to secure a wife and a family and build a strong foothold on this planet. I think this whole mental health agenda for men has been displaced. Men don't have time to wallow in their thoughts. Men are solution based. That's why you see what's happening in Nigeria today. Nigeria has reached a breaking point where you see most men have adapted to the Western system of living. They're looking for jobs and they've neglected ownership. Remember back in the day when the Igbos used to own businesses? These were a very happy group of people. But they started selling us jobs. And the disenfranchisement started. You lose a job, you're depressed. What your wife will say, what your community will say. You've been let down. Now you have to deal with a wife that looks down on you, or maybe can even turn as far as disrespectful because now you have the ability to provide and protect. When we used to be owners, we were happiest. Ask yourself this question: what did we do before slavery? What did the Yorubas do before the Western people came in? The colonial masters came in and started dividing us, telling you were the tribe of Yoruba, you were Igbo, you were Hausa. Do you want to tell me we were fighting like this? That the mental health of men allowed them a time to prioritize tribalism instead of good faith negotiation and business dealings with the Igbos, dealing with the Yorubas dealing with the Hausas dealing with the Ibibios, and trans-border kind of communication. No, that's not what was happening. Men were solution-based, and you see that today is breaking Nigeria because men are trying to use a solution that doesn't work and apply it to a problem that cannot be solved. How can you work a job that makes $30,000 a month to solve a problem that piles up 5 million naira every year? It's not feasible. There's a song by Fela. He said, "It's not possible, oh she. It's not possible." You have to use realistic solutions. That's why men are reaching a breaking point in Nigeria. That's why we're now sitting here comfortably talking about mental health. Men have their issues, but I guarantee you, some of the happiest men in the world are men that have conquered financially, men that have conquered academically, people that have educated themselves through reading, consuming literature. Because he says, there's a saying that the more you learn, the more you earn. We've deviated from what always worked for us, which was ownership, land ownership, cattle ownership, property ownership. We've deviated from that. We've sold this new generation this whole ideology of go to school, graduate, get your degree and work. I went to pharmacy school. I have 5 degrees. I don't use any of them. I make more money than people in my field. The mental health of men is in the gutter today because most men don't understand. When you're depressed, it's your body telling you that you're not working hard enough. This is just a fact. That's why I go back to the same thing that I have listed here. I say, man, if you're suffering from mental health, I ask you a couple of questions. I'm not denying that you have mental issues or you're suffering from something. I ask you a couple of questions. Have you exercised? Are you fit? Is your hygiene on point? Have you gotten good sleep? Do you eat well? Do you prioritize your presentation? Are you in a network, a social circle where men prioritize lucrative ideas? You guys share ideas how to make money, how to empower each other. You guys go out there and break bread. Are you in such a social circle? Do you keep same-minded family members around and feel no shame about kicking the nasty ones and the ones that are ready to break you to the curb? You see, most of us are very sentimental. We have these family members that are willing to even go as far as killing us. We keep them around and we'll say they are family. Being in Chicago here, being in the United States, I've met people that I would consider more family than some of my family members. I have better outlook with them than people that I know that have the most blood running through their veins. I ask you another question. Do you read regularly? Do you consume things that will put you in the direction, the path in which you're going? Do you even have a plan? Most men don't have plan today. Because think about it, when your father tells you something, most of us will respect our father. I remember, I'll tell you a short story about myself. At 24, I kind of stopped listening to my father because I came into a consciousness and I said to myself, I'm going to succeed in this life. I have to start listening to myself. I got it from here. Daddy, thank you. You've done enough for me. Let me figure it out from here. Because at some point in life, most men fail to forget that you're going to have to figure it out yourself. That's where the mental issue kicks in. Most men have done what they were told to do, and it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked.
So you did that at the age of 24?
At 24, I stopped listening to my dad. I started venturing into different businesses. I started buying cars off the street of Chicago and selling it for $200, $500 profit. I started trying different things. I did all this while still going to college. I bought a car without my dad knowing, and my dad got very angry. I hustled, got some money, bought a car. My dad found out that I had a car that I bought from the street. I was paying small. The man jumped in. He was mad, livid, angry. Went to the person that I bought the car from, paid off the car, and told me never to try such a thing again. I did it again in the future with a BMW that I owned back then. Men have stopped taking risk. And once you start taking risk, like I said earlier, depression is your body as a man telling you that you're not working hard enough. Hardworking men don't have time to be depressed. Men that are together with other viable men, breaking bread, talking about lucrative ideas, knocking down pillars, breaking glass ceilings, they don't have time to be depressed. Because why? They are in their natural territory. They are in their God-given terrain. Do you think the lion asks for permission to kill an antelope? Do you think a lion is depressed when he's killing antelopes, gathering food for his tribe? He don't.
It's not like Peter Dochi right now.
He doesn't have time. The lion does not ask for permission to feed. Men have been castrated. Men have been castrated, and I don't want to deviate too much. I believe that men need to take charge back.
No. You're on point. It's a conversation, and I'm actually, it's you and I engaging, and everything you've been saying is actually aligning to the topic we're talking about. But how can we now redirect that to Nigerian men? Because we can say we have advantage in America and all that.
I got you.
The situation of things right now in Nigeria.
I got you. Let me tell you how. Can you pause? The only way we can redirect it to Nigerian men is this: Nigerian men need to take back ownership and control of their families. Let me tell you something that people don't acknowledge. Men are good people. Ask EJ, she will tell you she has a good husband. Men are good people. But you see, one of the things that weighs down on the shoulder of men is when few bad apples are used to basically cover all men. Like when people say these men are horrible, this and that. You use the anecdotal evidence of just what one man did to you, or just the way that one man is positioned to basically categorize all men. Nigerian men need to take back control. They need to start hustling. A hustle culture is what we were raised by. The African culture is the hustle culture. You find out that you grow plantain. Don't be ashamed of what it is that you sell for a living. This thing keeps you alive. Own it up. Buy land. Keep together with someone that has land. You bring your plantain seeds. Grow it in mass. Supply it to a city like Onitsha. Go find suppliers in Onitsha main market. Supply them plantain. I always tell people if I was in Nigeria, I'd probably be more successful than I am right now. If I was in Nigeria. Because Nigeria is the wild, wild west. There's so much opportunity. Is it spare parts? Find cars that are about to be junked. Find a way, dismantle them. Sell. The richest people in the world are salesmen. In order to recover the mental health of men, we need to get men back into being hustlers. And I'm not talking about this Western modernized educational system of hustling. I'm talking about real hustle, ownership, supplying to the market what they need. Go find out what people need and supply it and get financially compensated from that and go take care of your family. We need to stop making excuses. We need to stop making excuses. That's the problem today, that we make so much excuse for men that they don't even have time to put in the work. Some of the happiest times in my life was when I was working really hard. Some of the happiest times in my life, I was working hard, conquering, achieving my goals. It wasn't even about the money, the hard work I was putting in, seeing my agenda being moved forward, watching me move step by step towards my plan, towards my goals. It improved my mental health significantly. How we can get Nigerian men's mental health back is to bring back community, where men get back together, have conversations that are meaningful. I'm not talking about gather together, talk about women, talk about shayo and all those things. Talk about subject matters that are meaningful. That's how we fix the mental health of men. This is how it's going to work in Nigeria. We need to bring back hustle culture. We need to bring back whatever system that we had when men had, because this mental health issue that Nigerian men are experiencing right now is as a result of everybody pursuing the so-called Western way of life, the dream, the American dream. Everybody want to drive a Rolls-Royce, fly a private jet. It's not possible for everybody. Gulfstream only makes a limited amount of jets. If everybody will succeed in Nigeria, everybody cannot get a Gulfstream jet. If everybody in Nigeria had $10 million, everybody cannot get a Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce only make a limited amount of. So we need to redefine success. And based on my experience, most men derive their success from work. And that's why we see the level of depression and mental health issues that we have in Nigeria today, because most men are not deriving the joy that comes from work. They have all this strength, they have all this muscle, they have all this ability, but they have nothing to apply it to. If I was the man, I'll be depressed too. Think about it. This case even applies to animals. Sometimes when they lock up an animal, it dies of depression because it's meant to be in the wild, on the prowl, being able to be aggressive, dominant. But at the end of the day, it cannot use any of its God-given gifts because it's in the wrong terrain. Nigerian men are in the wrong terrain. They need a mind shift. They need to regroup, come back into the community. What type of mentality men like Ojukwu had, men like Awolowo had, that brought them together to become as powerful as they are when they were young? We need to tap back into that spirit.
Thank you.
Can I jump
Chips.
in?
Oh yeah, sure. Why not? So I don't know why my mic is giving feedback, and it always does that when
It's not right now. It's not right now. Oh, it just started.
Yeah. So okay, I think it's from your side actually.
Yeah, I need to. Yeah.
So okay, so Icon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Is my mic giving you feedback?
No.
Okay, so I think I get it now. So what is going on now is, Chooks, you are bullying me with your Shure mic. Your Shure mic is more superior than mine. So every time you're speaking, I have to shut the hell up. So I get it. So I'll mute anytime you need to speak. So I'm sure I'm getting a signal from here saying max power equipment. And what I think is going on is the capacity of your setup is way supreme and more professional than what I have here. So it shows that it's have a stronger what's it called? I forgot. Stronger signal. Yeah, that's it. Stronger signal. So I mean, as I said, the modem blew up, so I had to go rush get something. But these things, what people don't understand about live streaming, it doesn't come cheap. That's number one. Number two, you need to invest in the best quality of devices to get the best outcome. And I assure people I'm going to do just that. It's not to impress anybody. It's for me to have a good quality platform where people can hear me clearly and without any interruption. And that's the whole point. So I'm not doing any of this to impress anyone, but to get and pass across good quality message. And that's just what it is. So Mr. Chooks, thanks for pressing me today.
No. I welcome you to the land of the solutionists. We're gonna find a solution.
Oh, we will. Thanks for that. Beautiful. Icon, jump in. How you doing?
Hello, Chukuma. Hello, Jimmy. Welcome to our family,
Oh, my
Chukuma.
sister.
I was just thinking that okay, so now everybody who knows me, at least on Twitter, you now know that I had a classmate, and there are people that know me, so we can
Oh,
find my
Jesus Christ. You had to
certificate
go there.
in picture. I'm just saying, I now have witnesses
You had to go there. You had to go there.
that I was a child. Anyways, I'm going to speak. Obviously, I'm speaking as a woman, but I'm going to speak as a woman who was raised by an amazing man. I am raising, a fantastic son, I hope, and I am married to a great man, right? And so I'm going to speak from that perspective of just seeing like what mental health, like what that has been like for them. And so just, speaking with my dad, I agree with a lot of what Chukuma was saying. Sorry, it's raining in background and I'm driving, which is about like, men regaining themselves. And I did think, when he was saying it, it's your first instinct is to be like, no, like a lot of what he's saying is like, you just want to like disagree. But when you actually start, thinking, you're like, okay, you know what? There's a lot of truth in what he's saying. And so for me, I'm just thinking about like some of the greatest friendships I have seen, and still like I haven't seen anything that beats it, is my dad and his friends, right? Is the sort of friendships that they had. Like in fact, my dad was visiting me last week, and his best friend was in town. And man, the jokes that they tell, like some of the funniest things I've ever heard is from my dad and his best friend, right? Like just the things they talk about. I just don't see friendships like that anymore. Like they're very, very rare. And these are like, his friends, like, are his friends from like childhood, from elementary school and all whatnot. And, it's amazing to see them, the things they can talk about, the things they do, the way they hustle together, the way they, like they all came up together and their stories are like just endless. And when you correlate that with, um, just in terms of like suicide rates, obviously I know that, in their generation, it was probably covered up more. But in terms of like even just seeing people who were joyous, Nigeria looked very different. It was very different. There was more hope. There was more, what you call it, there was more opportunity. So yes, it was a very, very different time for them when they were young men and young boys. But I think it does correlate with what Chukuma is saying, in terms of like what the world looked like, what their world looked like, and what opportunities were presented to them. Like my dad like spent hours just seeing us different opportunities. Oh, I now hustled with this person. I now, like this deal came in, we did this together, we did that together. And it's like that's pretty much what his friendships were, about. It was like, how do we all come up, how do we, become successful together? And I just think that's such a beautiful thing, right? And it's just something that, like I said, is like you don't tend to see a lot of that anymore now. When it did come to expressing themselves, that was something that is sad, that a lot of them were not allowed to express themselves. And so it's very hard to come by, a family where, like I've had to force my dad to start telling me like I love you, because I felt very loved by my parents, but it was not something that was expressed, right? Because you were, oh, you're a man, like don't express your feelings. Something happens, you hear them saying in Igbo, Ibu nwoke, Kachiobi, it's like, hold yourself, you're a man, you're a man, you're a man, right? And I think with that just came a lot of like suppressed emotions, which I don't think is healthy for anybody, for men, for whoever. And that's something that we are trying to practice like in our home, in our family. So my husband is not very expressive, but he does try to express himself. And something that I constantly try to do is, because I am concerned about his mental health, right? And I know that, like you said, it's like these things are not labeled. They're not called, oh, you're depressed or whatever. But I can tell from his body language when he's having a hard time, right? And something that I have encouraged, and he's finally open to, and we've been married for 10 years, is like, hey, you know what? You need somebody to talk to. So my husband has a very high pressure job and very fast paced job. And at some point, his company got him something called a coach, a life coach. And what it is to make sure that he is performing at optimal level. And I'll tell you guys something. So these people tend to be like, psychologists, therapists, whatever. But what they're doing is trying to make sure that, you can tap into your strengths to make sure that you're outputting the maximum that you can for the company that you work for. And something I did notice with my husband was that when he started working with this life coach, his life completely changed. Now, like Chukuma said, in the old days with our fathers in the old times, these were your friends, right? These were your friends. This was an unpaid thing, but this is somebody who's like cheerleading for you, holding you accountable, making sure that, you're thinking in the right way, in the right capacity, thinking about the right things. And I could see that, my husband worked with this guy for about 6 months. And I was like, wow, wow, wow. And I was saying to him, like, hey, even when the free session, the sessions your company's paying for end, I think this is something that you need to invest in because I could see his confidence, everything just like topped up. And then he stopped, but I didn't know when he stopped. But then after a while, I just saw that like his body language had changed again. And it wasn't like, and so one day I said to him, I said, are you still using your life coach? And he said, no. And he said, how did you know? I said, because your body language has changed again, right? And he was like, oh, wow, like it was that obvious. And I was like, yeah, it was that obvious. So I say that to say, like I said, it's like a lot of times, especially in Nigeria, we have things, we don't have names for them, right? Or we don't know what they are. The white man has taken it in a good way, not in a bad way, and they've boxed it and they've made it a thing. And it's good that, they are professionals, so they know where to go, they know what to hit and all of that. But in our community, the way we were raised in communities, it turns out that they were, there were people that were able to give you these things informally, right? To make sure that you were bringing out the best of you, right? But what I do like here is that, like we're recognizing like what are unhealthy habits, things that, like make men suppress their true feelings about things. That's something I definitely think that in Nigeria we need to work on, right? Is like, how do we make sure that a man can express himself safely, right? Like if he doesn't feel safe, if he feels pressure, if he feels things, how do we recognize that? Yes, you're leading all of this. There's a lot of expectations from society. There's a lot of pressure from society. There's a lot of pressure in terms of like, sometimes my husband will say to me, baby, I'm the backup plan, right? So it's like, I can't stop because if I stop, there's no backup plan, right? I am every other person's backup plan, right? So I get that, and it's such a, and listen, this is not exclusive to men. This happens, women have to deal with this, but we're talking about men today. And this conversation is so timely. It's such a good one, Jimmy, because it's like you're dealing with a lot of men that are dealing with like a lot of like hopelessness right now. Like Nigeria is hard, but people still have families. People still have, have a lot to take care of. How do they do that in this environment? Unfortunately, I know that people don't go out as much because security, prevents you from going out after work as much as you could to like hang out with your family. Women, even our expectations of married life is very different. And I think it's like people trying to find that balance because during our father's time, a lot of men tended to spend more time with their friends versus with their families, right? Which is not a good thing, right? It's a negative thing. And so it's like finding that women are getting more, we're more expressive. We know what we want. We're asking more for what we want. But I think it's very, very important to make sure that we also give room, for like our partners to say, this is what we want. So for me, my husband, I do not, in fact, this is how I met him. He takes a boys' trip every other year, right, with his boys. And people always ask me, oh, will you stop him from taking the boys' trip? I said, is that not how he met me? So why will I stop him from doing something that, that's how he met, this is something he was doing before me, but I insist that he takes that boys' trip. Why? Because I can see that it's such a good time for him, bonding time for him. He's just with his boys, he's able to think, he always comes back like better, more wholesome, like I love it when he comes back. It's just a different whatever, because we have some women who's like, oh, I don't want you hanging out with your boys, and because sometimes it's abused, so I understand that. But I think for everybody it's finding that balance. And when Jimmy told me he was having this space, and this is just sharing for women, for a way to like also like give your sons, your your brothers and your husbands, your fathers as well, a safe space to be able to express what they feel. So I was saying, when we just got married, we joined a marriage therapy group. It was normally for marriages in trouble, but I don't know how we busybodied entered it in our first year of marriage, and it has given us some of the best, like ways to like equip, like just healthy practices for our marriage. And one of them, which is the one I wanted to share today, was about being able to express ourselves. And so it's having what we called it is like a word, a safe word that as soon as you say it, the other person knows that this is not the time to argue. This is a time to listen, right? This is not a time to like be listening to give a response, but it's like to really hear what this person is saying because it bothers them. And so I try to make that, like every time my husband, and what he'll just say to me is like, can I be vulnerable? Right? And I just know that I have to listen, right? Because he's telling me something that ordinarily, would be hard to say. It might be hard for me to take, but it's something that is bothering him.
So sorry, Icon.
Yeah.
Let me jump in there. So can I be vulnerable? It's something yourself and your husband have come to start using as a way of communicating without judgment. The moment that word is said, both of you came to an agreement that, okay, you know what, I need to put aside every single thing and I need to listen to what he or she has got to say. So that's like it's more like a sacred word, but it works for the both of you. At that point in time when that word is used, you got to pay attention, and without judgment, without any form of you trying to defend yourself. Is that correct? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. So it's a time here where they know they can say whatever they need to say. That
Wow, that's good.
ordinarily
I like that.
and so we picked our word, and so that was our phrase: is can I be vulnerable? And in that moment, I listen, he listens. So yeah, so that has been a good way to, um, for us to be able to, to create a safe space for him to be able to speak. And it's hard because sometimes he's like, I feel like I can't express myself, and I have to like take a deep breath and be like, okay, like, because women, well, let me not say women, I am sensitive. He might be saying something, he doesn't mean to hurt my feelings, and then my feelings are hurt, and then because he's kind, he's loving, then he starts feeling bad, then you now leave the issue, which is that you're probably trifling, but now he's now trying to like not hurt your feelings, right? And so this is a way to like almost like tell me, get out of your head and listen to what needs to be said, right? Because that's something else, is that a lot of times things are eating men up. It's like it's eating you up. You don't feel safe speaking about it, because you're scared of the reaction, or you're concerned about the reaction that you will get, from your partner, from your spouse, or from your family members. And so it's making sure that you have that. I think something else is like not internalizing things, is just speaking. And I think we just have to stop that bad habit of, oh, you're a man, you're a man, you're a man, you're a man. He's a man. If he wants to cry, let him cry, because that's what he needs in that moment. And he'll pick himself up and, continue. But definitely, I think last thing I'm just going to say is community, community, community. I can't express it enough. Earlier this year, my husband was like, you know what, like, a lot of his friends he had lost touch with. And he was like, text them and was like, hey, like, I just miss hanging out with you guys. Let's catch up. And I can see that it's lifted his spirits, because no matter how much I want to be his everything, I know that I can't be his everything, right? There's things that he needs that I just can't provide, because we walk different shoes, like we have different paths, no matter how close we are. But there's just certain things that I simply cannot do for him, or I cannot understand. The pressures that he carries, the same way that there are certain things that I have to handle that he can never understand, right? And so I think it's important that we, as women, help them to have those safe spaces and to allow them to have their people that is outside of us. Because some women I know will get jealous. Oh no, why won't you tell me everything? Because he just needs, he needs someone else. Not a female best friend or a head, because some of them, that's where they will go. No. The only person that can understand is another man, but there's no female bestie. We don't do that here.
Chooks, why are you laughing? Chooks, why are you laughing?
I'm laughing because you see, this I know EJ is a real African woman. She's not falling for the feminist BS here in United States. Men and
I'm
women.
a feminist, though. I'm a feminist, though.
Okay,
But I'm a
fine.
feminist.
Fine. You're a
I'm a
feminist.
different, we're all different.
You're a feminist with common sense, or you're an Afrocentric feminist. That's okay. Okay? Because any woman with a drop of common sense knows that men and women cannot be friends. It might not be the man, it might not be the woman. Somebody is going to develop feelings. Now, EJ, back to you and your husband, right? He was happiest when he had the life coach, the image consultant, the fitness trainer, all these things, right? All these are men. Now I say to women, wouldn't it make sense for you as a wife to go out there, instead of leaving it to your husband as a task, winning your husband friends, the quality of friends that you think he deserves? I think this is the role of a wife. This is what men are lacking today. Their wives now think that their job is subjected to the dynamics of kitchen, cleaning, children. No, your job is more than that, especially if you're a woman with a subtle sense of sophistication. Your job now includes, you're at the grocery store, you see a well-dressed man, you think, my husband could take a couple of tips from this guy. You start a conversation, only to find out that this guy is married, he has kids. Oh, you think, hey, you think, I'm happily married, I have a husband who I'm so proud of. I really think you guys are going to make a good friends. Why don't we organize a cigar date for the both of you? You know what I mean? And maybe after that, if you guys do well, the both families could get together. This has become the new role of women, but most women are failing to adapt because times have changed. And these things link back to the mental health of men. You said it yourself. When another man came into the life of your husband, he was happier. When he got in contact with his old friends, he was happier. You are right. And I love the level of self-consciousness and awareness that you have, knowing that you cannot be your husband's all in all. You can't. You're a woman. You have your role to play. But there's something that a man does for another man. It's called iron, sharpening iron. Right? That is so supernatural. Like me personally, there's certain kind of men that I don't entertain around me. I have very few friends. And I'm quick to cut people off. Because why? I've passed the age of life where I was experimenting. I now know what I want. When a guy comes into my life, there's some bullshit he does, boom, I'll just cut him off. No warning, no, like, hey, what's up? I wouldn't even pick up his call. As I'm talking to you right now, as we're on this platform, there's a guy calling me, an old friend. I choose not to pick up his phone. I don't talk to him no more. I reduce him to a text message friend. We're in uncharted territory. These are new times. This is a time where a wife can pick up her Instagram phone. She has access to men all over the world. This is a time where a husband could pick up his phone, have Instagram, have access to almost every woman in the world. The question is, how do you use that? That's why I say being good and being bad is a choice. The mental health of a man is a choice. What kind of choices are you making? You see, your husband was able to accept and embrace that work opportunity to go and actually allow that change. That image consultant, that life coach is a human being. He has friends. Imagine the impact he has on his friends. He was able to have that impact on your husband just as a consultant, someone that was hired to improve the life of your husband. That's where the road meets. Like, that's where we are at the crossroads. The people that have the community go this way. The people that will just sit down and complain about mental health, they go that way. But the crossroad is, what choice are you making? Are you embracing your wife going out there winning you friends that can improve your life, and you saying, you know what, I'm receptive to change, I can get better? Or are you the man that's gonna say, I don't need this rubbish, I like my suit the way it is, I like it oversized, I like the way I dress, I don't need anything to improve, I'm already okay, I like my cologne, I like that cologne, I don't care about. No. A good man, a good human being makes choices that are for the better. And that's where most men get it wrong today. To tie it back into Nigeria, is that most men in Nigeria are suffering from this mental health issue because they have been isolated. I have friends that message me all the time, and I ask them, my guy, why are you messaging me? My father is not the richest. I come from a poor family. All these people who went to high school with that are from rich families, why are you not messaging them? I give them words of encouragement. I respond to their text whenever they text me. I try my best to give them something. Some of them I send my YouTube videos to empower them. But I try to get them to understand that the reason why you're suffering and you feel like there's no solution to your problem is because you've not looked at the mirror and understood that the problem is the man in the mirror. That is always the problem when it comes to men in most cases.
Thank you, Chooks. The moment you snatched the mic, I said, Icon. I love the angle you came from, and I love how you picked on what Icon said about how the husband reached out to friends, and maybe because they're old friends, but getting new friends might be, you don't know who they are. I'm referring to the fact that you mentioned something about meeting someone or someone looking nice, all well dressed, in a mall or outside, and thinking, oh yeah, I want my husband to be affiliated to someone like this. So that might be, that might be from a different perspective. Not all men might want to be part of that, but
my perspective was the fact that old friends can be dangerous.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough.
Icon's husband met these guys when he was single, so they could be dangerous for the relationship dynamic between Icon and the husband. Some of them might still play the single life games prior to Icon coming into the picture with the husband.
That is where decision making comes in. That is where my inspirational talk comes in, because the husband can decide, you know what? No. I'm saying no because back in the days I was single, you guys were single, but now I got a wife, I got kids. So you see what I'm saying when it comes to critical thinking and decision.
But that's why it makes sense. That's why it makes sense to graduate. When you're married, it makes sense.
Just FYI, we were one of like the last of like his friendship groups to get married. So
awesome. Fact, okay. So that's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
so
awesome.
Most of his friends got married quite. My husband has great friends, and that's why I said it always depends on who you're with. He has.
That's awesome.
Like he actually has amazing friends. I don't. That's why it's like, oh, you're going on a. People are like, oh, you let him go on a boys trip, and I'm like, absolutely, because he has great friends. He comes back refreshed. He comes back wiser. Like you said, it's iron sharpening iron. It's like I have like zero issues that they're doing anything that they shouldn't be doing, right? So I'm thankful for that. So I just wanted to put that. And the kind of person I'm married to, like you said, it depends on, everyone is different. But if I came home with a man like, oh, I found you a new friend, my husband like, what? So but I think where just a different angle or a different perspective, it's more like, oh, my friends, I meet a girlfriend and maybe we talk about our partners and then we see that, oh, there's some commonality or we think they'll get along, and then we do that introduction, right? Okay. So that's kind of like how like that happens, and then you see some of them, they spark friendship, some of them they don't. I've dragged him occasionally to go on vacation with me and my friends and their spouses, and it's never been terrible. So so it's not a bad idea. It's just depends on how it works. So I don't disagree, but I think for most women it's their girlfriends, husbands that they introduce versus random men. because that one you go explain tire. So you saw him, so you liked him. So you like you know.
It could be a professional. You know what I mean? I mean, you could hire a professional, like you
Yeah,
said. You said, you know.
All right. Thanks. Thank you guys. We have Tudo in the house, Tudo in the building. Welcome, bro. Welcome. The conversation just started. We still got a long way to go. But before we do that, I would love us to quickly go on a commercial break. I was speaking about our sponsors earlier on, and I just want you guys to know about them. They're called OBG Foods. OBG Foods. This is a childhood friend. The dad used to own Jacob's Wine back in the days. Jacob's Wine. But now they've gone PLC. They're now well established, and it's OBG Foods now, and all they sell is just African products, African foods, ingredients that we miss back home, and all they do is just import them into the United States, and they distribute them across all African stores in the whole 50 states across the United States. They have stores across the United States where you can find their products. OBG Foods, I have some of their products on. If you check the screen, you see their product on the screen. They have egusi, crayfish, fried rice. Funny enough, the first red palm oil that I actually used when I got to America, this dude gave it to me. So I was living with a family at that point in time. Yeah, I was living with a family at that point in time, and I met with him somewhere outside Chicago. And they just imported a lot at that point in time, and it was just giving people for trial, like freebies. So he gave me like a gallon of red palm oil. I was like, wow. So I took it home, right? Where I was staying, we've been buying, different African food stores from different stores, and they tried that palm oil, and they were like, "Where did you get this palm oil from? Where did you get it from?" And my wife too liked it because she used it to cook, and I was like, okay, OBG palm oil, check it out. And I tried reaching him, but he's a very busy person. He's a very busy person himself, and his elder brother. They're in charge of running this product across the whole country, right? So you can imagine how busy they are. One day he's in Chicago, the other day he's in. Anytime he comes to Chicago, he calls me, "What's up? Let's meet up." He's in Indianapolis. They're just making sure all their items, all their stocks are well stocked up in these stores and in good condition. So they have Iru, periwinkle, smoked manla, crayfish, name it. My wife specifically uses most of this product. As a matter of fact, anytime I stop by in any African stores, she takes a picture of the item and she says, "This is the one I want you to buy. This one. See the label, read the label properly. It is this one I want you to buy." And it is shocking that the brain behind this is a childhood friend, went to the same school, and I'm proud to be, affiliated with someone like this. OBG Foods. I'm going to be putting up more details about them. All the states, all the states. They have their store, they have their product. All the stores, they have their product across all states. I'm going to be putting those up in a minute. They have Nigerian brown beans. They do that as well. Nigerian honey beans. What else? Abacha. Abacha. I called it abacha, like the military guy. Abacha is there, made from cassava. It's beautiful, and there's comes in a different package. I've seen a lot of these so-called abacha, right? But they package theirs in a different way. You can easily just see what you're buying. Others are more, the packaging are more not this visible, basically.
Inferior.
Yeah, not necessarily inferior. I think it's the quality of the packaging. Like theirs have this resealable concept where you can reseal the package when you open it. Many of those don't even have it. Some are just barely inside, plastic, paper bag. So they have crayfish. You can see how well packed it is. They have Cameroon pepper. They have red hot pepper. They have what's it called? Dry bitter leaf. They have zobo. Name it. They have a lot, and they still produce it. And it got to a point whereby they invested in acres of land in southeastern part of Nigeria. Is an Igbo guy, so they invested in acres of land. So what they now do is they plant these things, and they actually they plant them, they harvest them, they process them themselves, because they're tired of going through top party people that are interested in selling those things and bringing bad quality. They don't want that. They needed a better quality of what they can guarantee their consumers. So they decided to start going into it. So they decided to start doing the planting, harvesting themselves. I have a couple of pictures here of some of their staffs in farm, harvesting, collecting products, and I'm trying to pull it out because I have a lot of videos about them. So let me see. So I mean, they have this concept of trying to meet up with every single demand out there. Every single demand. They try to do that all the time. Whatever it is the people want across America, it's such a beautiful thing. So you can try them out. Those of us in America here, I'll list out the names of the stores where they have this product, so you can check them out and see if you can be part of, if you can try any of their product.
I think Jimmy dropped out.
Hey, can you hear me, Chooks?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry, you dropped out for a second.
Yeah, so the system was telling me a glitch. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I was speaking about OBG foods. Let me see if I can pull up the adverts I was sent. I need to create a jingle for them to put it all in one clip, so people can have have an idea of what they're all about. But yeah, other than that, I think it's a beautiful thing to have them on board, and I'm glad I'm part of this. So let's take a minute to enjoy this short commercial break from OBG Foods. Thanks, guys. I'll be right back in a minute.
I'm your favorite chef YOJ. Cooking makes me happy. Seeing how colorful meals are makes me even happier. It's so fascinating how my customers admired the delicious of the sport devouring. Life was fantastic for me until I stopped getting the usual compliment from my customers. It was like the light went out on me while the electricity was still on. Did I mess up my recipe of 10 years? The goat meat still tastes great. Snail well washed. Semo is perfect. I was so anxious. I wanted to know what went wrong. Thank goodness. It was the condiment. Yes, the condiment. I realized I needed a special condiment, carefully processed under ethic environment. One with a steady quality. Well. My search didn't linger for long when I discovered condiment from the Obidi Foods, the world-class food producer I can trust to maintain my recipe of a decade. From their 100% natural produce, process and package to my needs, and give my food that authentic African taste and appearance.
Chef YOJ, this was Amazon. It's really amazing.
From a hygienic environment comes the best of Nigerian indigenous products. Ukwa, achi, Cameroon pepper, hot pepper, crayfish, dried otazi, uziza, oha, and ugu leaves, egusi, ehuru, obono, pepper soup spice, suya mix, tiger nut, dried bitter leaves. Now, don't do the disqualifiers. They also test foodstuffs like gari, beans flour, cocoyam flour, opa flour, yellow and white pap, Nigerian honey beans, Nigerian brown beans, smoked snails, smoked night fish, abacha, and kuli kuli. This helps me get through my daily cooking faster. Cooking has never been so easy and affordable. Visit us today at www.obidifoods.com for more inquiries about our products. Our products are also available at www.osiafric.com for customers in the USA. Obidi Foods, authentic Nigerian food.
Now maybe your favorite mama cook. You see, to cook they give me joy. It they make me happy as my food they bring fine beautiful. If they torture me for belly, when they see as my customers they admire the food before they chop am. Everything they send for me until my customers begin to change their as then they chop my food. It be like say my village people don't come again. I no sabi cook because my goat meat still this. I wash my snail well and my semo still the kakaraka. Thank God though. Now my condiments. Yeah, now my condiments. I come realize say we need to use condiments we get obonge quality. Well, I know they worry myself again since why BG Food Limited. Now they be the non-food producer where I fit trust to gain my rep for my kitchen. Their products are 100% natural. They clean them, process them, don't package them for my soup to maintain a correct African taste. Mama cook, this will go well. From better hygienic environment, we don't come with obonge indigenous Naija products like palm oil, achi, banga spice, Cameroon pepper, red hot pepper, crayfish, dried otazi, oziza, oha, and ugu leaves, egusi, ehuru, obono, pepper soup spice, suya mix, tiger nut, dried bitter leaf, and abacha. It never finish. The foodstuffs like gari, beans, yam flour, opa flour, yellow and white pap, brown beans, honey beans, seasoned smoked snail, smoked night fish, and even kuli kuli. Will help me summer cooking. Sharp, easy and affordable, you can visit us for www.obijfoods.com and you can get our products for www.obijfoods for our costs with USA. Obiji Foods, authentic Nigerian food.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while a problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé ní lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí inú agolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ pàdé Jimmy Hulk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating life's ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, suicide, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
Yeah, so 1 second. I'm not sure what is going on, but
shaped by events and happenings. How do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listen in on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans, Jimmy.
All right. Thank you guys. Welcome back. That was beautiful. I'm not sure why we had a delay. We had a big delay regarding the adverts. But yeah, it's something I'm working on. Please bear in mind that the modem actually blew up. I had to rush to the store to go get another one. So I'm sorry for any form of delays you're getting. while listening to the advert. So I'm deeply sorry. All that will be fixed, as time goes by. But thanks again. Thanks for joining, guys. Thanks for being part of this. I can see my brother is here. Big C, welcome. Tudo, welcome, my brother. Icon, thanks for being here. Chooks, you've been here from the onset. Thanks for being part of this. Thank you so much. God bless you, my brother. And in case people are wondering, Chooks is the guy that actually fixed my car for me. An obedient in Chicago here. He's got his thing locked down on Semak Road in Chicago here. He is the chief Oluomo of Ladipo of Oshodi. Ladipo of Oshodi, Chicago. Yeah, that's the right way to put it. This guy took my car from how it was when I had the accident, and he turned it around. So I deliberately mentioned that to let you know this bigotry thing doesn't apply to a lot of people here. Chooks is an Igbo guy. I'm a Yoruba person, and we've never met before. Besides the fact that he had to do his job, he collected the money that was due, and it was cheaper than what I was actually quoted. He treated me with so much respect, and to be honest, I don't think I deserve any of those things. But he did that because of the person that introduced me to him, and the fact that as a black person, a Nigerian, and human being, he added a little bit more onto that. That was a beautiful thing, and I will never take that for granted. He took my car in, he fixed it the way I never saw it was going to come out, and while doing that, he gave me a loaner car for free to drive pending the time he does his thing. That was beautiful. I've never met him before. I was just connected to him, just a phone call away. So I would never, take that for granted. And I got to realize he has his own podcast going on. He talks about men's health, how to keep up, how to be fit as a man. And he has another one. He talks about cars, fixing cars. I think how he fixed my car is on his platform. He has a YouTube channel, and he has a Twitter handle as well that I put up. I'll put it up again. But he has contributed so much insight in today's topic, which is mental health in Nigeria, men's mental health in Nigeria, and we've been talking about that. I just want us to focus more on talking about what are the causes of men's mental health in Nigeria. And people are not paying close attention to these things, and it's happening every single day. So I started by explaining the level of mental health we have in Nigeria, which is excelling, thriving, surviving, struggling, and in crisis. And I made a crippling point about these 5 types that I just mentioned. And honestly speaking, I can tell you that 90% of men in Nigeria are actually at the point of in crisis when it comes to mental health. And from the breakdown I had earlier on, I'm probably going to repeat it again, but now I want us to proceed with the conversation. We still have a lot to talk about. What we focused on was the violence we had to face as men growing up. And Chooks categorically stated that he has been grateful for the fact that he was smacked as a kid, because that gave him a lot of navigating mentality on how to do things right from wrong. And he's thankful that he smacked the shit out of him so he could sit up and be who he is right now. It's not like it used to be, with our kids now. Some people would actually sue you if you touch their kids. They say spare the rod, spoil the child. It doesn't work for some people that way. And when I say smack, I mean when you can correct them in a very parental way, in a very encouraging manner, in a caring way, a loving way of correcting you. I'm not talking about abuse. I'm not talking about brutalizing your kids. I was sent a video recently of a woman beating the son, and she took a mortar, the one they used to pound the arm, nearly used it to crush the guy's head. And it was dead, was trying to pass across. I don't know how desperate she needed the boy to know that he has done wrong, but that was brutal. And we've seen examples of people using blades to just cut up people's body and put paper on it. that can be extreme. In as much as we understand that when you do the crime, you got to do the time. But that is extreme. That is abuse. That is violent. You don't do that to kids. But there are ways you can go about correcting them, to letting them know that what they did was wrong. And the whole point is to preventing them from doing that again. So I love that argument coming from Trooks. And I think it's one thing we should have at the back of our minds. And the purpose of this, the purpose of my live stream today, the purpose of this podcast is to educate ourselves, because we've shied away, or maybe ignorantly, not paid attention to the fact that we need to work on ourselves as human beings. We need to work on ourselves as Nigerians. We were busy all along trying to fix Nigeria. We know what it is going on in that country. We know the right things to do, the right people to put there. But in abandoning the point of fixing ourselves, right, we've not been able to achieve that, because a lot of us, we lack critical thinking. Our decision-making skills is terrible, and our problem-solving skills is nothing to write home about. And that is why we are where we are right now. So we need to start talking about ourselves. How do you prioritize what comes first? How do you think like a human being? What goes first? Before your religion, before your tribe, and before your ethnicity. It is just commonsensical. And I think it's worth having that discussion. We might shy away from it, but I want to create a platform where we can discuss about these things and talk about these things and learn and unlearn from many of these things. It's been happening for donkey years, doesn't mean it's right. It's only fair for us to talk about it. And we hope it's strike nerves so people can do adjustments where it's needed. But I'm not here to talk about this alone. I have brilliant minds with me here today. I have Icon Muzo, the only female amongst us right now. Integrity is still going to step in. I know she's probably busy. She's another advocate, strong advocate of men and women's wellness when it comes to social topics. I believe she will be here with us in a minute. Tudor is here as well. One of my closest allies. He used to be a pastor. He's been on my podcast, and I dedicated that to him. I interviewed him. He used to be a pastor for 20 years, and he's calling it out for what he think it is. He calls it bullshit. And you can imagine that coming from someone that has practiced that religion for over 20 years. He has ministered as a pastor for over 20 years. He knows the in and out of that religion, and he knows what the teaching and the preaching is all about. Again, he's my close pal. I'm still a Christian. I just know where to draw the line. When I see bullshit, I call it for what it is. But as a man, you got to live by faith, right? It works for me to some extent, and I'm holding on to that because it pushes me to do what is right. But when I see bullshit from afar about religion, I call it for what it is. I mean, an example is the CEO of a Redeemed Church coming up to say God told him he will be going to the moon to have a meeting with his with his committees and community leaders. That's ridiculous. People are in that country dying of hunger every single day. God has not told you or given you a solution to end the poverty level, unemployment, and the killings going on. But the only thing he could tell you is to brace up, and he's taking you to the promised land, which is the moon, so you can have a meeting, not to pray, not to go and not to get closer to him. We might want to believe heaven is up there, not to even get closer to him, to talk to him, but to go and have a meeting on the moon. So things like that, it doesn't work for me. And many other examples like that, but that's not the point for today. Today is about talking on men's health, and how we need to look into it and how it has affected what we're seeing today amongst Nigerian men in Nigeria and even abroad, because a lot of things going on in Nigeria is indirectly getting to us. Our mental health is affected. We wake up every single day. We see the kinds of news we see on an American Twitter TL is different from that of Nigeria. It's either fresh killed bodies, on TLs with gunshot wounds, with macheted scars, with blood all over the place. These things are not normal. We're not meant to be. We shouldn't have access to so much blood that we see on daily basis. No viewers discretion. It pops up, and the annoying part is nothing has been done about it, and we've normalized it. It is affecting people's mental health, and a lot of people in Nigeria doesn't even know they have mental health issue. A lot. They don't believe they have mental health issue. They believe everything is easy peasy, no wahala, things are going normal. No, you have faults, you have issues, and you're shying away from it. But we're here to talk about it. We spoke about the violence part. Now let's dive right into the main point we'll be making towards this conversation. And the first one I want to put up, I'm going to put it on the banner, will be number one, cultural barriers and stigma. Cultural barriers and stigma. The impact of cultural barrier and stigma in our society in Nigeria is problematic. And it goes further to explain. Societal expectations that men must tough it out or suppress emotion. I mean, you got to keep going. You're a man. Keep pushing. They don't give you the chance to relax when you need to relax. They don't give you the time to recover yourself, put yourself together, and get back at it. They use emotions to blackmail you to keep going. And then before you know it, you start misbehaving, right? They suppress your emotions. They tell you men don't cry. Says who? It is therapeutic for you to actually cry and shed tears. It is when you excrete certain hormones out of your body. It is therapeutic. It is necessary. So this mentality of men don't cry says who? It is necessary for your own health. Misconception linking to mental health issues to weakness or spiritual causes. Some can akin it to you're spiritually possessed, or you're a weak man. Things like that can actually get to some people, and for them to show toughness, for them to prove they are not weak, for them to prove they are not spiritually defected, they try to act out of normality. They do things, they go out of their ways to impress people. That is putting pressure on yourself. At a point in time, anxiety sinks in and depression follows. But based on this point, let us talk about this to act into what is going on in Nigeria and what people are actually going through in Nigeria. There is this cultural barrier and stigma, an expectation from what a man is meant to be. Let's talk about it, guys. Welcome, Big C. I see you, my brother. Chooks, you've been here. You've been supportive. You've been dishing in some insane points. And I've got you're muted, by the way. I've got my pen and my paper here, and I just take notes when you give your submission.
Let me know when you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Crystal,
okay.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you
just
now.
let me know when to go,
Big C,
because I have some facts, data, and statistics I want to dump on you guys, as far as...
Definitely.
Okay.
No problem. I got you. All right. To the welcome back. I can see you. Big C, I so much respect and appreciate your effort. You're actually mobile and you're still creating time to be here with me. God bless you, my brother. How you doing today? I don't want to waste your time. So, okay, you're muted, but yeah, I understand. Please, I'm not taking it for granted. You actually come in. I can see you're driving, but your presence is well appreciated, my brother. God bless you. I so much feel appreciated. Thank you so much for being part of this. It's a recorded platform. Nice having you around. Tudo Babs, how you doing, bro? Jump in. All right, Tudo is quite busy. I totally understand.
I think he's muted.
Oh yeah, Tudo, you're muted if you're speaking. So it's either I understand Tudo is actually busy, but he's still creating. I mean, this is what I mean when you have great guys, great people around you. No matter how busy they are, they create
time.
They create time to be part of this, to support you, which is beautiful thing. So to the Bam is the newest father in town, and he's doing everything to spend time with his family. It's probably gonna break my head for saying this, but yeah, you can imagine him doing all this as a father, as a new father, and he's still creating time to be here with me. I so much respect and appreciate that. I would never take that for granted. But
That is commendable.
yeah, no, he's awesome. So to the Babs, you here with me, bro?
Yeah. What's
Here
up?
we go. Here we go. Welcome. The man that doesn't want to grow old.
Sorry, bro. I'm on the road actually. So
I totally understand. I got your message, so yeah.
yeah.
All right. So Tudo, you're breaking. I don't want to miss a thing you're gonna say. So I'll just let you be when you're back home or when you're settled. Please come on. Because the network is fluctuating and I can't even hear you. So I'll be looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. So let's move right back to Chooks. Let's move back to Chooks. I'm willing and ready to take in all these points you've got. Let's go. Take it away, Chooks.
So the poverty rate in Nigeria is at almost 50%. The poverty rate in the country we come from, half. I say these are like generous estimate. Like these are underwhelming. These are not even the right numbers. I think it's more than this. So based on statistics, it's saying that 46% of Nigerians are in poverty. Unemployment rate of the Q1 of this year is at 3%. General unemployment for the years based on accumulated average is at 33%. I say it's at 40%, right? So when you look at the points such as like cultural barriers and stigma, we've been stigmatized by education. And when I mean education, Western education, don't forget, ask yourself, I always ask people one question, but they never have an answer for me. What were your ancestors doing in 1101 when there was no white man? I have an answer for you. They were being productive. Okay? So the stigma is that if you don't go to school, you cannot achieve. And all of us listening to this broadcast knows that some of the richest people in the world are the least conventionally educated people in the world. They did not go to college. They don't have PhD. They don't have OPC. They don't have ABC. They don't have GPD. They don't have PhD. They don't have ABC. They don't have these things. But they go ahead to create value in the global scheme of things. Now, what is the stigma? The stigma is that if you don't go to school, you will not succeed. And this has crippled so many Nigerian men. Everybody believes that school is the path to success. Now, what is the cultural barrier? The cultural barrier is that the Western education system, like I stated this earlier, this is not our culture. Can somebody stand up, pick up a microphone and yell it loud that this is not working? Almost 50% poverty is ridiculous in a land that is filled with agriculture, mineral resources, so many things. This is overwhelming. We need to reprogram and re-engineer the mind of the human beings that are occupying the geographical location called Nigeria, that you can do it without Western education. That you don't have to be stigmatized or feel ashamed that because you're an Igbo man, that people will look at you for liking money. To actually clear that up, Igbo people don't like money. Icon could back me up on this. We love the hustle. We love the work. We love to provide for our families. And in order not to disappoint the people that we carry on our shoulders, that's why we work. And the byproduct of work is oil, food, money, financial gains. That's just the byproduct. You see, nobody comes to the Igbo man and gets mad at him when he's working. They get mad at him when he has the money. We need to destigmatize these things and let people know it's okay.
I can just back up your point. She said, yep, you're correct.
You know, it's okay for you to...
Sorry, Chooks. Icon, by the way, you can drop and come back. I can't see you on the I can't pull you up. It's showing disconnected.
Because if you even think about someone like Icon, the family that she comes from, it's always been work that has been preached, not money. What is money? Money is a useless Western invention used to just psychologically. I think money is the trauma. You see what I'm saying? The love of money is the trauma. The Bible tells you, for those of you that believe in the Bible, it says the love of money is the beginning of evil. It doesn't say money is the beginning of evil. It says the love of money. Igbos don't love money. Igbos love work, especially Igbo men, because they know that the derivative or the outcome of work is success. You're able to take care of the wife that you love. That's your daughter that you love so much and brag about. You're able to send her to higher education, higher institution. You're able to see her through marriage, settle her into her husband's house. These are the outcomes. We need to destigmatize these things. These are the stigma associated with work, because we've channeled people so much and tell everybody go to school. Now, let me tell you a question. Let me ask you guys a question. Let's be real here. If there's 500,000 jobs, Nigeria is a country with what, 302 million people or 280 million people? If there's 500,000 jobs, 500,000 jobs, and the institution in Nigeria is spitting out 2.5 million graduates, how can we make it feasible? Why won't men? Remember now, men and women, men have come into the workforce. Women have come into the workforce. These two people have to fight for the same work. Why won't men be depressed? Why won't we be talking about mental health? We need to attack the issue from the root cause. That's why I asked the average man, have you gotten into network with a social circle of men talking about lucrative opportunities? Are you talking about money with your boys? Have you gone to the gym? You see, people don't want to go to the root cause. People just want to get into your head and talk about what's in your head. That's not where this problem starts. The problem starts with the societal issues going on all around us. We shifted from an Afrocentric way of existence into an Eurocentric way of existence. And the system is not keeping up. You have 500,000 positions of work. You have 2.5 million people graduating every year. How can we accommodate them? But you see, the beautiful thing about the Igbo culture, because I have to speak as an Igbo man, just like an Icon speaks as a woman. I don't know what it feels like to be a woman. I know what it feels like to be an Igbo man. I know what I was told growing up. I know what it feels like to be a Nigerian. We've subdued and degraded our hustle culture. Where your mother sells plantain, my mother sells akara. We are proud of what it is that puts food on the table, and we just dream of taking it to the next level. Now everybody wants a cushy job where they wear suit and tie to work. Everybody wants to drive to work. Everybody wants to move in a certain manner that is Eurocentric. It doesn't work. The problem is there's not enough space for everybody. I made this point earlier. If every Nigerian automatically got $10 million, there's not enough Gulfstream for everybody. There's not enough Rolls Royce for everybody. We have to now redefine success. We have to destigmatize the other way of living and tell people it's not just only going to school. You can make it this other way. We have to look at this whole cultural crisis and tell each other, as a Yoruba man, these Igbos have hustle in them. Igbo man, can you teach me something? Igbo man, can you teach me something about this stuff? We need to incentivize Igbo people to start coming in with consultation. Oh, Igbo man, you run Ladipo. Can you train all this? Can we start a school where you train people on how to sell auto spare parts? Igbo man, can you teach these people this? Yoruba man, what are you good at? Oh, you're good at this. Can you teach these men? These men have no work. They have nothing to do. They are in depression. Men need work. We need to delete the stigma of people making it outside of the Western and Eurocentric way of life. Telling everybody that school and work is not life. That you can create your own job. The last time I worked for any living soul in my life was 2011. I've never worked for anybody in my life since 2011. When I came to the United States, I found out what work? What is work? Oh, hustle. Oh, you mean I have to go work for somebody else? Oh. You see, now somebody else is in charge of your destiny. Nigerian men are suffering today. Their mental health is affected because they have to depend on somebody else for a way of life. The culture is affected. The stigma is there because if you don't have multiple degrees Okonkwo's daughter comes and makes fun of you and tells you that the other suitor that is trying to marry her has a PhD. That is a doctor from United States of America. You see? So now everybody is trying to cram. There's a bottle.
Oh, is it me? Chooks, I can't hear you. I don't know what happened. I can't hear you again.
I just got muted for a second. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Now you're back.
Yeah.
You're back. All right, you're back.
Okay. Like I said earlier, the problem is not Nigerians. The people are quality. Nigerians are gold in the ground. The problem is the institution that has been built around the Eurocentric nation. It's not built around Afrocentrism. There's not enough of these opportunities to go around. We have to fall back and realign with the cultural basis of what has gotten us this far, because we used to exist before these people showed up to our shores. Before I found a suit to wear, my ancestors were wearing something. We need to teach our people. There has to be a whole re-education, and the stigma has to be removed, and tell young men, you can do this. You can sell tire and be successful. You can do it like Ibeto. You can sell cement. You can do this. You can do that. You can recycle oil. You can recycle tire. There's so many opportunities in Nigeria. But because of the cultural bias and the stigma, it has prevented us from forging ahead, now causing men to fall into a deep state of calamity. Because one of the most dangerous things about every society is weak men that are not mentally ready. Think about it. I just gave you the statistics that almost half of Nigeria is in poverty. Do you think there's a nation on this earth that has a measly, well-organized army that cannot topple Nigeria? Think about that. Because these things have a domino effect. They affect the country in so many ways and affect the people in it, that in ways that we don't even see. If half of your men, let's say, okay, 50% of Nigeria is poverty, let's say half of that is men. Let's even say 20%. Who wants to live in a country where 20% of the men have been castigated to the side, neglected, weak, left with very distraught mental health? I don't want to live in such a country.
Thank you, Chooks. Thank you. This one where everybody just keep quiet. See him. Welcome, my brother. People. It's a group discussion. It's not someone giving their own submission and then the other person will wait till they finish. We can have a dialogue. We can ask questions as we proceed. We can interject respectfully in a very mature manner, just to have a conversation. Icon, again, if you can hear me, it's showing device not connected. If you can go log out and come back in. I don't know why that happened, but if you can do that real quick, so I can pull you back up. I believe Tudo is still on his way back home. When he gets back, we'll keep up with the conversation. Sim, welcome, my brother. You there? Big C, let me know if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Good day, guy. Loud and clear. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. Yeah. Just greeting everybody. I was just listening to what Mr. Nwosu was saying, and good afternoon, Big C. I hope everyone's good. And it's quite an interesting discussion. I mean, I saw the topic, men's mental health, and from what I could get from what Mr. Nwosu was saying, so it's quite interesting, because I agree with one thing amongst the many things he said. I think I'll start from this. I think so far, my understanding of what a man is, of who a man is, a lot of our sense of self-worth comes from the ability to provide in one way, shape, or form. And when something affects that, the way and manner in which when something affects that, it really, really, really eats us deep. And when you were talking about how, the way things are in Nigeria, I was just reflecting, and one thing I can definitely agree on is how what is the norm, the normal way of doing things that should be, or the things that should be normal when it comes to work ethic, is completely toppled, completely. And it affects, we don't know how bad it is, but until you see how, once upon a time, we used to, the understanding of work, the understanding of hustling, right, was, in spite of how there were many issues. What year did they kill Anini and the rest? All these things happened, yes. But for a long time, there was value in work. I remember my uncle always telling me when he finished, this was in the 60s or so, very brilliant guy. He said his house in Ibadan, which was a perfect, very, very well-built house, was built by a mason, not an architect. A mason. Mason as in the person that, the bricklayer. He did not use an architect. And this person built this house so well and did not collect a single. Remember, he said particularly he wanted to reward him when he was done with, because this was some time in the 60s or 70s. 70s, I think it was in the 70s, and the man refused to collect it. And he said, "Why are you paying me extra? You asked me for a job, I did the job. Let it be. I'm not collecting anything from you." And it was sort of, we're talking about how much things have changed, right? And unfortunately, even when you go down the line, once upon a time, this whole corruption we're talking about used to be 10%. It used to be, quote unquote, 10%. I think that was the name before 419 even became a thing. But when you fast forward to what it is now, it is very rare to see somebody that is hardworking, somebody that is hustling. The way the person is looked at now, right, is completely different. The idea of hustle is to pull a fast one over the next man. That's the idea of hustle in Nigeria.
That's correct. 100%.
That's the idea of, and if you don't, sharp, wise, if you're doing like this, you should have done it this way, you should have done it that way. And it's not even, and for me, because Jimmy, you know me, I always tell you about my upbringing. I come from a military family, right? And there are some things that even when I see now, say in the armed forces, I shake my head. I shake my head because I remember once upon a time, the standard, it was not perfect, but it was completely different. When it came to doing certain things, you cannot be caught dead. Wearing your camo and wearing slippers, you cannot be caught dead doing that. I remember back in the day, even when wherever we were, once it is 06, you are standing at attention, and or if you are driving, you are parking your car until the bugle finishes. The last time I was ever in a Nigerian barracks, it was just like a madhouse. Nobody even cared. And there was this soldier I saw sitting down, more or less sitting down or lying down. And I could tell something was wrong with this guy. And I was now asking, what's going on? So it was my guy that told me that actually he just came back from the theater in Maiduguri, and he's been there for years, that now he's not even himself anymore. And he was just sitting down there. Yet, at the same time, you will see a pot-bellied redneck officer going to the officer's mess, carrying Ghana must go of money, right? Now, this is just one. These are supposed to be the people in charge of protection. Meanwhile, I remember when back in the day when we used to travel from Okunanu all the way to Jos, there was this old soldier. Ah, this man will sleep on the bonnet. You go carry him, go put him for side. Say, madam, sorry, no verse. We can't find. There was something that happened one time like that, and we couldn't find a hotel. I said, no problem. You just be in the car. I did here. The madam said, my mom was like, no, why are you sleeping? He said, no. Oga give you, he carry you, give me. He carry you, put for my hand. No be for my hand where you go come lost. Simple things like that. And I always refer to certain instances where once upon a time, it used to be a normal thing, even when looking at my mama. There is no way when let's say she's taking us to school, there is no way she will see a child standing on the roadside and not park and say, okay, because, sometimes by the school uniform, you will know what school they are going to. And if it's going our way, she say, okay, oh yeah, enter, let's go. It was a normal thing. Now, you are thinking a mile a minute, make I park, make them come kidnap me. No, I beg, let me just be on my way. Let me just mind my business. And I'm bringing all these examples to see how, unfortunately, I feel privileged to see a certain side of things. Not that things were perfect, but how quickly things have changed. And what Ogachukwu said was very important in terms of how, once you see, the social dynamic changes very quickly when something becomes the trend, and that's how culture is built. And now the culture of hustle is get one over the next man. They look sharp, which is not necessarily, it's not to say you will not hustle or you not want to make. Everybody wants to be successful, but you can't even do that now. You can't even trust your blood to do business and do business well. It's just the grace of God that will hold you and say, okay, maybe, okay, fine. So it's and if you think about that, how does that affect? What do you think is happening when you multiply that by tenfold? How many men are in Nigeria? How many people are jobless in Nigeria? And these things keep you up at night. They keep you up at night till today. As much as one complains, I still refer to my upbringing. I still refer to certain things I see that I feel privileged. I feel privileged to even have lived in that time to see certain things, to understand certain values. Because I look at the younger generation and I'm like, hold on, what do you even know in terms of what have you been taught? But one way or the other, I can hope that, with discussions like this, one way or the other, we can begin to, the same way it has been turned, it's the same way through determination, through conversation, hopefully we can get back to a certain way of doing things, at least. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it is so far gone now, so far gone. Yeah, so that's just my 2 cents for now.
Thank you.
But, great conversation.
Thank you. Same. Thanks a lot. Again, it's not submission where one person will finish speaking. Please, guys, let's be free to interject and have a communication with ourselves. So I want to engage you real quick. Icon, welcome back. I want to engage you. I mean, considering what Chuk said earlier on, I want to come from a different angle. I'm speaking about the level of mental health disorder we have currently in Nigeria right now. considering the fact that you're from a military family background and you're from the middle belt of Nigeria, what do you think? How can you quantify the level of mental health disorder going on in that region based on the amount of bloodshed, hunger, poverty, unemployment, the craziness in that area alone? Okay, let's not go there first. Let's just focus on the level of mental disorder going on right now. Seeing a whole family getting killed, seeing people, being covered with leaves, seeing blood all over the place every single day, non-stop, every single day. You wake up, you're not even on ground. You wake up, you jump on Twitter, and the first thing you see is just blood, all over the place, blood. So we've been so used. So it's one thing. The impact is one thing on people on ground, people within that vicinity, people that experienced what happened, people that survived the massacre. Right? It's one thing for those people to have a certain level of. If you check the screen, that's a picture of.
I can see it. Yeah.
That is a whole family wiped out. Bullet wound. Yeah, bullet wound, machete wound, and cutlass, and all that. And at the same time, so we're talking about the mental health of people in that community. I mean, imagine seeing these people a night before, and the next day they are no more. And you can see them. You can see what they wore yesterday when you saw them, when you spoke to them, but they just sit there. They're just there, idle. You're calling them, they can't respond, and you can see bullets hole. And this happening to not just one family, 2, 3, 4 families. Sometimes the whole family, father, mother, kids, or children are killed in that numbers. And we're talking about one community. Then let's talk about the people in that state, the impact of their mental health, knowing it happened in their state. Now, let's talk about the country, the impact on people living in that country, knowing something like that is going on. Let's now talk about people that are not even within that country, they are outside the country, but they are citizens of that country. They are locals of that environment where that thing happened. And they wake up every single day, all they see is blood and people getting killed. You can imagine seeing a family member dead on Twitter. That the way you found out the family member is dead is on Twitter. Like someone tweeted about it and they just posted pictures. And when you checked, you're seeing bodies that look like someone you know, but you're not certain. But guess what? When you look closely, looking through the TL more closely, then you see things like this on the screen. You see images like this, image of names of people that got killed, their name, their last name, and their age. And if you go through the names properly, if you go through the names carefully, you see father, mother, husband, wife. Based on the age, you see father, son, and daughter. Based on the age, you can see here. It is crazy when you see a body that looks like someone you know, and a couple of minutes or hours later on, you see a list like this, showing the names of people, and you can recognize a name that you know. How do people deal with that level of mental? People don't, because we've Romanized it, right? We've Romanized it in that country, and we don't see it as a big deal, which is a major problem. We don't know what is right from what is wrong.
Correct. I mean, it's this is part and parcel of something. This is something that social engineering does. When you do something so much, and you find out, you take an inch, nobody says anything. You take a mile, nobody says anything. On people find excuses for you. It becomes the order of the day. Just like what Chuk said about how we have become the way we have become, from this other angle as well. Now I'll tell you from my perspective. You see, war never changes. The idea of war never changes. What changes are the people that it affects. Now, even from personal experience, because the idea of war in one way, shape, or form is somebody trying to overcome or dominate somebody else, right? So it doesn't change, but the people that are involved in it, that's what changes, both the victims and the perpetrators. And I use that term war deliberately because that is what is going on in Nigeria as we speak. Coming back to what Chuk said about, because I think I caught him when he was saying something about mental health, when he was saying something about how, people are just there wallowing and not doing much. If you don't have a productive society and you are just there, then you would never have known what it means to be productive. Now, I'll start from in most recent history, talking about, the conflict. When this conflict started in 2001, I don't know if anybody has been to Jos or Plateau State, but if you've been to Plateau State once upon a time, you would know that it was one of the most habitable places to be in. One of the most peaceful places to be in. And it was everybody there was a lot of respect, to the point that's why it was referred to as the home of peace and tourism. Now,
100%, I agree with you.
When you started hearing about when the conflict started and you started hearing killings, in fact, it got so bad. It was so bad that the reaction took about 2-3 days before people started saying, actually, there are some people here that want to kill us. Because it was something that was very strange. But when people began to see what was happening and they began defending themselves, it stopped. It stopped very quickly. Yes, it took about 1-2 weeks. The only reason why it didn't even get any steam was because it happened the same time when September 11th happened in the US. But when you even had people coming from talking about the sense of self-worth, people rose up to defend themselves, right? And of course, it became a state of emergency, and the rest is history. Now, I'm painting that picture from 2001. 2006, something similar happened, right? Now, you fast forward all the way down, there were skirmishes always happening and people were screaming. I remember, because I lived in the South, I was born in the East, I lived in the South. I've been in different parts of the country. And when this conflict started and I'm having conversations with people, I would have people say things like, oh, why do you people like fighting? And I would try and explain to them, say, this thing that is happening, don't take it for, it's not that anybody is trying to fight. We are just defending ourselves. Fast forward to 2015, when things really escalated. Now, remember I said 2001, people stood up and defended themselves. From 2015 all the way down, when you began to hear certain narratives, when it became such a thing of the day and all the order of the day to hear that people have been killed, when it became increasing and it now spread beyond the Middle Belt, right? I remember, I think, was it not the same day when the Owo massacre happened, when they're having a party in Abuja? I think, if I recall, when some people got killed in the church, then there were some people that so they were having some party, some politicians were having a party in Abuja that same day. Do you see the level of desensitization? From once upon a time where you would hear a state of emergency, at least in 2001, right? If you constantly hear that, now think about somebody living in that environment that used to defend himself. At least, even if, yes, he might get bruised, get wounds, he used to defend himself. But all of a sudden, he cannot now defend himself because the government says you are harboring weapon. They come to your house, they see that you have a machete. They say, oh, you are harboring a weapon, and they collect it. And they say they will protect you, but then at night, the same thing will happen again, and you cannot now defend yourself. What do you think that does to somebody, a man, mentally? It breaks you down. Now you multiply that, you talk about the families that have been affected. I remember when I went to, because every time I go back home, I like to visit unfortunately, because of what happened, you began to hear more. We had more camps, and I always like to give supplies there. And I remember this particular lady, I can never forget her. She was just staring into the void. I went there with my mother, gave some supplies, went and just tried to, console whoever we could console, but I was focused on that girl. She was just staring into nothing. And my mother was trying to talk to her, but she wasn't responding. I just pulled my mother aside. I said, leave her, just leave her. Now, somebody beside now told us of how they had lost out of, I think they were a family of 6. She had watched them kill her father. They had watched them kill her mother. And they killed her some of her siblings, and the other youngest 2, she didn't know where they were because it was chaos. That's one family. And multiply that. That was one moment. You walked all the way from Maiduguri, one way or the other, found our way in Jos. You multiply that by the number, by 100, by 1,000. And you have the camps getting bigger. With people that have nothing, no hope, that used to mind their business, going about their daily life, their daily 2K, hustling, farming. And now those farms, they cannot go back to it anymore, and they're just there wasting away. What do you think? How do you think what kind of community do you think is being built in that regard? And it's a community full of trauma. Trauma that numbs you. That numbs you to the point where you even forget who you are. You even forget how to defend yourself. And that's what is happening in Nigeria as we speak from a security standpoint. And it's worse because it is spread. It's not just the Middle Belt now, it's everywhere. You have a lot of, and of course, just like the word talks about an idle man being the devil's workshop. Once upon a time, you could go to your farm and farm. But now, if you go there and you farm, you also have to be watching your back. Because one way, shape, or form, the government is supporting a group of people that want to kill everybody and dominate. It is a society of trauma. And how can productivity come out of that? Very rarely will it ever come, especially at the scale that is happening. Sorry, I don't mean to bring the house down. But you asked the question.
No. You're good. You're answering a question the way it is. That's one thing about my platform here. Yeah. It's raw, unscripted, unreal. Yeah. We just give it to the people the way it is. So go ahead. You're on point.
Sorry, Chuck, you said something.
Yeah, I understand everything you said, right? If I hear you right, there's so much seed of chaos that has been sowed, and now the crops have grown, or the chicken has come home to roost. People have been desensitized to their current reality. I get it. But now let me ask you guys one question, right?
Yep.
Ask yourself this question. What is the Igbo propaganda? What is the Yoruba propaganda? What is the Hausa propaganda? I'm going to bring you to the United States now, then I'm going to take you back to Nigeria. In the 20s, There was an ad agency that came up with the idea because people were not smoking enough to sell cigarettes to United States population. They went as far as convincing doctors to tell people that smoking was healthy. What did they go for? They went for their menthol. Now you come down to the 50s when they invented margarine. There was so much pork fat sitting, they had to sell it in some other way. What did they do? They propagandized. They found a way to put out the information. Margarine is a substitute to butter. Everybody rushed out and started buying margarine. In Nigeria today, shame is something that has flown out of the window. Even if you look at the Igbos that were once known for their commerce and their ability to go out there and financially be viable, they're not even known for this anymore. The moral fiber has been shat on, torn to shreds, stained. Like there's no standard anymore. Think about what you said earlier. A fat military officer. Ew. That sounds crazy.
Yeah.
A fat military officer with slippers. Like an oxymoron. You know what I mean? Like a skinny fat person.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no standard. There's no standard. That's why when I talk about men's mental health, I keep bringing you guys back to the same issue. Icon talked about this. Icon has a husband that she was totally happy with. A man came into his life. He went places. The issue with Nigeria is that we have been propagandized to think of ourselves as less than, and that we need to bring something that would not work in order to make ourselves whole. We need to redefine success in Nigeria, and it's killing us at a rapid rate. When you look at the people that Nigerians idolize, in most cases, it's not attainable. It's not realistic. Like me, myself, right? I don't watch soccer. I don't watch all these sports. I don't watch a bunch of millionaires kicking ball down the field. I understand it's a diversion. I go to a cigar lounge, I smoke a cigar, that's about it. I love a community, a communion of good friends, men that we could come together and talk. Unfortunately, even that has been desensitized. Most Nigerian men don't want to get together with the sole number one purpose of talking about financial gain. They don't want to do it. They will come together first to talk about women. They will come to Shayo. They will come and party. But get a bunch of guys together and say, let's talk about money. They will not do it. Who are our idols now? What is the Igbo propaganda? When you look around Igbo land and they say, who do we look up to? Is our new objective educating all our children? If they all go to school, I just gave you the fact that there's not enough jobs for everybody. So if there's not enough jobs for everybody, after someone, over here, they call it 4-year college. In Nigeria, it takes about 6 to 8 years or 10 years. So you're not telling me if someone spends a whole decade and finally acquire a degree, they don't even have a shot at a good job if they don't have some wuru-wuru or connection and stuff like that. So you see how this ties back to mental health. You see how this ties back to crisis culturally. And even if you look at the stigma of that, the competition that Nigerians play. Fola talked about it earlier when generators came out, I better pass my neighbor. People, we are competing in the wrong direction. We need to start incentivizing men to sit the fuck up. Men need to be incentivized. I'll give you an example. The designer for the Chevy Volt, a Nigerian man sitting inside Nigeria, everything he touched was not able to turn to gold because nobody looked at him from a favorable position. GM or Ford came. The people that made Chevy Volt, yes, that's GM. Swooped him up. He's in the United States. He was one of the lead designers that designed the Chevy Volt. I repeat again, what is our propaganda? What are the Yorubas selling to each other that is productive and lucrative to the benefit of the general mass? What is the Igbo propaganda? What is the Hausa propaganda? Because if we just sit down and do nothing, at the end of the day, there will be nobody left. Because let me tell you something about hunger. A hungry stomach has no political advisor. You cannot
True.
you cannot even start addressing men's mental health in the current situation of Nigeria right now. Let's say you take a hungry man and you address his mental health, right? He's still a hungry man. You take a PhD holder, a graduate with a PhD, and you address his mental health. He's still unemployed. He's not profitable. He cannot provide and protect for his family. You take a young girl that is orphaned, like the girl you talk about that was staring into oblivion. What can Nigeria do for a young woman like that? Nigeria takes lives. We have to isolate the country, Nigeria, now, put the burden on the people. We have to start doing things that work from a very, very practical perspective. You have one plot of land.
Yep.
You have one plot of land. Start planting crops, grow food. Let's start from the stomach. Nigeria has a very dire problem.
You see, Troops.
It goes back to what Sim said. No one is ready for the hard work. How many people wants to go to the farm when they know they can easily just do 419? Yeah,
You said something, yeah.
That's why I say let's bring shame back. Let's bring shame back.
Yeah.
We have to start from the mind. We have to start with propaganda. We have to create a propaganda that incentivizes men with positive attitude towards life to be propped up. We are propping up criminals. When I go to nightclubs here in Chicago, I go to my friends show me nightclubs. They are propping up criminals. They are not propping up the good citizens of Nigeria. There's so many good people that are hungry. There's so many good disenfranchised men suffering from mental health. But which is more important, your mental health or your stomach? We have to start from the root cause of the problem, because a dead man with a mental health is a dead man.
Fact.
You see what I'm saying? But a man that is mentally intact, that dies of hunger, is still a dead man.
That's compelling.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying? So that stomach, that life, that soul is more important than anything. We need to start asking ourselves, what does our moral fiber look like? I'm not even talking about Christianity, Islam, or Voodoo. I'm just talking about upright men. When you're in the military, they look at you, they say, "Oh God, why do you have big stomach?" And we'll start to shame the person. I mean, go lose weight, John. You know what I'm saying? Why your stomach flat like this, Baba? It's start to
I
shame.
tell you, you need to go for PT.
I go around here in Chicago, you can't even see men that still polish their shoes. The bar is in hell. The standard is so low.
Funny. I had somebody that was looking at me strange because I iron. And I said, "What do you mean? Why do you like?" It was like strange that, "Oh, you mean you still iron?" I said, "What do you mean you still iron? Are you not supposed to iron?"
Like iron your clothes.
Yes.
I iron
Press
this morning.
clothes. Exactly. It was so
shirt.
strange. It was so strange to the person because they were like, "Oh, they can't believe that iron still works." Get
for my
that's
pants,
right.
I put Gator for my
Exactly.
no be jeans, so
Or
because I know
you
some local people go iron, they go put Gator for jeans.
I'm really concerned about men in Nigeria. I'm really concerned.
No.
And the thing
All right,
about
so
and why I'm so concerned is that even what they experience in their head and in their mind, and the reality that they have to face every day, they open their door and walk outside, it reflects upon us here in the United States. Like, for example, I have some friends and we message each other. I even have a men's group on WhatsApp called Men in Training, right? I copied that from Kevin Samuels, right? So I tell these men that let's get together, let's share knowledge about credit, let's share knowledge, financial knowledge, let's share health benefits, like things we can do to improve our health. Let's share the things that matter on the basic instinct. But these people want to talk about gossip, and more.
You mean
gossip.
in America or Nigeria?
In Nigeria, in America here, and some of them are from Nigeria on the platform. I'm like, how can we?
I think it's a mentality thing. It's a mentality thing. What do you think? But so I want us to welcome back. Sorry guys, welcome back to the nice to have you back. I was just saying how how grateful I am to have your lights around me. Tudo is the newest father in town. He's probably gonna kill me for saying this, but yeah. Besides that, it still creates time to support and be part of anytime I have my podcast. So that is not being taken for granted
If you say
whatsoever.
you say newest father.
Yeah, the newest father in town, man, and
I
people
am
will be
not a
wondering
new
why he's not.
father. I be
You
OG.
are.
My family just grew by 2 legs, 2 extra
Congrats,
legs.
all
You
the
are.
same.
Thank you,
Congratulations,
thank,
my
thank,
brother.
thank,
So,
thank you. I appreciate you, brother.
yeah,
Great show,
he
great show. I've
actually
been
had
listening.
to, he actually had to, go for a hospital appointment, and he's still here. I mean, Big C2 dropped their, streaming for their car from their cars. That is beautiful. I so much appreciate that. And we have a lady, Ion Lady, the only lady in our midst, Icon Muzo, and she's been here to support the conversation. We want to move to the second point, but I want to hear Tudo's perspective towards the first one, which is sliding across the screen. If you see clearly, it says the number one point is it says the cultural barriers and stigma, which is societal expectations that men must tough it out. You're a man. Shegiri, shebi ọkùnrin, in Yoruba they will tell you, ọkùnrin yìí bara jẹ́, you don't cry. They tell you to suppress your emotions, but it's a compilation of emotions, hormones pile up in your body, and it can lead to of aggression. You transfer aggression on people, life, your kids. When you have these things all piled up within you, it's a misconception linking mental health issue to weakness. Like they want to make you look so weak for crying. They want to turn it into a spiritual thing for you, that it's either a spiritual curse that you're acting like a woman, and the way they just diminish the whole thing, water it down, is that lie is so big. You're crying like a woman. Like, is he a crime to cry? Is it a big deal to actually let out some emotions and let out some unwanted hormones out of your system? So Chooks came in. I don't know how he did it. I spoke to him about this yesterday, and the point he has listed out, well, I'm not surprised, because he has his own podcast on YouTube, which, by the way, if you can help me with the link, I can put it up so people can have access to that as well, to let them know what you talk about. Talks about men's health, what to eat, what not to eat, exercising, perfumes, body shapes, going to the gym, partying and going out, dressing, not in a tie, and it's a beautiful concept. I love that, so people can check it out. So I know he's used to this kinds of discussion, so I'm not surprised he's coming with his A game. Beautiful conversation all day, all through. But I need your insight regarding this too. I know you do social topics as well, if not because they've gotten your soft button now. Yeah, the newest, the madam has actually gotten hold of you. Now you can't hold space again like before. It's a beautiful thing. It's a wonderful thing. But a lot of people miss your social spaces, which I believe I can only do as much as I can to fill in the gaps. But you are doing, you know about these things, and we've talked about these things. And the whole point of this men's mental health in Nigeria is the fact that during the last election, we were focused on fixing Nigeria, but we did not know how fucked up we are as humans or as people. We didn't know how messed up we are. Our critical thinking level, our decision making skills is all messed up. Our ideology, what we consider right from wrong, our perception about who is right and who is wrong, how we idolize people that are criminals. It has so messed up our mindset in a way that we praise criminal. We see criminals as master strategists, evil genius. We know what they're doing is wrong. We know they're not even meant to be there, but simply because they're excelling in that criminality, we just tend to champion them. I don't want to call it conformity of experiment that has actually affected a lot of us, but some of us see it for what it is, and we're beginning to see that pattern. I don't. It could be a propaganda, way of pushing a narrative to work on ourselves as human beings. Then maybe when we work on ourselves, we work on our critical thinking, decision making, then we can make the right decisions on what we think is right for the country, who we think is right for the country, without having tribe, ethnicity, or religion stand in our way. We go for what is good versus what is bad, what is right versus what is wrong, what is white versus what is black. So we don't mix it up for ourselves. But I need to know your insight about this before we move on to the next one. Jump in, bro.
Yeah, Jimmy. I think with that long-winded intro, I think you touched everything. There's nothing really left for me to add to that. I mean, this is the first time we've talked about this endlessly. By the way, greetings to everybody on the show. I've been listening actually from the very beginning of the show, Jimmy. I was listening from Twitter. So yeah, even though in the midst of my multitasking, I've been listening from the beginning.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
definitely. So I think you already know my views on these things. I just a lot of great points have been made already. I'm not gonna sound redundant by repeating some of those things, but I was listening to your guest, Chooks, I think that's the name, and I'd be curious to hear what he has to say about what I'm about to share, because he said some things that I felt like maybe I should respond to earlier on the show. And what you just said now towards in response to the gentleman that was speaking kind of counters that other point. So, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it anyways.
Oh, you mean Sim?
I'm sorry?
You mean Sim? What Sim said? Or
I mean,
Chooks?
what the I think Chooks is the guest, right?
Well, you got all of you are all guests.
Okay, yeah, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, but who I'm talking about. So anyways, he said that as a man, if you are busy hustling, or I think he was referencing hustling, you have no business being depressed. And I have an issue with that comment. And I like I said, I'd be curious to hear what he has to say about that. That it seems to me the definition, and then he goes on to share his own success story, which it's brilliant and amazing. But at the same, and then how much money he's making more than others that they went to school together. But my point is, I think the whole point of the conversation is to de-emphasize some of the traditional standards of success. And to his credit, by the way, the last point he just made kind of counters that. So again, I'll wait to hear his response. But then the point of this conversation, right, is to deconstruct some of those norms, traditional norms of definition of success. For instance, we cannot say because you're not hustling, because you don't have money, you are not successful. And conversely, we cannot say because you have money, you cannot be depressed. These things have been studied. Billionaires have committed suicides. Successful people commit suicide every day. And these things have been studied for years. There are neurotransmitters that are largely responsible for mental health challenges, aside from environmental factors and other factors that we are all subjected to beyond our control. The neurotransmitters play a major role. The deficiency or prevalence of those things do affect those things, regardless of your bank account or your career success. So I think, the framing, we have to be careful how we frame these things so that we don't send out the wrong information in terms of trying to deconstruct the same old narratives and say, okay, if you're a man, for instance, if you're a soldier, you're defending the country, you're not rich, you're not hustling, in the definition of hustling. You're just defending the country. In fact, without your job, the rest of us will not be able to do what we're doing, because one day we'll just wake up that we've been invaded, right? The whole country is gone. If you are a nurse, if you are a paramedic, something, you're not rich, but you're providing a valuable service to society. And I think what we should be pushing is dignity of labor as opposed to the size of our bank account. So I just wanted to emphasize that. Again, I'd be curious to hear his response to all of that. But overall, great conversation. He has made amazing points, and others as well. And I don't want to repeat all of them. I think as men, we have to shun some of these traditional gender norms. We have to come to modern times. We have to define success for ourselves. We have to not start to follow the Joneses. Just live our lives, and it's okay to talk to people. It's okay to seek help. Don't die by yourself. Don't speak to people. Open up, and it doesn't make you weak. It doesn't make you less of a man. It does not emasculate you in any way. All right, that's all I gotta say for now, Jimmy. Let me leave it there. But I'm still here. Thanks.
Would you like me to?
All right.
Would you like me to say a thing?
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course, definitely. So, I mean, again, it's an open conversation. It's not a submission, so people can interject and have a back and forth regarding that. So why not? No problem. You can go ahead and do that. And Same and Icon, you guys can chime in as well, and let's have a robust conversation. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, Tudo, here's the question: What does the man that is mentally sick? What does he look like? That's the first question I have for you. The second question I have for you is this: hustle does not always include making money. A military officer defending his homeland is hustling. A police officer that wakes up every day and finds pride in directing traffic is hustling. A man that wakes up one day from poverty and decides to lift himself out of poverty, goes, figures it out, opens up a bank, and assists the community holding up their money, turning around, taking the money that the community puts into the bank to offer loans to people. That's a hustler. Every single institution you see in the United States is a hustle. The problem, I say, it has nothing to do with bank account. You see, you skipped over the years that I talked about prior, before the money. You see, everybody always jumps straight to the money. Nobody talks about the hustle. I didn't tell you about the time that I almost went homeless. I didn't tell you about the time that business wasn't working out. You didn't ask me about how was it like in the beginning, how difficult was it? You see, we skipped all that. All you heard was that 11 years went by, and I got to a point where I was making more money than my counterparts back in college, in 4-year conventional college. And that's not your fault, because sometimes, for the sake of conversation, we have to make some of these our narratives or like points very succinct, right? My point is this, my brother Tudo. It's very simple. What is a depressed man? Is someone that does not have no hustle about him. If a man sits down and cries and weeps and communicates and does all that, but does not hold himself responsible, accountable for the other back end, that's a worthless effort. That's the effort I don't want to participate in. And I go back, maybe you were here late, I asked this question. When you find a man that is suffering from mental health,
is it me or is it gone? I can't hear him anymore, Jimmy.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry. Right. Can you hear me?
Oh no, Tudo, he's here. He's still here.
I can hear you
now.
I can hear you now.
So Tudo, this is what I'm saying. This is my point. My point is very straightforward.
Okay, go ahead.
My point is very straightforward.
We lost it for a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, my point is very straightforward.
You want me to go ahead?
No, I was.
No. I'm talking to Chooks. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can you hear Chooks?
Can you hear me? You cannot hear me?
I can't.
Wow.
Oh, so Chooks, Tudo cannot hear you, and
I wonder why he can't hear me.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Do you want me to drop? Do you want me to drop and come back, or
Yeah, that would be ideal.
maybe I'm the one with the issue?
Yeah, if Fola can hear me,
I don't
then
know.
that's
Yeah, so
Because I can hear you loud.
yeah,
and
so
clear.
if I can hear you, so okay, so maybe either of you can drop and come back. Either of you, if you drop
All right,
and
let
come
me
back,
let me
it's a
drop
physical
and come
problem.
back in.
But
Jimmy.
I can
Yeah.
hear both of you.
Oh, he's
before we
back.
can
I
move
can
on.
see him now.
Okay, you can hear me now, right?
Yes.
Okay,
now.
okay. So
There you go.
my point is this, right? When we pick up a man, because we're on the issue of mental health, when you pick up a man, right, like myself, I come to you and say, Tudor, I'm depressed. I have mental health issues, right? And you ask me this question, hey, Chukuma, have you exercised? Have you gone to the gym? How's your hygiene? How's your sleep? Have you slept well? What kind of food are you eating? How are you dressing when you present yourself out there to people? What kind of men do you hang around? Do you guys talk about lucrative opportunities? Do you keep members of your family that push you to succeed around you, the positive ones? Do you read books to strengthen your mind? And to all these questions, I answer no. Why would you be surprised that I'm depressed? Why would you be surprised that I'm suffering from mental health? That's my question.
So Chooks, I mean,
All right,
I
can
mean,
I
we
can I
in
respond,
America
Jimmy?
here,
Can I? Is it okay?
Are
Can I
you
respond?
understanding me? Are you understanding me, Tudor?
No,
Yeah,
I
go
heard
ahead.
you.
No,
Can I?
yeah,
Okay,
go
let me
ahead.
respond. Jimmy, I had a friend back in the day in school, in college, engineering, chemical engineering. In fact, at the time, he was already a chemical engineer. Now, this is just one story out of many that I know. So it just came to me. I'm just going to share it. Brilliant chap, like amazing. We were in the same group together. We were friends. What happened was, great career in Houston. We lived in Texas at the time. What happened was that all of a sudden we stopped seeing him in our circle, right? We stopped seeing him. So we're like, why is this guy? What's going on? Successful family back home. We know this guy. We know his parents. We know the family, everything. I've met some of his siblings. Great guy, cool guy, Christian guy. And then we're like, okay, let's go check him up. Let's go look him up. We went to his, he has a home. He bought a home. And then we knocked on the door. I was there. I knocked with a few friends. No response. His car was right outside. No response. We know, okay, this guy, we know his life. We know his routine. This car is here. He didn't tell any of us he was leaving town. What's going on? We kept knocking for a while. No response. We called him like endlessly. No response. Then we just left it for a minute. Then like 3 weeks later, he called us. He called me actually and said he's sorry that he knew when we were there. He was home. He was inside. But he didn't feel like just, and then he opened up about his mental health challenges. That was the first time. If you see this guy, Jimmy, he laughs, he smiles, great guy, amazing guy. But that was the first time he opened up to me that, look, I need to let you in on something. It's something I've been dealing with. I don't know where it came from. I have fasted. I have prayed. This is a Christian guy, a Christian of Christian guys. but it will come and go like that. There'll be times where everything he has achieved in life, his success, means nothing to him. He just wants to be by himself, moody, depressed. He doesn't know why. He has gone for counseling, he has gone for treatments, and all this.
He married?
At the time, no, he wasn't. Now he is. So, my point is, and then we just talked and all of that, and it was just something he managed over time, and before we kind of disconnected because we've not talked in a long time. My point that I'm trying to make is that according to what Chooks just said, right? You are suggesting, Chooks, that if somebody comes to you and say they are depressed, you will ask them all these questions. And if the answer to those questions is no, then there is your answer. And I'm saying, with all due respect, that is not true. Because there are people that we all know that are successful in this world by every standard. Yet, there is an issue. So to your question to me, really, real quick, mental health challenges are not written on people's foreheads. there is no way to tell who has mental issues.
Tudo, let me help you. Let me put it this way. Chooks, what if all these things you listed out, all this exercise and everything, the person does it but still depressed?
It's impossible.
No, come on. Come on, bro.
Let me get in. Let me say something.
Okay,
so the
all
thing
right.
is-
I call. Jump in.
So the thing
Let's
with
go.
depression is that it could be genetic. It's caused by different things. It could be from an experience. Some people are just born that way, right? So there's nothing, and something either has to trigger it or nothing triggers it, right? Like that's just the way life goes. And the thing about it, and this is what I've learned from personal experience in terms of like dealing with people, including men with depression, is that it just happens, right? But, and this is where I say like everybody kind of like has a point. The things Chukuma has said a lot of times are things like when the symptoms of, because depression looks very different for everybody. Some people are sad. Some people, it's just like they stop taking care of themselves. Like it's just, they just stop wanting to live. They have no interest in anything. Or it's not that they, they're suicidal or whatever, but it's just like they just lose interest in anything. Some people, it shows up as anger. So it looks very different for everybody, right? And so with what he said, it is a traditional way of looking at it in terms of like, those are usually the first questions to be asked, right? But does that mean that that is the only route? No, right? But a lot of times those things are symptoms of the issue, right? Because it's like you just become listless. You're just like going through the motions, just, like just getting on with life, right? And so, yes, on the surface, a lot of people will be like, oh, have you done this? And even if they try, but it's like, that is where the help now comes in, because it's like the depression means that they're not capable of doing these things that have been mentioned, right? Because they're depressed. And so it's like, it's a chemical imbalance. Because that's the thing about depression, is like, it's not this thing that is like, you can switch on and off. A lot of times it is something that is out of your control, right? So that's when you need therapy, and depending on how bad it is, like in terms of like, how advanced it is, then it depends. Do you need medication? Do you need therapy? Do you, like, it all just depends on how extreme it is, right? And something else just to say is that, like, Chukuma, while what you said, like I said, is I think they are mostly symptoms of depression, is that when these things are unchecked, and this is what happens a lot, and I have seen this happen, it wasn't depression, but it was a mental health crisis, where everyone was like, oh, talk to them, do this, and then they did all of the surface things. But the problem was that it wasn't dealing with the root, and like people were not recognizing how bad the person's mental health crisis was. And because it was dealt with like, oh, let's talk to him, or let's cancel him and he'll get better, it only got progressively worse because he was not getting the type of help that he needed. So yes, I think the things you've mentioned, but a lot of times those are symptoms of depression.
I could do
right?
me a favor.
And we've talked about, hold on, and we've talked about like you said, is it a money? And I think the word Chukuma was looking for is a sense of purpose. I think that's when you were speaking, I think that's what it is like having a sense of purpose. And you did mention that, like we Igbo people, we are not looking for money. It is the hustle. So it's the trail of the hustle. So it's not about being rich or poor, but it's like having a sense of purpose. It's like, okay, this is what I'm doing, or this is, and so it's like the money is the reward is nice, but that's not the be all and say all, because like, as Tudo mentioned earlier, rich people get depressed, poor, it's not something that whatever. So I feel like we're all trying to say the same thing, but from different perspectives, right? So again, I'll just say it very quickly is a lot of what Chukuma has said are symptoms, right, of depression. It can fix some of it, but we must understand that it is not the solution for everybody, right? And when it's a symptom, it means that even if, yes, I'm not taking care of these things, but that's because I am depressed. So even if you made me do all of these things by some miracle, it might make me feel better for a temporary amount of time, but it might not solve the problem because there's deeper things that needs to be dealt with. And depression is not always like, oh, I'm sad because this thing happened. Sometimes it's just like, it's a chemical imbalance. It's something that you have no control over. It's just something that you were born with, which a lot of times is a huge,
I just checked online now, Icon, and what the point you made about how it can be genetic, I never knew. I'm being honest with you. I never knew. I just checked it, and I said
Yeah.
yes, it can be genetic, and which
Absolutely.
answers the question that you can do all those things and it will still kick in. And I when you Google things like that, there is a particular app.
No, Jimmy, sorry,
it
real
used to
quick,
be a
beyond
website.
that, and by the way, everything Icon just said, 100%, which is the point I've been making, right? That I'm trying to make, right? That I think again, the framing, we have to be careful, right? Because there are people who listen to say your show today, and who have
Correct.
found themselves in this situation where we say, okay, if you hustle, if you make money, then what business do you have being depressed? And you know, that person is looking at himself like, man, I have all the trappings of success. Why am I still depressed?
Bro,
Clinically, by the way, not the way we use the word. Not the way we use the word "I'm depressed," just flippantly. I'm talking clinically depressed. You know, so that person begins to question their existence. I have it. Everything this guy is saying. I have it. I'm successful. I'm making money. But why is this thing still there?
I never talked about hustle. Hustle wasn't part of
Okay, so Chooks, before you jump in, Tudo, let me say this real quick. You actually took that word out of my mouth, because when I did the Google search, and I saw that yes, you can be genetically, depressed, right? And there was a question. There's this website, Quora. Now they have the app. So it's an app where people ask questions, no matter how bizarre, weird it is, and there are always professionals there to answer you. The likes of Bill Gates can just answer your question. It doesn't matter. But the point is, it's based on fact and figures. You have people in their various fields there to answer different types of questions. Millions of questions are being answered daily, right? And immediately after my search, there is this question about 3 years ago. It says, why am I so depressed? Even though I eat healthy, exercise, sleep well, and go to work. And underneath is a good question to ask yourself when you are in a situation in which one of my needs isn't being met. Think carefully before you answer these, because it might depend on someone's life. So I was about saying that before Tudo made that statement, and you exactly hit on the question this person asked. It says, why am I so depressed even though I eat healthy, which is what Chooks gave, right? Exercise, sleep well, and go to work. So all the boxes have been ticked, but yet he's still depressed. But you said it's impossible. Chooks, go ahead.
Sorry, very quickly. And I wanted to say the things Chooks has said are things that they've said do help with mental health. So even if you have a mental health,
there you go.
Even if you're seeing even if you're seeing a doctor, even if you're on medication, everything that he has mentioned are the things that they will tell you will help you to heal, right? But it's important to say, I think sometimes we need more than that. So anyways, I hope that makes sense. So everything he said is, if you go anywhere, they'll tell you, do this, exercise. It will help with your mental health. So
I agree with Icon, but here's the thing. I listed about 8 parameters, right? And then on top of that 8 parameter, I have a question for Tudo. Your friend, what finally got him together?
So
that's a good
first
one.
of all,
I was going to ask that, but yeah.
No, Jimmy, hold on. Let's slow down. So when you say got him together, and this is the thing that I'm trying to say, Chooks. It doesn't take away from all of the other points, great points. And I did say that I didn't want to be redundant by not repeating many of those points. The ones that I touched, I just thought it was pertinent to do that for the sake of the show and for the integrity of the show.
For the integrity of the show, I took out sex. Actually, sex is part of that list. That's
a good one. You got me there.
There's no man in the world having some great sex that is about to kill himself or depressed.
I don't know. I mean, that's a completely different subject area. There are people who that sex doesn't even do it for them.
Like I said, for the sake of respect, I took it out.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to put the burden. I didn't want to put the burden on women. You see?
I get it. But Jimmy, what I was going to say is that you referenced my life at the beginning, the first time I wanted to come on as a minister.
Yeah.
And
As
it's
a minister,
unfortunate
yeah.
that because I was driving. Actually, I don't know if you could tell. I'm actually sitting at the parking lot doing
Yeah,
this.
I can tell. Yeah, I can tell because
Oh,
I
okay,
noticed
okay.
Yeah, we
the
can
network is
tell.
not good.
Yeah. All right. So
We see you in your car. Yeah.
thank you. So what I wanted to say is that um when my friend opened up to me about his mental challenges, that was the first time because I was still in ministry then. That was the first time as a minister I gained an understanding of the issue. And there is nothing wrong in, you know, especially in all these pastors in Nigeria, all these talking heads, they want to pretend like they are experts at everything. And it's okay to go get an education if you, I say, especially for pastors. Because you are a pastor, you are a Bible carrying pastor, doesn't mean you are knowledgeable about all these things. So when this guy, because before then, what I used to say is that, why are you depressed? If you're a child of God, if you're a Christian, if you are so speaking tongues, the devil has no place in your life. Glory to God. Those are the things I used to say. And then I found this amazing Christian guy, tongue talking, love the Lord, everything. As in, we rode together. I knew this guy very well. It changed my perspective. So to your question, Chooks, first of all, I'm not sure if I'll go with that. Got together, like I said, in all honesty, I haven't talked to him in years. But all I'm saying is, regardless of how he turned out, right? I just give that one example. Regardless of how he turned out, the bottom line here is that this subject is a complex one. And we just have to be careful how we phrase it, how we frame things. That's all I'm trying to say. It's a very complex, it's neither here nor there. It's not black and white. There are people, like I said, who have all the trappings of success, and yet they are clinically depressed. I mean, like, we all know them. So we cannot use all the what do you call it, the bullet points, check boxes, and say, okay, if you have this, you've done this, then why are you still depressed? It's not consistent, it's not congruent with the reality of our world. That's all I'm trying to say.
But you're overthinking it, like
It's not as easy as that.
I totally understand that this is a complex conversation. Very, very complex. We're talking about the brain.
It is. And that's the reason why I'm having
we're talking about
go ahead.
We're talking about the human brain. The human brain uses the most power of every other organ in the body, right? So when you talk about depression or mental health, it has to do with the brain. So now let me draw a similar conclusion to you. Let's say someone is hungry, right? We know that when someone is like suffering from hunger or something like that, food could be the major cure of hunger. But we also know that some people suffer from anorexia, some people don't have appetite, some people don't have this. So if someone came to you and told you that they're hungry, what would be the first thing you would do? Would you tell them, oh, this is a complicated issue, we need to be very careful? You know what I'm saying?
No, of course not. I'll give them food.
Exactly. Yeah. That's my whole point. Once we eliminate, Icon already told you, once we go down this list and we get rid of all this stuff and still you're depressed, then we could go in the other direction, which is easier, to give you medicine or to attack this head on. This is very easy.
There you go.
I would say this list is this list right here is easier to tackle than putting someone on a clinical medication, a concoction of medicine, chemistry, things that alter the body. I'm just saying this is first line of defense. When someone comes to you and they say they're hungry, first line of defense, food.
But Chooks, when somebody comes to you and say they are depressed, what do you do?
Oh, I take them through this. Hey, let's hit the gym, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll look at them and say, how's your gym looking? No. I'm telling you this as someone that has
I disagree, but I'll leave it. I'll leave it alone. I disagree, but I'll leave it.
Well, why don't this is a conversation. Why don't you
I want to engage you on that.
Yeah.
No more hot dog for now. So I was gonna say something. By the way, Sim, you can jump in as well. I was gonna say something about what you just said now. So that was a technical question from Tudo. He said, what if someone comes to you and say they're depressed? What are you gonna do? And you told them they should go to gym. Gym doesn't necessarily have to.
No, he said I will. Let's hit. Sorry, Jimmy. I'm sorry for cutting your thoughts.
No, go ahead.
Let me give an example.
We're having a round table discussion.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Someone has come to me and said, "Oh, I found out somebody was depressed. What's the first thing I do? What is something I think that can lift the person's spirit, right? So that I can find out more, right? So, Chooks, I think you need to elaborate more on what you're saying, because I'm
Yeah.
understanding
So
what he's
what
saying.
I'm
Which,
saying is,
yeah.
maybe
So
the
what
way
he's
you
saying is
put it,
like,
maybe the way you put
he's like, let's hit the gym, right? He's not saying you hit the gym. He's saying let's hit the gym. So it's like a way of like finding commonality to bond with the person.
Yes,
Do you
yes.
understand? So it's
Bring
not
Yes.
hit the gym,
So
you're
but what I'm
fat.
saying is, but what I'm saying now is there are some situations whereby gym is not the next thing. I mean, from the list you just you call out, you said 8 points. It could be, what is going on, bro? How's work? Anything happened to work? Are you eating? Are you okay? How is wifey doing? How are the kids doing? Then from there, it's just a verbal conversation, right? And from there, you can figure out what the problem is. If you now notice from their explanation, they don't have any room to even exercise, because there are some jobs whereby you need to you walk all the time. You just, you drive, you walk, you drop things, and you go back and do things. It's filled up with exercise, right? But in this case, you realize it is from your house. You get into the car, you drive to work, you get off, you get back to work, you sit down under the AC, and you keep doing that repeatedly, and there is no time for you to actually exercise or go out. And once you realize that, then maybe you can talk about gym. Maybe you can talk about, you know what, let's hang out on Saturday morning. We can hit the gym, and probably later on we can go to the club. I think the conversation would now determine if the person lacks certain amount of exercise, or they lack good quality food, or healthy food. Let me put it that way. Healthy food. If it's something from morning they eat McDonald's, afternoon French fries, and evening tacos and all that, and you want to figure out, it's not something that they have this maybe appetite or pattern for. But I want to skip all this and say, what happens? How do you, after realizing that it can be genetic, how do you attack it genetically? Assuming you've covered all this, you had great sex, you eat good food, healthy food, you exercise, you do all this, but genetically, it's more like you inherited it from the DNA, right? How do you go about that? I think that should be a conversation we should look into. I'm going to Google it now. Maybe I will add it to that conversation, because at that point in time, none of these things matters anymore, because you can do all those things, but it's still in the blood. How do you know? This is where counseling comes in. This is where therapy comes in. This is where people need to seek services that can actually work on these things to make you get healed, or maybe put you on track in a proper way. Well, I don't want to wipe it all out to say, if you tick all these boxes, you should be fine. You can tick all the boxes and even have extra boxes and still be depressed. Let us wrap up with these and move on to the other one. We still have 5 more to go. The other one has to do with let me see. Second one has to do with
Jimmy, I want to say
economy and social pressure.
Jimmy, I think
of course, yeah, sure.
I think you misunderstood. I think it was like you said, if someone comes to you and says, "I'm depressed," what is your first response? And I think what I was saying, and I think what Chukuma was saying as well, is the first thing you do is to try to find a commonality. So it's like, okay, for me, someone says to me, "Oh," I'm like, okay, you know what? I go like, we either start talking about it, or I'm like, okay, where can I take this person that could make them relax, right? So it could be like, if it was a girl, I was like, okay, hey, do you want to go to dinner, or do you want to go shopping so that we can talk more about it, right? So I think that's the same thing in terms of like in Chukuma's head, it's like, oh, let's go to the gym, like let's go to the gym together. So it's not, I'm saying I'm trying to fix you by taking you to the gym, but it's more like, what can we do, that will relax us?
So I think because they mentioned gym, that let me think that's
so that's what he was. I think it's more like, what's the commonality, what can we do together? And then I think your question, to answer really quickly, is if you've done all of these things and none of it is working, which is normally what happens. So even if you go to a doctor, before, at least let me speak for the United States, before they give you medication, they will try out a whole bunch of other things, right? So medication is usually the last resort because it shows that it's something that maybe you can't reverse by yourself. And so medication is to like support all these other things that you are doing, right? So I'll give you an example. I have anxiety. I was born with anxiety. And I went to therapy, I was going to therapy for a long time, but it wasn't doing enough, right? And so my doctor said to me, for therapy to work, you need to support it with medication, right? So you have to be medicated. It's not she's like, because that's what you need, because we tried, therapy, talk therapy for like 6 months, but it just was not enough to get me to where I don't know if that makes sense. So normally there's steps to it. And like you said, there's some people that go through all the steps, right? And that's why you hear a lot of times they just say, you know what, my demons won today. And they just decide they can't continue with life. So like he said, is some people need to just they just need someone to support them mentally and they can get through it. Some people need to go the medical route. And then for some people, every route, nothing works.
There you go.
Right? So it's...
Yeah, to support what Icon said, I was just saying that the first line of defense is not medicine. It shouldn't be medicine. If someone comes to you and say they're depressed, why would you just give them drugs? You don't even know what's wrong. You don't know what their cause is, what's missing in their life. I'm going to read something that was stated at the CDC, right? The CDC put this up. While it's challenging to pinpoint an exact percentage, genetics play a significant role in development of any mental illness, with estimates suggesting that 30 to 50% of risk for certain disorders can be attributed to genetic factors. However, it's crucial to understand that the genes don't determine mental illness in a deterministic way. Environmental factors and individual experiences also contribute significantly. This from the CDC. I only deal with facts. I don't like.
All right. So yeah, I love that, and which is what the podcast is all about. I love the quality conversation, and I love the fact that I mean, so are we. We're dealing with facts as well, and but I love the fact you're reading it from the internet as well. But here's my point. I'm still standing on the fact that you can tick all these boxes and still have issues with depression. So all the things we've mentioned, let me put us back on track. All the things we've mentioned, I'm trying to figure out a way to akin it to Nigerian men in Nigeria, because the focus is on Nigerian men, as the topic says, men's mental health in Nigeria. People don't understand what it is. They don't even know what mental health is. We have so much peer pressure going on. We have so much people with overburdened responsibilities on their shoulders, and they're thinking, God, I have to do this. But yet they've tried everything within their might, but the situation of the country, the economy, everything is just against the attempts they're making to progress. And when I started with this conversation in the morning, I explained the 5 levels of mental health disorder. Five levels. The number 1 is excelling, when things are going smoothly, when you have no problem whatsoever. And the example I gave, an illustrational example, was I used Nigeria and I used food. How you have access to abundance of food. So when you're excelling, you can eat 5 times a day at will, anytime you feel like, whatever you feel like, name it, you have it, because you have the money and you can afford to even support people around you. You can eat 3 square meals, had 2 to hit desserts on top of that, appetizer on top of that, snacks, right? You can do that. You can afford that. That is you thriving. The second one is, that's you excelling. The second one is thriving. You might not be able to, help as much people as you used to when you're excelling, but you can help maybe 2 or 3 people, but you still keep to your habit. You can still eat 5 times a day with your desserts, appetizer, and snacks. Now it's getting interesting. The third one is surviving. all of a sudden you can't help anyone again, right? You cannot help anyone again. In fact, you can't eat 5 times a day anymore. You can only eat 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and night. Maybe with appetizer and dessert, no more snacks. The luxury for that is all gone, right? That is surviving. Now, the next one, struggling. You can only eat morning, afternoon, and night. No appetizers, no dessert, no snacks. I mean, you've already stopped helping people way back at thriving. So now we're on struggling. You can only eat morning, afternoon, and night. You're struggling to keep up with how you've been living your life. And the last one, which is to explain the situation of people in Nigeria. I used this chart based on what I found online. Levels of mental health disorder: excelling, thriving, surviving, struggling, and the last one, in crisis. So I used food as an example to be able to relate to what is going on in Nigeria. Now, the last one, in crisis. We just explained struggling. In crisis now. It means you now have to make decision on which one goes a day. Is it breakfast, lunch, or dinner? You don't have the luxury of eating 5 times a day. You don't have the luxury of having dessert or whatever. You can't even help anybody. But the situation you are in right now is about your own self. I'm talking about you as an individual. I'm not talking about married person. I'm not talking about kids involved. Now imagine people that are married, imagine people with kids, and they are on the 5th level in crisis. That is when you see people coming up with code of 101, meaning you can only eat breakfast, skip lunch, and you eat dinner. But right now, people are in crisis whereby they try and rationalize which one they can afford a day. Do you want breakfast and you don't eat lunch and dinner? Or you want to skip breakfast and lunch and you eat dinner at night? It is that bad. Now tell me, between you and I and everybody listening to the sound of my voice, what do you think is going on in Nigeria now? Do you think people are excelling? And if yes, what is the percentage of people excelling? What is the percentage of people thriving? What is the percentage of people surviving? What is the percentage of people struggling? The percentage of people in crisis right now, ladies and gentlemen, is over 80%. How do we talk to the people to let them know that this is a mental health disorder? We've normalized it. We don't consider it mental health. We don't consider it. And the things that can reduce these levels are what we are discussing about. The number one, the cultural barrier and stigma. Suppressing your emotions and tough it out, don't cry, men don't cry. Now we're getting serious. Now the number 2, we're going to be talking about economic and social pressure. Financial instability and unemployment as triggers for anxiety and depression. The burden of being the primary breadwinner is a challenge in a challenging economy such as Nigeria. This is the number 2 point. I'm going to put it on the Jumbotron or on the slide so you can see it at the bottom of the screen. It's going to be sliding through for people to know what the number 2 thing is about. Let's do this. So instead of that, 1 minute. There we go. So it's corrected. So now we're dealing with number 2. We're dealing with number 2. 1 second, guys. I'm trying to put it right. Oh, someone dropped. Okay, Tudo dropped. Okay. So 1 second. Oh yeah, we gotta hide that one first. Then we show this one. So, but this one needs to scroll. I need it to scroll. That is strange. Anyways, that's the number 2. The number 2 says economic and social pressure, financial instability, unemployment as triggers for as triggers, yeah, for anxiety and depression. The burden of being the primary breadwinner in a challenging economy such as Nigeria, guys. This is as serious as it can get. This is the exact point why we're having this conversation. This is the main reason why we're having this conversation, because a lot of people are under the pressure of providing for the family. They're under the pressure of bringing food to the house, but there is no work. They are unemployed. They have wife or wives in some cases, and they have kids. So this causes a lot of depression, and in some cases you see men running away from their houses. A lot of these stories goes on amongst this, grassrooters, organizers, bus conductors, and all that. Some of them even abandon their homes, right? The economic and social pressure is real, but then again, we can argue that they should put themselves in that situation in the first place. But the bottom line is, the people need to know that this is a contributing factor to depression in Nigeria. Because I've been in the position of knowing what it feels like not to be able to provide, not to be able to meet up with your obligations. I've been in that situation before. Not to be able to do what is right as the man of the house. I'll probably one day share my story when I got into the United States. I struggled. It wasn't easy for me. I struggled so hard. It was not easy for me. There was a point in time where my newborn baby was the place we were staying, the woman kicked us out of the house. It was snowing. We were kicked out of the house. I had no job, nothing. And I had to go to a motel. Mentioned that my son was just how old, about 2 weeks old at that point in time, in a freaking snow. One place to stay. And I did. And the moment that happened, it was so the obligation of me providing and protecting and sheltering my family was paramount for a day, for just one day. And the next day, I didn't even understand how I could secure for another night. I had to speak to the manager. I told the manager, I said, look, I got a baby. I don't have any cash on me, but whatever it is I can do to just, secure another day. And I had to clean the motel. Like, wake up in the morning. My wife doesn't even know all this. She later on and go clean up all the rooms, lay the bed, sweep, pack all the rubbish, put in the bag, and empty the whole thing. I had to do all that because I needed to secure. I needed to provide for my family. I was desperate to providing for my family. I was desperate. And guess what? This was me focusing on shelter alone. Now, let me remind you, I have a nursing mother. She needs to eat so the baby can be fed. Now, my second priority was to get something to eat. I was reaching out to as many people I could. I was borrowing money I didn't have to repay. But guess what? The determination of not being kicked out of that place, the determination of not being able to withstand my baby being in the cold, I kept pushing on. Sometimes I didn't eat in the day. I was waiting for the right time the closest pizza store to me were doing sales, I think after 5 o'clock, and a slice of a pizza was about 99 cents. I had to wait till that time. And when I get that, when I got the pizza, I had to give it to my wife. The obligation, the pressure on a man in providing for the family, you have no idea what it is. But guess what? The manager called me one day and said, look, at this pace, you're probably going to live here forever. Can you just give me an estimated time how you can put things together and you can, move out and rent something? I will never forget that man. He's an Indian man. I will never forget that man. I did all I could, put some cash aside, and I was making contact with people. That's a topic for another day. But I had to explain that. I had to bring that up to let you know the burden on a man to providing for his family. You have no idea the things you'll be able to do to go out there, to make sure you do the needful, to put food on the table and shelter on your back. The moment I got kicked out of that house, I vowed that I will never in my life struggle to have shelter over my head. It was so shameful that the people back home were so happy that they wanted you to come back. Things like, yeah, now God catch up. You think say now only you study travel. But the determination to move on. I mean, again, that's a topic for another day. The things I've been through in life, I'm probably going to write a book about it. And people will be like, really? Oh, yeah. I've been through a lot, way more than my age. But that's a topic for another day. I had to put that in there to let people understand the burden. And the beauty of it is this. When I got to a point whereby, which is, maybe that's the reason why, they call me Igbo. I don't know. My wife is Igbo. And my passion to struggle was there. It got to a point that I was working 12 hours non-stop a day. I barely slept. I was working 12 hours. I barely slept. I did everything I could. Factories, name it. I was pulling everything I could to just make sure I have a roof over my head. And while doing that, I got so into it that I never knew I had some change on me. I never knew it was piling up. And it was at the point at which, I realized, oh my God, that's it. You're up to it now. And the people that told you that that's good for you are now reaching out to you for help. Especially when they see the picture. I mean, you were blank for a couple of years. They didn't know what you look like. They didn't even know if you survived. But the moment you put up a picture of you, your kids, car and all that, boom, your DM is filled up. That mentality needs to be changed in Nigeria. Access to economic and social pressure is free in Nigeria. It is free. I mean, access to economic and social pressure. It is free to have access to economic and social pressure in Nigeria that people don't even realize it. And that's the reason why a lot of people would rather be doing babiala. They will be panhandling to ask people for money than doing the needful. But then again, if you want them to go get a job, where is the job? The percentage of unemployment in that country is skyrocketing. Where do we start from, guys? Enough of the monologue. Tudo, Chooks, Icon, Sim, jumping, guys. Let's talk about this. Economic and social pressure. That's the number two.
Jimmy, let me quickly say a few things because I got to run. I have a little shindig. I'm organizing with a few friends later today. So
yeah. I totally understand. Go ahead. Today's Friday.
Yeah,
I understand. All right, go ahead.
But no, great conversation. And again, the diversity of opinions There's nothing wrong in having divergent views on some of these things. You know, it's towards a common goal of bettering our lives, especially our people, as Africans, as Nigerians. So, but to the point you were just making, one of the things that I think we have to discard as a people is this idea of provider and protector. We have the world has out evolved that notion, right? And I have a couple friend that I'm dealing with at the moment. We grew up together, amazing people, Christians, everything. They've been having issues for over a decade in their marriage, and I fear that they might be headed for a divorce. Not that divorce is a bad thing. Sometimes it can be a good thing. All marriages are not made in heaven, but the issues, they're just things that if the man, I know these two, I know the facts of this case. That's why I'm saying this. Not that I'm taking the woman's side. If my friend, the man, can just tweak his mindset a little, there will be peace in that marriage. Not that it will be perfect. No marriage is perfect. My friend believes in that traditional Christian, I'm the head. He will find a wife. All that nonsense things, which Jimmy, you've already had a conversation about that. Those words, those teachings, they have damaged our society. They have damaged our men by believing that you are head, somebody's your neck, and you are provider, protector, and all that nonsense. And when you see pastors, contemporary pastors, they try to use the value systems of goat herders in the middle of nowhere, in the Middle East, right? And then they're trying to superimpose that on modern trends. They want to sound cool. They'll not say, look, men are still the head, but women is the neck, because there is no head without the neck. Bullshit. My wife works. I work. We both pay bills. Like, what the heck? You see what I'm saying? What the heck? We are partners, right? We're in a union. Okay? So she's not less than me. No God designed it that way. No God. Human beings did. So instead of having the concept of hierarchy, I have been advocating for the longest time the concept of heterarchy. HETERACHY, I believe that's the spelling. Where there's no de facto leader and follower. Whatever role you're playing, it is ascribed as opposed to by natural design. So which means a spouse can tell the other person, you are going to lead us in this area. You are going to be leading us in that area. For instance, if my wife is better at managing money, finance, and everything, but I still want to be Oga boss. Like, come on. You know, this thing is not rocket science. We have to move away from this traditional. So anyway, my guy, it just so happens that she makes more money, right? She makes more money.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, I don't know what in the universe that designed it that way. For the longest time, no matter how much this guy hustles, she makes more money, Jimmy. And it pains him. It pains him because he wants to give me your paycheck. Come and kneel down. Let me know I'm everything. Let me. No, they're not even in America. They're in Nigeria. You know, but corporate Nigeria.
Wherever it may be. Wherever it may be.
But do you blame him? That's the mindset that he was given. And that mindset is being reinforced through religion. So I told him, I mediated at some point in the relationship, and I told him, I said, guy, this is wrong. You can't be doing this. You are going to blow up your marriage. This is wrong. You need to respect that woman. You need to respect and see her as equal to you, as your colleague. She went to school. She graduated. She has a fucking master's degree. This person runs projects for a multinational company that we all know in Nigeria. Men that are older than her husband come to her to sign projects. multi-million dollar projects. But the
There you
moment
go.
she gets home, some law in the universe says she must be your servant. She must be your maid. She must be less than you. Are you fucking kidding me? So we need to be telling our men it is time to wake up from this madness and see your spouse as your equal. Work together so that you can build better lives together. So that's the point I just wanted to make. Even if you're having economic challenges, you have a partner. Work with them. Don't be commanding. Don't be like, let me see, bring your paycheck, bring this one, bring that one. Tell me how much you're spending. Like, come on, man. Come on. The same way you were raised as a man is the same way our parents raised her, with great dreams and aspirations. Sent her to the best schools. This person, in this case, I'm even referring to, she got a master's outside of the country from the UK. The same way her parents want the best for their child is the same way your parents want the best for you. For some reason, because she has married you, now she comes in, she's less than you. We have to change that narrative. We have to change it. So anyway, I just wanted to chip that in real quick. Yeah,
that's a compelling point, as always. And to be honest, again, on my platform, raw, unscripted, realistic conversation here, guys. Unrehashed, we drop it the way it is. And as always, I respect, this point whenever you bring them up. So here's my view about that. I have no problem whatsoever with all the points you just made. And in my own case, it was a situation whereby, she was, the latest mom in town, and I had to step in to fill up that gap.
Oh, Jimmy, I wasn't referring to your story.
I know. No.
Oh, okay.
I know you're not. I'm just emphasizing on that based on the story I said to let the people understand.
Great.
It was simply because she just put to bed at that point in time. But we pay bills together. So, considering the fact that she's my wife, I don't do this man of the house. I used to with that mentality of Nigeria, but we have come to a situation whereby we learn and we unlearn things. Our parents did it, our grandfather did it, or grandfathers, grandmothers did it. And some people will tell you it's in the Bible, it's in this and that. To be honest, I don't think it means it is right. And that's the honest fact. And I want this to be, based on facts and experimental situations where we can use as an example of this particular narrative. So here's my point. In Nigeria right now, there are some people that I know about that their wives has great jobs, but simply because they are probably unemployed and they consider themselves the man of the house, they do not want her to work. They don't want her to work, guys, because they believe she's earning more than them, but simply because they are the head of the family, simply because they believe it is an insult for her to be bringing in the money. In fact, some of them will tell you, they are certain you're sleeping with someone to bring in the money, just to make a point, right? They'll argue with, silly things, petty talks like, the work you're doing doesn't, equate to how much you're earning. You must have been doing something, extra with your boss or whatever. But the point is this. I know people in this current situation that they're deliberately suffering themselves simply because their wives has better jobs than they are, and they've refused to collect money. They've refused to let her do anything in the house, but they are going around to borrow money from people because they want to show that they are the man of the house. They want to show that they are the head and not the tail. How would in Yoruba they will say, like a woman is taking your responsibility. These are the things that are causing depression in so many men. These are some of the things that they put unnecessary burden on themselves, whereas they have or an endowed woman with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that can use her brain to do what she knows how to do best and bring money in for the family. But simply because of that teaching of the man is the head of the family, they want to uphold that. And there's another thing they say about, I paid your bride price, which is another topic because I know Icon don't like this part. Icon wants to collect. Icon wants to make sure, say, maybe when I won't do my own daughter wedding, then I will talk say bride price is not a good thing. It's a cultural thing, it's a traditional thing. I think it should carry on, but it should be done in a way whereby the money it's not transactional, and even if it is, it shouldn't be something worthy. Like, we have people giving bride price of 5 million, 10 million, 500,000, even 200,000. It's a lot of money, but you can do things like go and look for the old 1 naira. It is cheap, valuable, but hard to come by. Right? It is cheap, valuable, and it's a vintage currency. You can't even you can pay millions to even look for it. You might not even get it. By the end of the day, it's just 1 naira. It might be the coin or the paper one. It's 1 naira. You've shown that traditionally you've done the right thing, but transactionally is worth nothing. So don't think because you pay 1 million naira, you've bought my child, you've bought my daughter, so therefore you can do whatever you want to do with her. No, these are human beings. And I put this into consideration. Let's follow the Bible teachings and everything. As a father, I have a daughter, which I'm still praying and hoping to get one. And she grows old to marry. And you're telling me the man will marry her. I mean, of course, she's been to school, best of schools. She now has a PhD, has a degree, master's and PhD. And you're telling me that one man will come and marry her and tell her she belongs in the other room, she belongs in the kitchen, she's not going to work. So why the hell am I wasting my money with education? Why the hell can't we just say, you know what, this is 2025. There's no point in you going to school. Let's just teach you how to clean the house and cook. So when the right man comes, we can marry. It is 2025 for crying out loud. Would you pray and hope you give your kids, your daughters, the best of education in life, and they end up being used in the kitchen and limited to that environment in the bedroom and the kitchen? Come on, guys. If they choose to do that, let it be a matter of choice. Let it be a matter of choice. Don't enforce it on them. That is my view. And that's one of the problems we're facing in Nigeria, economic and social pressure. A lot of people are doing this. I'm the man of the house. You cannot be any more than me. And it's affecting a lot of marriages. There are situations where people can actually their wives can step in to solve a lot of this problem. And let me also point out that there are some ladies that are actually promiscuous, and they're ready to go do whatever it is to bring in money, to support them. If that's the case, well, I'm not in support of that. For good work, they probably work in one of the best companies in the country or in a bank, and they're getting 6 figures. It's strictly by doing what they know how to do. No strings attached. God damn it, let them do it. Let them bring in the money. I will look after the kids in the house. Do you know how I learn how to, bro? I can put on diapers with my eyes closed. How has that diminished my manhood? How has that brought me down less than a man?
Jimmy, sorry, let me quickly
Go
add
ahead.
something.
No, it's a
Right. Yeah. So again, real quick, and I'll be brief.
You have a lot to say, so I'm waiting for you.
Okay, I'll be very brief.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
promise. So again, the whole point, to redefine to reimagine masculinity. Okay. Some of the things, these things that we see, a lot of even people consider themselves liberals, they have a problem with them, right? For instance, when I say you don't need a head in a relationship, so some people want to kill me for that. I know there are some people on this podcast like, what the heck? What are you saying? Because we've never.
You must. What do you mean head? Blue job?
You know what I mean? HPAD. Anyways, look. we've never imagined a world where those concepts are considered anachronistic or considered archaic, where we come into a modern time and we don't subjugate somebody. We don't tell them that they're less than. We actually see them as partners, right? Again, it doesn't necessarily guarantee success, but it does help. I'm not sitting here pretending like, oh, if once you have that mindset, all of a sudden you have a perfect marriage. No, that's not what we're saying. But to our context, as Africans, as Nigerians, we know what the issues are. There's so much identity crisis going on. And let me explain finally. The way our men have been raised, and the expectations of society, and then the realities of society itself. So those things are not connecting. The way you were raised, the expectations that have been placed on you, and then you get out there, the things you're facing, it's not, and then you're struggling, you're trying to make it fit. And then you get back home, you got to lash out. Somebody's going to bear the brunt. Guess what? Your partner will. Number two, because it's mostly men that do this. So the woman at home, your partner, you might think, okay, their role is to play their role as a woman and be subservient and all of that. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. We live in a time of better information and better knowledge of human behavior, society, how we organize socially, and how we interact. And no one is willing to be subjugated anymore. No one is willing to say, I'm going to sit here and take this bullshit in the name of staying married. Those days are gone. People, the moment you walk the hell out of there are a lot of people waiting to lap you up. That's just the reality of our world today. So I think our men, we need to come to terms with the reality that times have changed. Times have changed. And we have to come to the modern time and live with the rules of the modern time. It doesn't, like Jimmy, like you rightly said it, if you do some of these things, it doesn't emasculate you. It doesn't make you less of a man, right? It doesn't. Finally, on my friend, when I was talking to the both of them, I remember I called him. You're gonna laugh at this. I called him because one of the things he makes her do, you might think this is extreme, but it happens. This is somebody that works in corporate Nigeria. If she comes home, he makes her cook fresh meals every day. Fresh meals every day, right? And if he comes home and he goes, "What did you cook?" And she goes, "Oh, I rice and stew." He'd be like, "Sorry, I want pounded yam, and I want it pounded." And then she had to go and start over. This is somebody that's going to work all day, right? Who is equally paying bills and finances and everything, contributing immensely to the family. And I told my friend, I said, "Bro, this is wrong. This is wrong. Just appreciate this woman, right?" When I spoke to the both of you, the one thing she kept hammering was that you don't appreciate her. You don't even you see what she's doing as a job that God has designed her to do, right? And I'm saying that's the wrong mindset. Sometimes just call her and be like, "Look, I'm coming to get you. We're gonna go out. We're gonna eat. Don't worry about cooking today." Like little things. I'm not saying do it every day. She's not even saying do it every day. She just once in a while just show that you appreciate her. But my friend told me that I shouldn't bring American standard to come and judge Nigerian matter. And that was the day I called the wife and I said, "This is the last time I'm going to put my mouth in you people's matter. I'm done." So some of these little things can save a life. Anyways, Jimmy, great show as always. Let me leave it there for now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Tudo. Thanks. Really lovely to have you around. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Nice one, bro. Regards to the little madam and the big madam. Regards to them. My love definitely. To them as well. Thank you so much, bro. Thanks.
All right,
thanks.
Bye guys. Thank you.
All right, bye. Yeah. Chooks, how you doing? Jump in. Let's go. Icon, I can see you here. Sim, are you still with us?
When he watches the
I'm here.
When he watches when he watches the replay, he's not gonna like what I have to say right now. Okay?
Oh my goodness. Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna call his
There's a
attention.
saying. There's a saying. Pressure builds diamonds. Okay, pressure is good. If you notice something, right? There's a sense of fulfillment you got as Folari, taking care of your wife, plotting, planning, executing, doing everything you did when you came into this country under pressure, under duress, under a great deal of just being disenfranchised, just Nigeria happening to you. Being able to make ends meet, doing the little things just to make life as comfortable as possible for your wife and kids or your little baby at those early stages give you a sense of satisfaction. You can deny it, but I know it's real. You get a sense of satisfaction just putting plans together, no matter how small, just to make it happen. Now, I have a question for Icon, right? I have just a small question for Icon, two questions for Icon, right? The first question I have for Icon is this. Your father is very well established and has accomplished a lot in life. The first question I have for you is this. Does your father have any friends that are suffering from mental health or depressed or just any mental issues?
Absolutely. Half of his friends are crazy, but we
Like,
know they are crazy.
no, you know they're crazy, but like I'm talking about they are not functional in society. Like, diagnosed, they're falling apart, like the common what do we say it? Symptoms that you will see in a mentally depressed person, like their finances, they don't have any order, their family they don't have an order, they don't have anything in order.
There are people. Okay, well, if you mean like his immediate circle, no.
Okay,
But
thank you.
he
Just
has
no,
friends
no,
like
no, no,
that,
no,
but
no,
the
no, no, no,
people
no.
that he works with.
I was just talking about his immediate circle, like just direct friends, people that he holds of high esteem, like his inner caucus. Does he have any one of them that is mentally ill?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, just leave it right there. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question. Just yes or no. Like, that's all. I don't. I want to save you time. And then the second question I have for you, Icon. The second question I have for you, this Icon, is this, right? After you and your husband are done educating your daughter, I assume you have a daughter, right? I think I see your beautiful daughter on Facebook.
Yeah. We have a daughter and a son.
What is the likelihood that you would raise your daughter in a direction to put her in a position to take care of a man? What are the chances that you would work both angles? Like you have two options, right? You can raise your daughter and say, "Oh, I'm raising you up to be in the tutelage of a leader, a man of significant resources, means, and abilities." How would you raise your daughter? Would you raise her for this man over here that is in a path to be a high value man, to be a man of significant esteem, resources, and all that? Or would you have her entertain a man that would go like, say, 50-50 partner, a guy that would put her under the grind for like 10, 20, 30 years extensively? What would you prefer? Just yes or no, which one? Like, I don't want to make it like long-winded. Which would be better? Like, which is optimal to you as a parent?
Icon, you're on spot. Go on. Icon, you there? I can't hear you, Icon.
I think she dropped out. That's fine. That's fine. I could go on with my.
Oh yes, so she's back. I just thought about her.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Can you repeat your question? Sorry, I missed it.
My question is this, right? After you and your husband significantly invest into your daughter,
right?
What optimal situation would you go with? A situation where you prep your daughter to be with a high performer, a high value man, a man of significant resources, a man of significant leadership, guidance, and provision? Or would you engineer her mind to be accommodating in a situation where she stays in it because of love, where she is under leading or guiding a man for a period of 10, 20 years? She's providing, she's the head provider, and she's providing the resources in the family. Which would you raise your daughter to be optimal for?
Quite honestly, as we're raising our child, our daughter, our son, both, well, I think I don't make a lot of, I don't think about her in that way, right? Obviously, I would want her to, I think everybody would want their child to be in a position to be comfortable. Do you understand? To be happy. You don't want her to be a donkey, but I'm raising my child to be independent, right? So
Independent of who?
just independent on her own, right? And so I think we're trying to raise kids that, this is where I am interesting, right?
Yeah.
I feel that I'm married to a man who provides and all of that and etc, right? And that's what I see for the most part. But I also have seen women who are providers, right? And so I'm not against either. I think where my issue comes in is what the man is like. So I have seen men play support and play it well, right? Because I believe that in a relationship, whoever is the more talented one should go, right? That's just my opinion. It might not be a very popular one, but I don't believe that because you're the man, you must do this, right? So I'll give an example. My husband and I, the agreement was always whoever's career kicks off faster takes over, because our kids were always going to be our priority, right? So if his career went faster than mine, he would take precedence. If mine went faster than his, he would take precedence, right? That was always in our agreement. For me, I felt confident in that because I already knew he was a high achiever. Do you understand? So I always knew if he had to stay home by any chance, it would not be because he was lazy. It would be because it was the best decision for us. I don't know if that makes sense, right? And so that is because I know that he's a good manager of money. He would take care of our kids. It's like we would be working in partnership. So my long-winded answer is we're raising our child to make smart decisions, right? Because yes, I see women carrying. I do not want my child to be with someone that is a burden on her. But if she can be with someone where their success lies on, you know what, she's the brains and they're the bronze, so be it. If she finds herself in a my thing is where both of them are carrying weight, right? The weight just looks different. That's my attitude towards these things, right? But I definitely do not want my child to end up with somebody that will be sucking her dry, wants to wear Gucci belt but cannot for the life of him, wants to wear Gucci belt and then wants her to come home and cook for him. No. What I would like for my child is, you know what, you are the brains, you are the artist, you're whatever it is you want to be, and you guys are prioritizing your young family while you do what needs to be done, or vice versa. That's my attitude towards it's all about the person and just honor and just the kind of person they are. That's what has always mattered to me. So I just happened to be in a situation where, you know what, my husband's career just it's like we were both starting and then the guy just cleared me. Right? And I'm and it's, but our agreement has always been whoever carries, we just carry both, because the thing is this, and this is that I don't know your thoughts on this, is that there is this misconception that a stay-at-home mom or women who stay at home are not getting work done. And they've talked about it that if you try to pay a woman at the equivalent of what she earns, I think it was coming up to like $250,000, like stay-at-home moms, if you try to pay them for the work that they actually do, if you try to monetize it, you're looking at about $250,000 per annum at the minimum, right? And so I say all of that to say, I think there's this misconception, and Jimmy, it's one day we have to talk about it, is that people who look down on people who stay at home, right? Like, because it is so much hard work. It is, especially when it's done right, right? As when you see yourselves as partners, right? So I run a business. I'm flexible. My husband, has a regular job. But one thing we both say is that without each other, there will be no success.
So you're optimizing your daughter for an optimal
I'm optimizing
man.
my daughter to be the best person that she can be I'm not like you know who I think about when it comes to like partnership? I think about my son because I want
Okay.
him to make a good husband, right? But when it comes to my daughter, I don't think about her in that way.
So
I
you
just
don't
think
think of
about
your
her like
daughter
I want you to
as a
be the
wife.
best version of yourself. Sorry?
So you're not optimizing her like to be. What happened to being a wife? Like.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to put, because I think a lot of pressure, right, was put
Okay.
on us as a generation where it's like, I'm optimizing you to be a wife. I want you to be this, I want you to be that. And that is why a lot of us are vulnerable, right? That's why
Okay.
a lot of us stay in bad relationships. A lot of us, like a lot of shame has been put into being in relationships. So it's like, it's almost like no matter what you are, no matter how far you aspire, you literally hear people say things like, this girl, she's doing so well, too bad she's not married, right? I don't want my daughter in that world, right? I
Okay.
want her to, I would love, and I hope that she meets somebody and she falls in love, but I don't want to put her in a box where it's like, everything I'm doing is so that you can meet the right man. I'm like, I want you to have the best life that you can. And, if you get married, nice. If you don't, that's fine too by me. I just want you to have joy. I want you to be happy. And whatever that looks like for you is what it will look like for you.
And I agree with
But
that. And I agree
yeah,
with that.
but the reason I raise my son different is because I also know, obviously, in their generation, it might be different whereby women might be proposing to men and men might be more inclined to it. But because I know that, at least as of today, right, and I've just seen that, unfortunately, a lot of our mothers just made a big mess of their sons, right? So I'm teaching my kids to be accommodating, to be kind. But I'm also teaching because no matter how we want to look at it, men still dominate, 9 out of 10 times, or let's say 8 out of 10 times. And so I want to teach him that if he finds himself in that position, how he treats, like how he values, treats, and respects his wife, right?
Okay.
How he is, we don't like that word, provider, and how he's all of those things.
Well. It's I find it rich that you're raising your son to be a husband/partner, but your son to be a husband/partner, but your daughter to be independent, and that's okay. But that's not the point of the conversation. The point of the conversation, why I brought this up, is because, Jimmy, we're talking about economic and social pressures, right? I was trying to tie
That's correct. Yeah.
I was trying to tie this all back into the fact that naturally, instinctively, men are leaders, right? Men are leaders, and pressure is good because pressure builds diamonds, right? The way you frame
But
this
so
conversation.
are women, though.
No, but pay attention.
Okay, all right.
The way you frame this conversation, it's economic for the most part. Even down all the way to Nigeria, like Nigerian men, which are the subject of the conversation. We're talking about mental health in Nigerian men. Mental health in Nigerian men, right? And if you notice about everything you talked about, talking about men that are excelling, the ones that are thriving, the ones that are surviving, struggling, and the ones in crisis, they are experiencing what they're experiencing because of opportunity. We're in a world where women have come into the workforce and men have been in the workforce, but in some cases, women are afforded an opportunity where they could thrive, right? So jobs are now being competed for by men and women, which is fine. But you see, the economic issue about all this is that we have to put the responsibility back on men. Because we're talking about their mental health, we have to give men something to do. A man cannot nurture a child as well as a woman could. We have to put them in a position, because we have to admit that the Western issues are not even close to what Nigerians are experiencing. The men in Nigeria that are suffering from mental health, their issue is not even close to what the Westerners are dealing with. The Westerners are dealing with something totally different. So we cannot apply the similar solution to the West and Nigeria. So in Nigeria, I think we have to put the responsibility back on men. We have to re-engineer them, reprogram them to think more of themselves and become instinctively creative about how they go about their daily life.
And how do you think we can do that?
How we can do that is some of the things I stated earlier, and pushing commerce, especially personal commerce. Icon just talked about how her husband is a provider and he has a steady job, and she's a business-minded woman, and she does the business. Based on how she talked about it, it seems like her business is elective. Women instinctively optimize for men. This is the primal instinct that women have. Men that are better, stronger, faster, and bigger than them. This is what women are naturally attracted to. Don't tell me about one of your friends that is instinctively attracted to a short guy. That's not what women want. Women have proven to us, and they've proven through time.
Not all women, though.
No. This is not a conversation about. Listen, I'm not talking about anecdotal. Throughout history, 80% of women have procreated, and only 40% of men have procreated. That's besides the point. I'm just talking about based on facts. They want people that are fat, and we need to give women what they want instinctively. They want men that are industrious. They want men that can keep their mental health in check. How? By finding a purpose. Because based on what you just said here, excelling, thriving, struggling, surviving, and in crisis, these are telling us about different level of men. Because we're talking about men's mental health. These men have to do something. Because you just can't take a guy that is in crisis, a guy that has to go through 101 and tell him, hey, here's some medicine, you're suffering from mental health. How about direction? How about grouping him in companionship with men, similar-minded people? How about elevating his mindset so that he becomes someone that wants more out of life? How about channeling his ingenuity towards creativity? Something that could, subdue his ego and push him to be financially viable. He can become a carpenter. Why wait for the job to open up that you've been praying for and fasting for? How about go use your God-given skills, use your hands? I see it every day here in the United States, where people come from Poland, they don't go to college, they don't go enroll in anything, they just use their God-given hands and skills and start making money. They go out there, they become plumbers, HVAC, they start roofing, they start doing so many things. Mexican men do it all day. So it's not an economic thing, because you see the average Mexican man that walks past Rio Grande and comes into the United States, he still gets served by his wife. You see what I mean? So I think it's a moral fiber issue where we're using men that are bad examples to canvass every man in the world. Like the dude that, the guy that came in, the pastor or something, he came in and talked about his friend that has this man that is just an egomaniac, talking about, oh, I want my wife to serve me, even though no man that has common sense moves like that. I understand that we're raised in a patriarchy or society where men are the head, and it's rightfully so, because that's what women want. They've shown it primarily through time that they want men to lead. You see what I mean? So we cannot change these things. So we need
So it's not a matter of we changing it. So what if it's a situation whereby a woman?
Oh, so I came up with a philosophy. Let me just finish. I came up with a philosophy. Okay, let me just run my philosophy past you, because I'm all about solutions, right? So in this conversation, we're talking about men's mental health, and I think the solution to fix.
So sorry. Before you go on with the solution, I want us to focus more on solutions in Nigeria, because we're talking about.
Listen to my philosophy. My philosophy is called the generator and borehole philosophy. This is tailored specifically for men in Nigeria. I came up with this right now.
Okay. I was gonna say it sounds like what I mentioned earlier on, the generator and the borehole.
This is called the generator and borehole philosophy. What does this mean? Nigeria has become a country where people, not even men in this situation, even women, everybody has become autonomous. They have to do their own thing. You don't have light, you provide your own generator. You're a multi-millionaire, you have a big house, you have a generator house. You don't have water, you dig a borehole. We need to push the same propaganda. Remember when I talked about what is the propaganda for the Igbos, the Hausas, and the Yorubas? We need to push the generator and borehole philosophy down the line. How do we do this? We have to start encouraging men to stop waiting for this limited Western way of life that requires you to go to school and get a job. We need to start pushing people to use their God-given gift or go learn a skill that is viable to become someone in life. We cannot bank on men just sitting around waiting for employment. There's not enough. We need to re-engineer the mindset, state the facts, data and statistics, and show people the truth. There's not enough jobs for the number of human beings in Nigeria. You see what I'm saying? So with the borehole and generator philosophy, every man has to understand, just like you're your own when it comes to NEPA, Just like your own when it comes to the borehole, your water supply, you have to be on your own when it comes to income generation. How can you generate income? Because this is the issue at hand right now.
So
Some men,
how can we do that in the current situation of Nigeria now? I mean, the economy is mad. We have the likes.
but people are thriving. But people, you said it yourself.
Few amount of them. Very
Some
few
people,
amount of them.
some people
Very
accept.
limited amount. I mean, we don't have the elite class like we used to before anymore.
But you said it here. The reason why the elite class got eliminated was because everybody was banking on the Western system, saving everybody. People were raising their daughters to go to school. What happens with a daughter that went to school and there's no job? Let's say all the companies move abroad. What happens to that daughter? She's left to fend for herself. That's where the generator of borehole philosophy comes in. She has to learn a trade. She has to learn a business. She has to create her own path. If she's married to a man, the man has to learn to create his own path. He just can't sit on his butt waiting for Almighty God to come save him. Nigerians need solution. Nigerian men.
I love the fact that you mentioned that, Chooks. I think I understand your perspective now. It's a beautiful idea. It's commonsensical. That is the best way to go. When what you studied in school is not in, there's no opportunity for you to do that.
What do you
can
do?
actually, you can be creative to come up with something. You look at the system, you'll be like, what is it that people are demanding right now? No matter how bad the economy is, you
And you
look at
supply.
what people are demanding and you go right after it and you start doing that. But guess what? The people are not ready to do that. The people are hell-bent on depending and relying on prayer and fasting. They are depending on destiny helpers. They are depending on the fact that one random person just sees someone online, and they bless the person with maybe, millions of naira, maybe 10 million naira. They will tap into that glory. They want to tap into that mercy. They want to tap into that opportunity. You see them fasting and praying. They would rather not do the needful because they believe in the soul. They've been brainwashed. They've been indoctrinated by religion that you don't need to have a degree. You don't need to have any skill set. You don't need anything that when God's grace, that's what they call it, comes for you, it will just pick you and someone will just help you. No matter how much money, right, someone gives you. If you don't have the skill set to multiply that money or to make good use of that money, it's a waste.
Yes.
It is a waste. So I agree with you 100% on the fact that the people need to improvise, but not in a society where people have this, madness and slangs of money na water, and they believe you can do little things as just hyping someone and they give you money on social media. The people are not, hard work is now a crime. Struggling legitimately is now a problem. There is no more integrity in hard work. As a matter of fact, people, women, mothers are now investing in laptops for their kids to do Yahoo.
But Jimmy, that's where I ask you, what is the Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo propaganda?
It's law.
We need to push this propaganda.
It is law. Let me speak on Yoruba. I've been speaking about it on Twitter Spaces. There's something we call Omoluabi. It is you showing and portraying the quality of a man with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, integrity, virtue, and outrightness, right? Doing the right thing, knowing right from wrong, left from right, white and black, and you're doing the right thing, and you're standing on the ground, regardless if you're the only person standing. You do not let the conformity experiment work on you. If you're in a room and 10 people are telling you they are seeing red, even though we know it's white, you stand your ground and tell them, God damn it, that is white. I don't care if 20 people or 100 people are saying this is red. Everyone can clearly see it. It's a conformity experiment whereby they want to know if you're going to go with the crowd. But simply because those 100 people are saying this is white, but we can clearly see this is red. And guess what? This is where it now kicks in. The amount of, it's not just about the amount of people that say this is white. It is the capacity of the people you look up to, people you hear their names and you be like, wow, people you grow up, emulating, people you look up to when they speak on TV and you be like, yes, that is the man I want to be like. But when they come together and sell you a lie based on conformity experiment, even though you look up to them and you see them as men of virtue, but if what you're saying is white and they're calling it red, God damn it, stand your ground and call it for what it is.
But you see, Fala, what you're not pointing out is the fact that in Nigeria, those people that know that is red and point out that is white, they are financially incentivized to switch sides. And
there you go. Exactly my point.
And that's
exactly my point.
And that's where the poison comes into the food. That's why I say that men need to take back responsibility, because you see, the thing about it is that what we're not talking about, when we talk about this foolishness, partnership and all this stuff that, first of all, I have to mention something. Partnership is a term associated with the rainbow community.
All right. So go ahead, do that real quick so we can have
So I'm going to push that to the side. So that's why I say that.
No, it's fine. You don't have to push it aside. I just wanted to focus on that so we can have a commercial break and we'll come back to that.
Yeah. So I just want to say this, Fola. Partnership does not work in the dynamics of male-female. That it doesn't work, because women, Icons can speak for herself. A bunch of women could come out with like anecdotal evidences, but the general populace, they want men that are richer, better, faster, stronger. That's what they want. Women have spoken in mass. They've spoken through times. Women have even shared men just to prove this point. So one woman could be a good woman and wants partnership and do it very well, but the majority of women will share the top 1% man. And
so?
Yes. I don't think so. These are the facts. America is going through right now. That's why they have something called the 80-20 rule, where 80% of women.
80-20. I was waiting for that.
You know what I mean? The 80-20 rule, 80% of women do not see 80% of men. They are all looking to date 20% of the men.
20%, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like case in point, take a guy like myself. I'm single. I have access to a certain type of women that a bunch of guys will not have access to, because they're not financially viable. And which is why I came up with this in Nigeria, where it's like a frontier, where you can just literally wake up, learn how to do carpentry, start doing some work, showcase your work, and people like it, and you can start making money right away. No LLC needed, no business, no EIN, no nothing, no bank account. We need to push this whole generator on board whole philosophy, where people can engineer themselves to be good at life in general. Good at life, not just be educated in philosophy, be educated in math, science, medicine. Be good at life, because life does not wait for you to get a job in the hospital. Life does not wait for you to be employed by that multinational company. Life does not wait.
Right.
Because the thing about it, think about it. There's a lot of women in Nigeria right now, they can't find viable husbands. They're aging.
Right.
And the way women are designed, their biology has a clock on it. After a certain age, a woman cannot give birth to a child. Men don't have that pressure. That's why we need to push the burden on men, so that they start performing at a very early age, so that they could make honest women out of these women. They could make these young girls grow into women and become wives, so that they could provide and protect them. Let's be real. I said it before. A nation full of women that are financially viable cannot protect it. I don't care how much money women make. They can never protect any country in the world against another country that is invading with men. Please, let's get out of this delusion. Okay.
Let's go on a quick commercial break. Thank you, Chooks. I love this engagement, and I think we'll be bringing up a topic that has to do with both masculinity and feminism in the nearest future. But first, let's have. When we come back, I would want to hear from Sin's perspective regarding this economic and social pressure. I need to see where his point of view is regarding this particular point. But before then, we need to get a message from our sponsor. I spoke about it earlier on, OBG Foods. They are our new sponsor right now, and they are into African food, specifically Nigerian food products across America. They have stores across the whole country. I'll be calling out where their products can be found in different states, in different stores in different states. But before we do that, these are some of the products they sell. If you check on the screen, you see clearly, and we can hear from the horse's mouth regarding how effective this product have actually been. Here we go.
I'm your favorite chef, YOJ. Cooking makes me happy. Seeing how colorful meals are makes me even happier. It's so fascinating how my customers admire the delicious okra soup before the world. Life was fantastic for me until I stopped getting the usual compliment from my customers. It was like the light went out on me while the electricity was still on. Did I mess up my recipe of 10 years? The goat meat still tastes great. They are well washed. Simone is perfect. I was so anxious. I wanted to know what went wrong. Thank goodness. It was the condiment. Yes, the condiment. I realized I needed a special condiment, carefully processed under a hygienic environment, one with a steady quality. Well. My search didn't linger for long when I discovered condiment from the Obidipus. So what fast food producer I can trust to maintain my recipe of a decade? From their 100% natural produce, clean, processed, and packaged to meet my needs, and give my food that authentic African taste and appearance.
Jabari, this food is Amazon. It's real amazing.
From a hygienic environment comes the best of Nigeria's indigenous products like okra, palm oil, achi, banga spice, Cameroon pepper, red hot pepper, crayfish, dried potato, uziza, oha, and ubuli, egusi, efiru, obono, pepper soup spice, clear mix, cardinal, dried bitter leaf. Not only do they produce quality spices, they also produce processed foodstuffs like gari, beans flour, cocoyam flour, all flour, yellow and white pap, Nigerian holidays, Nigerian branding, smoked snails, smoked night fish, abacha, and kuli. This helps me get through my daily cooking faster. Cooking has never been so easy and affordable. Visit us today at www.obidipus.com for more inquiries about our products. Our products are also available at www.oscapric.com for customers in the USA. Obidipus, authentic Nigerian food.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to mention a couple of stores they've got around the US. Adome African Market, that's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Africa on the Bay, that's Tampa, Florida. They have African Choice Food Market, Orlando, Florida. They have Afri Caribbean Market, that's in Houston, Texas. Chuma's Grocery in Hanover Park, Illinois, and Chicago, Illinois, right? So Dora African Produce in Los Angeles, California. They have Mokola Market, of course. Where else? Houston, Texas, for my Yoruba people. Houston, Texas is the Lagos of America, by the way. Matthias International Food Market, that's the Grand Rapids in Mississippi, I think, or Minneapolis, I'm not sure. Ndaya Afro Tropical Market, that's in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and New Happy Market in Atlanta, Georgia. We have Old World Market, that is where I personally shop from, and by the way, I've patronized many of this product without even knowing. It's my school mate. We used to be buddies back in school. Now took over his dad's company. His father used to run the Jacob's Wine. If you remember Jacob's Wine back in the days in Nigeria, the father is the owner of Jacob's Wine. And now they've gone PLC. They've gone international, and they're taking control of all African produce in America. You know, all their products, you can find them in any African stores or African Caribbean stores around the USA. It's brilliant. I've actually tried a couple of their stuff, and I spoke about this earlier on. The one that actually got me hooked to their product is their palm oil. They get this straight from Africa, straight from Nigeria. They import it here, right? And the palm oil is so organic, so real. I got one. He gave me one as a freebie to test it, to check it out, and it was great. My wife used it, and she was like, "Where did you get this from? Where did you get this from? We need to start buying this. This is what we need. This is what we'll be getting henceforth." So I can testify to the quality of this product, and I've been using every single one of the periwinkle. Oh my goodness, my kids don't even joke about it. They call it baby snail. They don't joke about it. They call it baby snail. Yeah, periwinkle, in bitter leaf soup. My goodness, it is my mouth is actually watery already. But anyways, they have in Rivera Produce Corporation, that's in Los Angeles. They have in Richard Market Groceries in Dallas, Texas. They have in Wazobia Market, again, Houston, Texas. They have in Supergiant Matt in Atlanta, Georgia. They have in Leona Star African Market in Nashville, Tennessee. They have in Bel Air International Food Market in Louisiana, Kentucky. They have in Kumasi, Kejashia African Market in Columbus, Ohio, and World Food Market in Ohio City. I'm still going to be calling other parts of the country that they actually sell their product, but their products are endless produce from Nigeria, from egusi, crayfish, fried rice sauce, jollof rice sauce, fried rice spices, jollof rice, suya, name it. They've got everything locked down. Iru, periwinkle, all smoked fish, the banla, these catfish, zobo, all well packaged, everything you might be craving within the Nigerian what's it called, as a produce or groceries. You definitely get it in any African stores in America. So OBG Foods, I can vouch for them. They're brilliant, and they're here to show us the home part of being in America. We'll always remember that. But before we jump back right into the conversation again, let me use this opportunity to let the people know about what I do every Friday, where we have the unscripted, raw conversation and unprovoked chat with ourselves, live experiences from different people sharing their experiences on my platform every Friday, 11 a.m. Central Time. But as I've mentioned in a couple of my episodes, I'm thinking of switching it. The whole point is reaching to as many people as possible, and I've been paying close attention to the timing, the people coming into the space. I realize my audiences are between Nigeria and the United States, right? And the time frame is quite tilting towards each other. I get few Nigerians jump up. They're interested in politics. They are majorly interested in politics. The space was packed this time last week because we were talking about politics and the massacre going on in Nigeria, the genocide going on in Nigeria. But today, because it has more of a social issue, you're not seeing much people. The number is still fascinating, about 1,000+ people viewing right now. But yeah, it's quite interesting. It is a topic we need to speak about in Nigeria. Men's health in Nigeria. It's something they've been overlooking, and I have the pleasure of having a friend of mine coming up real soon. He came up earlier on. I believe it's just, he's going to be back. He's a doctor, and he's going to be giving his own perspective towards this. I would love to hear from his own point of view. So I haven't said that. I'm looking at either changing the time to later Friday evening, or probably Saturday morning. It's about getting as many people as possible to contribute to the live show via text messages, calls, WhatsApp calls, WhatsApp messages, comments on all the social media platforms that I have access to. But other than that, let me just use this opportunity to let the people hear this.
Events and happenings. How do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listening on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while the problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí ìpinnu àgbolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ bá ìpàdé Jimmy Punk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating life ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We're back from the break. I have my beautiful guest here with me, Chooks. I have Chooks, I have Sim, I have Icon Luzo. They've been part of this conversation. Again, guys, Chooks is the guy, that helped me fix my car. I had an accident a couple of weeks ago. It was serious, but yeah, I'm back on my feet thanks to Chooks, the one and only Igwe of the Ladipo market in Chicago here. He knows his onions and he does his job very well. He knows his work. So if you're in Chicago, you need any help getting the car, fixing the car, pimping your car, you can hook him up. You can call him, he can hook you up. He's got you locked down. I have no single doubt about that. I can vouch for him. He did a clean job for me. Everyone saw the picture of my car when it's got damaged. I reached out, an obedient reached out to me, an obedient caring sister reached out to me, and they told me they have someone in Chicago that can that knows about it, that does things like that, fixes cars and all that. If you check on the screen, you can see the picture of the car when it got damaged. I had a dislocated shoulder and a lower back pain. That was how bad it was, and I had to go through therapy. I had to go through what's it called, chiropractor to fix it myself and all. But guess what? He came through. I met with him. He's doing great. He has his own podcast, by the way. I'm gonna put his handle on the jumbotron on the slide. You can see it's sliding across the screen at the lower bottom of the screen. So he came through, he checked it out, and the quote I got initially was over $7,000, and he saw it. It gave me a great deal, cheaper than what I got, and he did it in a very unusual way I've actually experienced before. He took in my car and he did his magic. He bought the part, 80% of the part, the very day, 80% of the car, the very day I dropped the car with him. It was giving me update back to back, and he sent me a video of getting all the items he had already ordered for and everything. I was wowed. But guess what? The sweetest part was the fact that he gave me a loaner car for free. It was insured, it was in good condition. He gave me a loaner car for free to drive around, to move from A to B and just go ahead with my day-to-day activities, which was a brilliant thing. I wasn't worried about paying for the loaner car every single day. You need to pay for loaner car. That's what it is. Loan car. You pay for your daily use of that. But I didn't get to go through all that. I used the car for, guess what, about 2-3 weeks while he was working on my car. While he was working, and the loaner car was insured, and it covered me. You know what that is. But this is to emphasize on the quality of His service, besides the fact that he has a great quality and a great taste in getting you best of spare parts and the best of equipment to get the job done. And he was updating me. He was updating me as time goes on, how the car was being fixed. You know, it was a step by step. It was an experience I've never had before, and it was quite strange coming from a fellow Nigerian, an obedient, an Igbo man for that matter. You know, I had to emphasize on that with all this madness, bigotry thing going on Twitter space. But if you check on the screen, you see a clip. One of the clips he actually sent to me, where they finished with the whole fixing of the car, and they're just patching it up. They're patching it up to get it washed and cleaned up so they can send it to me. And the moment I saw it, I couldn't recognize it. He goes, "Yeah, that's your car." You know, I was like, wow. It was almost as if nothing happened to me. So this was in the workshop when it was getting done. It was a beautiful thing to see. And at the end of the day, he just I think about 3 weeks afterwards, he just sent me this shocking video. I actually saved that picture, and he sent me the picture saying, "Your car is ready." And when I saw that picture, which is what you guys are seeing on my screen right now, when I saw that picture, I was like, "Wait, is that my car?" And it was like, "Yeah, your car is ready." I was shocked. I was blown away. So I decided to use this opportunity to call him out for his hard work, for what he did, and for going beyond and above in making sure the best customer service was put through to me, thanks to my sister that actually introduced me to him. So guys, if you need any help regarding cars in America, not just in Chicago, I'm gonna put up his Twitter profile on the screen for people to check out. You can follow him. Keep an eye in America here. He can hook you up. But you'll be in better hands if you're in Chicago. I can guarantee you that. I put my name on it. That is his Twitter handle. He's a loyal, obedient. He believes in a working government, and he stands for what is right. And so therefore I thought it's the least I can do to support him and let the people know about him. He also has a podcast. He has a podcast where he talks about men's health, how to keep fit, and he talks about cars. He videos himself going to auctions and checking out accidented vehicles. When people call him to come check it out, he checks it out, he assesses it, and gives a breakdown on how it can be fixed and how long it will take. Okay, so you guys can check it out. Thank you so much, my brother. It's been very helpful and supporting towards today's conversation, and it's almost as if we rehearsed it, but we never did. I've never been on the same podcast with him. This is my first time, and he came with his A game, and he's just been dropping facts and figures. So I believe we'll be having to see him, more of him, as the week goes by. I do this every Friday, but the way it seems now, we might move it to either evening Fridays or every Saturday, so we can have more people engage, ask questions, and be part of this conversation. Of course, it's recorded, but then again, there's nothing like having an instant conversation, question being answered by the people. So welcome back again. We're moving on to the next segment, but before we do, Sim Dul is here. Sim is here. I want to hear Sim's perspective towards the what's the second one again? Yeah, the economic and the social pressure. Icon is waiting. Chooks has actually done the same thing. I want to hear from you, Sim. What do you think the impact of things has on Nigerians, and how do you think it can be changed, considering the situation of things right now in that country? Jump in, my brother. Welcome.
Yeah, been doing a lot of listening, just great points from everyone, a lot of back and forth. That's what's constructive conversation is all about. But Yeah, on the point, I think um, I will start with saying that there are certain things that definitely need to be done, but it needs to be done from a point of action, not just words. Yes, it's good. The starting point is talking about it, but action, and it also links to some things that, Chooks and Icon and even Tudo have
Chido.
spoken about. Yes, we spoke about dignity in labor, right? We spoke about concepts like that. We spoke about a sense of self-worth, right? We spoke about, even if, and that leads to integrity, right? These values have to be reintroduced. They have to be reintroduced into the society, because society is a reflection of the norms and customs of what is of the goings on of that particular area, and context matters. So irrespective of whether you are Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, wherever you're from, there has to be something it has to be ingrained and imbibed, and it actually is already there, right? Because if we go back to our various, cultural backgrounds, you have stories, you have these things that are there, but unfortunately, because of the order of the day, it has been eroded or pushed to the side, to the point where now it is the absurd that is the norm, where you is just, just on your own, sort yourself out, right? Now, talking about, that's why I think if I can start, because the problem, another thing is that it's such a very, very, in terms of the approach, it's very nuanced, very, very wide reaching, right? But the key things, that's why I'm starting from those themes of a sense of self-worth, integrity, dignity in labor, right? These are things that we can start trying to, or continue, since it's already more or less started, continue trying to inculcate and actually push. Because Chooks has been speaking about propaganda. Propaganda is not, as much as, yes, it has a negative connotation. There are also positive, because it depends on what you're able to push. So once and successful propaganda, successful narratives change and shape society. And as we're talking about it, even the act of talking is still an action in itself. But yes, there needs to be much more about that. And why I want to highlight these themes and the differences in how we apply them, right? The manner, the showing the sense of, let me take an example of a theme. Let's say sense of self-worth. The way what one might consider in a part of the region as sense of self-worth will be completely different from another area, right? Like Chooks was speaking about, say, okay, getting into some carpentry work, developing some skill with your hands and everything. Now, in an area where that is not possible due to conflict, right? Introducing a sense of self-worth might come in the form of letting the person know that, listen, there's nothing wrong in defending yourself. For instance, right? Because if you're able to defend yourself, then you're going to be able to create an area where you can actually protect what you have, right? Where you can actually protect what you have, so that you can even begin to think about, being productive. Because once upon a time, maybe you were productive, but things are happening, things are going on, and you can't do that anymore because it's not safe. And maybe for a long time, the narrative has been that, oh, you can't even go out, you have to wait. And if you do anything that, as far as protecting yourself, oh, you will be prosecuted or you will be in danger. An example, if you have these themes, dignity in labor, all these things, and reciprocating, and sense of self-worth, how you convey that information, how you convey that will be unique and different in itself, as opposed to someone else who is just looking for some means of earning a living. But we need to, it's something that has to happen by rapid and intent action, not just speaking about it, like not just speaking about it and talking about it, but the act of speaking like we're doing now is a very important step. It's a very important step. So I think I would sort of capture it in that manner. These core themes are what one would focus on implementing and talking about, and hopefully applying through action. Because another thing is, if you don't show working, like they say, if you don't show proof, how do you convince people, right? So, because yes, we're in our diverse respect. I've heard Icon's story. I've heard you, Jimmy. I know your story. I've heard Chuk's story. Credit to everybody. You've done certain things that have shown perseverance. Even I personally, there are certain values that I treasure as a man. Say, for instance, stoicism, right? I treasure stoicism, even if I know that there is a bit more to that, because stoicism has helped me build a certain sense of resilience, certain sense of discipline, all these things. However, in the act of learning through life, I know there are other things, but that's, by the way, we can talk about that later. But back to the question, these themes have to be reintroduced with intent and with action. And these themes, when I talk about the themes, I'm talking about the sense of self-worth. I can set something very similar. Purpose, right? And how we introduce that definitely will take different shapes in different parts of the country. But the hope is that, because one thing that happens with society, in the same way that it's taking time to sort of lead Nigeria down the path of destruction, right, to a point where we kind of see it like there's no point of return, is in the same way, through deliberate effort and action, and consistency, there is a possibility that can be checked, that can be reversed, that can be reorganized. But it can only happen through action, being guided by these themes. I think that's the best way I can put it.
I totally agree.
That's a beautiful one.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
with
go ahead.
I totally agree with you, because all talk and no action is meaningless. Because at the end of the day, I will quote Winston Churchill again, and a hungry stomach has no political advisor. Currently, the mental state of Nigerian men, or men in Nigeria, because Fola said something that's very, very peculiar. The mindset of Nigerian men in Nigeria finds its way over the Atlantic Ocean into the United States. When you deal with a Nigerian man that just showed up from Nigeria in the United States, you can tell they just came from an environment filled with trauma. The way they handle money, the way they handle transactions, which ties into these economic and social pressures, the way they move socially, which affect it affects them behaviorally, the way they behave towards each other. I had a very interesting conversation yesterday with Fola. I told Fola that it's very important that Nigerian men ascribe a higher level of respect towards each other than they do to white men. I'll repeat that again. I told Fola that Nigerian men need to have a higher level of respect towards each other than they have for white men. Why is this paramount? Why is this necessary? Because if we treat each other, then we will treat a culture that is termed to be dominant in the Western Hemisphere. We are all going to be having a positive outcome when we interact with each other. But the unforgiving spirit, the lack of empathy towards each other. When we deal with each other, one small thing, I beg that guy I deal with him last time now. I know they deal with him like that again. No, Nigerians. I hate dealing with Nigerians. You see? I hate dealing with Yorubas. I hate dealing with Igbos. Then, you see, we start to fragment. And a fragmented group can never build a community. That's why when I gather with a group of men, I keep it exactly what Fela is talking about. Number 2 right here, economic and social pressures. What kind of pressure are you getting economically? What kind of pressure are you applying socially? I'm telling the men that I deal with, you have to change your behavior to deal with me. You have to change your mindset towards money to be around me. Some people get upset. Some people say, wait a minute, Chukwuma, I never thought of it like that. I get it. I'm going to do something about it. And that's where the action comes in.
Oh, Chips, you breaking?
Yes. I just wanted to give.
Okay, I think you're back now. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to touch on the topic very briefly. You know, I was just talking about the economic and social pressures, right? How because when I think of economy, I think of money. When I think of social, I think of moral, behavioral, and how it pertains to a man in his environment. And when I talk about man, I'm talking about God, man, woman, child. You cannot have a community when people are morally bankrupt and they have a wrong sense of economic achievement, which goes back to the same thing I'm saying. Will you raise your daughter to have a degree in banking? What if all the banks fail? Then what happens? That means the society fails, because the economic aspect or commerce aspect is dependent on that. I'll give you an example. In 1988, my dad came to the United States. So in 1987, after the military overthrowing and all that kind of stuff, they had the coup. Upjohn and most American companies left Nigeria. My dad was out of a job. So that pushed him back into reality where he had to hustle. So you see, there's a negative connotation that is applied to hustle. When you look at Microsoft, Bill Gates just had a hustle. You look at Apple was a hustle. So when we look at hustle as something negative, I laugh, because these are the epithets and these are the foundations that build a society. So when it comes to the mental health of Nigerian men, do you want to improve it? Encourage them to hustle. Let's push a propaganda positively that encourages Nigerian men. Hey, you didn't go to school, that's okay. What are you good at? Are you good at fixing cars? Okay, let's structure. Let's rally around you in the community sense where you can fix everybody's car. Oh, do you know how to plant gardens, right? Oh, all my friends that own houses, you could come plant their garden. You see it here. You see it in active societies. Because the thing is that we've decided to adopt Western culture and Western society, their economic and social patterns. We have to adapt in its entirety. If not, it will fail. We cannot just take parts and pieces. We have to either incorporate our African culture and personalize it, or go all the way. We cannot just take bits and pieces of it, because here's the thing. This is why they've been able to manipulate our economy, because our economy is not fully autonomous. It's basically dependent on what happens. Like, for example, when something happens to the dollar, don't you find it ironic that something happens to the naira as well? It's because this economic and social pressure is there, and we're not doing anything to remain autonomous. We have to apply the right type of pressure on our men. And why I say on our men is because the men traditionally are the protectors and providers. And I stated it earlier. If you not apply pressure on men, pressure is good. Fola told this story earlier. The pressure that he experienced in the United States made him a better man. It did not make him worse. What Fola has turned out to be a better man because of the things that happened to him. Look at it, negative or positive, it made him better. We need to encourage our young men to undergo pressure, because pressure builds diamonds. We cannot get better quality of men if they don't undergo pressure. They either take the beating now or they will take it later in life. And later in life means poverty.
I think just that. I think, to be honest, in many ways the pressure is already there in different. It's already there in different shapes and forms.
You're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It's
But
there.
but how
right,
to channel?
Mhm.
Sorry, go on.
The right propaganda is not being pushed. You see, I talked about, propaganda has a negative connotation. I'm talking about positive propaganda where we start to dehumanize the people doing illegal stuff, like the people stealing from government, the Yahoo boys, and we start pushing the people in the arts and crafts, the people that are geniuses, the people that can create something that can be leveraged to build a stronger and better society. My child and your child cannot depend on fraud. My child and your child cannot depend on stealing from the government. These things are not viable. That's why Nigeria has been failing. Because the men that can keep on the straight and narrow and make an honest living, they've been disenfranchised. Nobody talks about them no more. In our nightclubs, we glorify the Yahoo boys. You see what I'm saying? In our streets, we glorify the Yahoo. In our families, I'll tell you a story. This will be very quick. I had a cousin, right? He was a fraudster, and all his life, while he was alive, I kept telling him, "Hey, Q, you need to change your lifestyle. You need to become you see this hustle that I'm doing? I can bring you in. I can teach you my hustle." But you see, because of the need to compete, which is the social pressure, he wanted that Lambo truck. He wanted that G-Wagon. He wanted all the things that we can get with structure and community. He wanted it fast. As I'm talking to you right now, Q is in the grave. Because of why? He succumbed to the social pressure. At the end of the day, out of jealousy and because of the kind of realm he's dealing with, because you see, there's no honor amongst thieves. At the end of the day, he got killed by one of
Where is he?
He's dead. He's dead.
In the US or America?
Right
US
here in
or
the
Nigeria?
Right here in the United States, in Kentucky, his friends shot him in the head, dragged him to the graveyard, left him on a grave, took his clothes, took his wristwatch, took everything, even took his car. And the funny thing was that the car he was driving had my dealer plates on it. That's the story of Q. That's that effect of the economic and social. That's that effect.
Is Q a Nigerian?
Yeah, Q is an Igbo boy. Q is an Igbo boy. So that social and economic pressure that we experience, the need to perform. Some of us.
And the friend that shot him, is he Nigerian as well?
No, it's not Nigerian. It's an African American. You know, so that need to that need to perform economically and socially, which is a pressure that is put on us. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Men need this pressure. This pressure is good, but we need to propagandize it in a positive way. I hope I'm using that word properly. Propagandize. We need to propagandize it in a positive way so that young men know that it's good. This pressure is good, but you need to go about it in a positive manner. You cannot just come out here and take shortcuts. It does not end well for most. Yeah, you can tell me about one person right there and there, that your uncle that did 419 and retired in Nigeria that built 3-story building. But Nigeria, we're talking about over 200 million people. Everybody cannot be a fraudster. Everybody cannot make it to government. We need alternate routes. That's why I came up with the generator and borehole philosophy. Nigerian men need to be pressured economically and socially to gear their energy and their mindset towards fending for themselves, creating a path, just like how they figured out water, they figured out electricity. They need to figure out commerce, business on their own terms, not waiting for the Anglo-Saxon pattern of living where we have to be dependent on the job. Don't forget, a job, someone has to create a job. A human being has to create a job. And this ties back and affects the mental health of men. When you've gone to school for 10 years, gone through the whole thing, begging lecturers, bribing and everything, then you graduate, you don't have a job. My mental health will be affected as well.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. When you've been told something or you've been, I mean, you know, the quintessential story about leaders of tomorrow, for instance, you know, with that whole shindig, right? Where you've been told that, you've been told that, okay, this is how you do. If you do this, you will get this, and you now find yourself in, you know, the world, and you find that that's not how the world works, and because a lot of reasons why you even have these negative mindsets towards, you know, getting it fast and everything is because of what is seen and because you're in a society that is, you know, of course there is a power dynamic, but it's a very strong power dynamic that is, you know, run by opportunists that have, you know, really taken advantage and dug their feet so much that they know what they stand to lose if this narrative changes.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
But that's why on the other hand, the only way that the only way that this propaganda that you talk about can even happen is through a deliberate, concerted, and steady effort, because the narrative of the day now is there for a reason, because it helps a certain group of people. And by the way, I'm sure, of course, it's not even to say that, oh, it's going to happen, or it's going to just like a movie that is just going to switch. No. You're aware of that. I'm aware of that. Everybody here is aware of that. But there's no other way to go about it. This is the only way if we really mean business.
But yeah,
to steadily make that happen.
You hit the nail on the head, right? These conversations are paramount, highly paramount, to even getting to that point where we can push a propaganda that is positive towards re-engineering the mindset of the average Nigerian man suffering from mental illness, because he's excelling, he's thriving, he's struggling, surviving, and in a crisis. These different layers of men, at the end of the day, need to come into venues like this, arenas like this, spaces like this, hear these conversations. And these conversations are very key, because I came up with a quote, right? This quote is directly a quote that I came up with. The money is in the conversation. There's no money that has ever been made. There's never been economic development. There's never been social or behavioral adjustment if not for conversations that were had. The conversations are the foundation of the action. Once we start talking, we start saying, okay, how can we push this agenda? How can we float an independent bank? How can we fund people to start arts and craft, to start using their hands, to bring out their creative side? These things are not very difficult to fund, because there's power in numbers. Once we start grouping together and we're laser focused into economic and social progress and applying pressure in the right points, success is inevitable. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
Will it take time? Yes. Yes, it will take time. Yes.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Sim, go ahead. I want us to move on to the next one.
Yeah. Sorry, just quickly, and just to add to what you said, not all value is monetary as well.
The conversation, but yeah, you've been quiet lately. But I want you to have
Sorry, Jimmy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it that?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
What is the problem we have with money? What is the problem with money?
Well, I think because at the end of the day,
I never said that all value is monetary. I never said
no. I'm sort of supporting what you said, because you spoke about value and everything. I said, at the end, and also not all value is monetary. A case in point is what Jimmy just explained, that, with his situation with between the both of you, right? Now, within your situation, of course, at the end of the day, it's still a business, right? And you could have given any quotation based on what was required to fix that vehicle, right? But you found a way to make it work, and in some way work towards making it work even for the client, which was Jimmy, right? And here we are today, right? Now, if you were focused, like if one was focused on just the money, of course you could have quoted anything.
But at the end of the day, Jimmy will not be up here.
Exactly.
And the rest is history.
Exactly. So that's the proof that not all value is monetary. But you're able. Another thing to also consider is that all this is made possible not just by individual effort, but also because you both find yourselves in an environment that sort of is enabling even this to happen. Say, for instance, now if you had to consider getting a generator now because there is no power, that might have affected the cost of your say workmanship or whatever, right? But
true.
I'm using that as an example to say, this is why, because the environment itself has already, as much as imperfect as it is, it has also giving some support, whether infrastructurally, right, or otherwise, to help you to even think about saying, you know what, I can actually do this. I can actually make this order today and make it at a certain price so that I can get this. Show Jimmy that, listen, I can get this done, and prove to him that I can get this done. Right?
But let me dissect let me dissect the misconception. The misconception is this. Remember, we're talking about Nigerian men, their mental health, right? I'm pinpointing the case and point of the communal behavior between Icon, Jimmy, and lastly myself, and then now to the broader Nigerian audience. Remember, I did not start this effort. I didn't. Icon started all this. Why? Because she believed in something larger than herself. She was not selfish. She could have had the information and kept it from Jimmy. Because why?
Yeah.
He's Hausa, he's Yoruba, he's whatever.
Yeah.
But mentally, she was cognizant of that. She pressed play, and the rest happened. And similarly to that, we need to push this same mindset to the greater good of the community, which will now extend to society. Because if it doesn't happen between Icon, Jimmy, and myself, what hope does Nigeria have as a country?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the ripple effect or the multiplier effect.
It's a domino effect. You know what I mean? It starts with a very small action, and it ends up, if we push it hard enough, it's gonna catch on. And that's the propaganda part.
All right, thank you. We have someone here, Junior. I don't know who that is, but I think I'm suspecting who that could be. Junior, jump in. How you doing? Who's this?
Good morning from my side.
Good morning, my guy.
My name is Junior, but I guess Jimmy would recognize my voice.
Archie. If you like.
When did Archie talk to Junior? Look at this doctor.
If you like, go change to Senior. What did I say? I said I think I know who that might be. But I wanted the Junior to talk first.
He's gone to hide. He's going to hide inside the bathroom to make this call again.
It's the Junior. Welcome, Dr. Archie. How you doing?
Well, thank you.
Nice to have
Good
you.
morning.
How you doing? Thanks for being part of this. Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess that's Sheila's voice I was hearing.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So
Sindu.
yes. I'm just trying to. I'm dealing with work at the moment, but the conversation is quite insightful because it's rare for people to speak about.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the time, Dr. Archie. I know you're a busy person. They saw someone intestine now, so they follow with the talk.
Normally now. He escaped. He left the theater. You don't leave theater. Go make call.
You understand your passion in supporting friends when it comes to Twitter spaces. This guy go inside toilets. If they do operation, we go inside toilet, go give solution, run back to theater. So I don't think this thing's going. Yeah. Shall not make the person die. Go ahead, my brother. God bless you.
All right. Well done, Mr. Nwosu, Ikonozo, Shiloh, my brother, then Jimmy. I guess I'm very concerned personally about the mental health of Nigerians in the state that it's rare for Nigerian men to look out for their mental health. I guess generally there's a challenge of or a stigma attached to mental health in Nigeria. In fact, if you mention mental health, the first thing that comes to anybody's mind is this person don't decrease. This person is crazy, is mad, something's wrong with the person. And so the perspective of Nigerians and mental health issues rests only around the purviews of maybe, if you are to classify it medically, schizophrenia or mania. It doesn't go beyond that. Yes. So Nigerians are very unfamiliar with the fact that there's depression, there's anxiety, there's stress disorder, there's borderline personality disorder. A wide spectrum of concerns. There's addiction concerns with relation to mental health. And because of that, we have that stigma of you know, expecting a man to act in a certain way, toughen up, not be vulnerable, not share their concerns, not seek help. That's one. Two, we also have that concern where you're stigmatized if you even attempt to do it. And then finally, I heard all of you speaking about the economic outlook of Nigeria. The economic outlook of Nigeria tips, especially our society being a male dominant or dominated society, and there's rarely a balance with economic outlook in Nigeria. So it tips us towards that mental health crisis, side of the spectrum. I also am hugely concerned about how we try to cope with concerns or try to cope with issues that would always tip us to mental health, mental health issues, like the economy of our country and how it's predisposed men to having these issues, how we deal with those concerns of the economy, how we deal with our health attending issues when we find ourselves an average Nigerian, once you get out of the country and you start discussing therapy, we relate, or we start being, start receiving it where we listen, even when it's difficult. But I don't think there's a sphere for therapy in Nigeria, especially with regards, people who are going through economic hardship. First of all, health seeking in Nigeria is very costly. So I could imagine people even trying to seek mental health help is also very expensive. And I'll end with this. Because we have such terrible economic outcomes, because we have stressors in its infinite number in Nigeria, because we are unable to be vulnerable, because culturally we are not taught to do so, educationally we are not positioned to do so, even society amongst men, we don't allow ourselves feel or be vulnerable or seek help. We now have a high rate of violence, reactions that are pertaining to mental health concerns, and even suicide rates. I'm highlighting this because I believe the conversation you guys are having today is very important, because it's from conversations like this that we set a trend to get, some solution. That's one. But beyond that, I believe that when we are able to face ourselves as men, understand that we need a support system to grow, or leverage on the support system and community that Nigeria and Africa as a whole gives. Because there's something, Jimmy, and I believe most of the folks in diaspora would agree with this. When we leave Africa for diaspora, you suddenly realize how isolated you are as a man or a woman, even with regards community. It's the truth. I remember personally that some of my biggest struggles with leaving Nigeria the first few years was community, engagement, being around people who share like minds, and then trying to get myself stable enough. Then every pressure gets to you. If you have children, in Nigeria, you have a community. It's a village it takes. In Africa, it's a village it takes to raise a child. You're suddenly thrown into a system where caregiving, child care, is a responsibility of a woman as much as it's a responsibility of a man. It drives you crazy. Which means Africa and Nigeria should be better placed to give us huge support for mental health attending issues because of the kinds of society we have. So the question now lies, why do we have the level of mental health issues within African and Nigerian men in Nigeria? The simple answer is that while we have the tools in that society, we do not leverage on it because there's been that stigma created by society, that ignorance of why it's important to access mental health, why community is very important, why we should be vulnerable as men, why we should form groups to be able to help ourselves get out of economic hardship that will predispose us to mental health concerns. So, in finality, or finally, what I believe, my people, is that if we position ourselves with conversations like this, if we help ourselves leverage on the communities that exist in Africa, I see things with my folks in diaspora in the different countries I've been able to, live in and work in. The average Indian, the average Pakistani, the average Asian, Eastern Europeans still form those communities or bring those communities they have at home outside and create that support system, translate it back home, and try to lift people out of poverty. Try to give themselves succor. There is that connectivity. It is hard to see a Pakistani today and not see that, what's the word? And not see that strong cultural tie. Even after leaving Pakistan, even after leaving India, you still see them fall back. For some of them, they find a way for the Muslims to go back to their homes to do Ramadan and celebrate Salah. For the Christians, you see them still. I mean, it cuts across culture, cuts across religion, but there's that strong bond of fellowship, community, support. They look out for themselves. And I believe it is a thing that has been crafted at home. We have to challenge ourselves to know that we have those tools, but we have to leverage on them. Because if we are incapable of doing that, we will keep having men. I mean, the world is hard everywhere. India, Pakistan, they are developed countries, but they still have similar challenges like we do. Do you understand? What I believe is that these conversations have to go on, and it's a positive conversation, but we have to take it away from just being a conversation to actionable plan. What kinds of community are we developing at home? What are the purposes of this community? Are we vulnerable enough? Am I vulnerable enough to tell Jimmy, Omo, marriage don't hurt me, oh. Childcare don't tire me, oh. How will I take the deal with this issue? I'm losing myself. What do I do to help myself? Is Jimmy open enough to share with me that, bro, I had anxiety and depression in the past, and it's not a thing of stigma. You can access this kind of help. You can access this kind of help. Is the economy hard? How can we help that very person beyond handouts to take them out of poverty by maybe technical jobs or maybe craftsmanship, to be able to help that person occupy this person, to take him away from, the social vices that would predispose him to mental health issues. This has to be more actionable. If not, it just ends as conversations. But of course, I applaud you guys for this topic. It's hard, and this is my industry, so I can confidently say it's hard to see Nigerians even sit down and talk about mental health issues. So I commend you guys, and I just hope that going forward, Nigeria will be a better society that perceives mental health as something that should be embraced and dealt with and not stigmatized. Thank you very much, my people.
Thank you so much, Junior. You've spoken like a senior man. That was beautiful. I really appreciate you coming through. I needed a perspective from uh, the likes of your profession, and I'm glad you brought it in the way it is. We've spoken about all these things, but you saying these things over again simply shows it's not rocket science. We don't have the expertise you do, but it has come to a limelight that we recognize these things, and we've already talked about these things. But coming from you as a medical person, um, just nails it. Just put the final nail on it to let people know that look, it's not just we speaking based on what we read or what we are aware of. It's based on facts, and a professional just came up to speak about this to back up all the things we've said earlier on. He's a busy person. He's not been here for the whole 7 hours we've been here. But the way he came through, it's almost like deja vu. Every single thing we've mentioned, and I can tell you, he's a very busy person. But out of his busy schedule, he's been able to squeeze time to come and do this. And if you guys were paying close attention, he was here earlier on. But he probably came in with the handle that his fellow doctors will realize. Maybe he tell them, say they go toilet. He now thought, you know what, let me use another one. So that way they cannot see him online. So he came with Junior.
Normally, we know his MO, no worry.
So he came with Junior. And the moment I saw that, I was like, hold on. You know, I said I said the person we want to talk now. But let's hear. Junior, how you talk? And yeah, as usual, I always look forward to having a conversation with Archie. He is one of the people I love having a matured and interactive conversation with. Always educational and always insightful, listening to you when you have your submission. But I love the idea of what we're doing right now. I think another problem that is adding to the mental illness in Nigeria is this. When the whole Twitter space there is this addiction that came with it. There is this allowing every Tom, Dick, and Harry to request for mic and say things. So now having Tom, Dick, and Harry getting the mic to speak, you cannot stop them from saying whatever it is they want to say. Some people will come and just downplay the topic. Some people will come talk nonsense. Some people will come and just, confuse the people listening to you. It is not a problem. That is what they probably made it for, right? People can request for mic and say their point of view about certain situations. But you see topic like this that has to do with seriousness of life and how to make concrete change, development, motivational progression, and all that. I want to engage with reasonable people that comes with facts and figures, professionals in their fields, so people can learn. I don't mind if it's just 2 people having this conversation. It doesn't mind if it's 3, 4 people having this roundtable conversation. But I want it to be a great quality conversation where people can learn from it, right? Where people know that what they're listening to makes sense. They can relate to it, right? And at the same time, I welcome different opinion. We've been here all day sharing different perspective towards our different beliefs. So I totally appreciate that from every single person. Thanks to Jukes has been here with me from the onset. It's quite strange that to have someone be here with you the exact time you've been here. I've never had it before, but it shows how resilient, and it's not as if it doesn't have anything to. I can tell you how many people it's called. He has probably bounced just to be here.
Is the joy of self-enterprise. Is the joy of self-enterprise.
I appreciate it. And I'm saying this because I know how busy he is. And I know how busy he is. And I've noticed all the time his mic is muted. He's probably just giving instruction and But yeah, it's lovely having someone here with me. staying the same time as I am. The same goes with Icon as well. She's been here all the. In fact, she's the only lady I've had on this platform, and she's been here all day too. She's been paying close attention, multitasking, and also chiming in. That is beautiful. Thank you so much, guys. All right, let's move on to the next point, which is, oh my goodness, we've not even, we still have like 5 more to go. But yeah, I'm sure we can run through. The second one is, third one is access to mental health resources. I think, okay, let's brush over that real quick. That's the third one. Access to mental health resources. Limited availability of mental health professionals in that country. Lack of insurance, role of traditional healers and religious institutions in mental care center. That just explains what we spoke about now. Number one, a lot of people don't believe in mental health. They consider it, you probably want to go to Arrow, Yaba left. They consider you going cuckoo, you going mad. They don't pay attention to what it can lead to when you can't meet up with things you expected to meet up with. And most of the time, to be fair, most of the time, it is a situation whereby you put yourself in that situation in the first place. I'll give a quick example. Someone I know. This person did everything. He saw a girl he likes and he went after the girl. Initially, he used to have a girlfriend, but they broke up, right? They broke up and the heartbreak was severe. And he wanted to show the girlfriend that I'm up. I have someone. People are all over me. Women are all over me. So he decided to go after another lady. And the other lady was not interested in him. But he wanted that so desperately to spite the lady he broke up with, or she broke up with him, rather. And he wanted to prove a point to show that it's your loss. You had me, but you lost me, right? And out of desperation, he was focused on pleasing the new lady. The new lady was not really into it. There's another guy on the case of the new lady. There's another guy chasing up the new lady, and this guy is loaded. Well loaded. He can afford to get the lady whatever. And now this guy is not up to the standard of the man that is chasing this girl. So this guy has to go out of his way to gather his savings, steal money and just do things, dubious things to put money together to buy this girl, competitive, items that this guy is buying, and eventually he won. So while he was doing that, he was doing it as if it was nothing. Like he could struggle to get, as they can give him money to go and go and pay for a customer. Could be 3 million. He counts the money, it's 3 million. He leaves the place, go to drop the money, and the money is 2.5. And they trust him with money, and it will be like, yeah, the money is complete. I brought it here complete. So those kind of messy things were happening, and it was affecting business, right? But they overlook it because based on trust they had in him and they believe something happened. I don't know. They overlooked things like that. But guess what? These were the ways he went by to gather money to impress this girl. So he won, right? He won, not knowing he has actually raised a standard for himself. And now that he has the girl, guess what? He has done so much of those things that he lost his job. They had to let him go because a lot of unbalanced things were happening. They had to let him go, right? Knowing it's all coming from you, dude. We're not stupid, right? They had to let him go. And the moment he lost that job, there was no source of income. There was no place for him to steal from or to gather money from. Guess what? Depression kicked in. Depression kicked in so bad that he was now banking on the wife's salary. The wife's salary, she was making about 300 and something thousand every month, and it wasn't enough. And he had access to the account. The wife was submissive, he had access to the bank account and everything. But because he couldn't get a job, he now jumped into gambling. He decided to start gambling, and he was gambling with the hope of winning millions so he can play the role of husband. So doing, he was losing so much money that the wife started noticing. I mean, we don't have foods like we used to have before. The money is not being used for what is meant to be used for. What is going on? Something is going on. He keeps spending money, hoping he will win million one day. He will win million one day, and he spends the wife's salary. Now he's borrowing money, and he's spending that money. He's losing. Now he's selling things, and he's spending more money. He's selling wedding rings, selling wedding clothes, and all that. It was so bad that they had to break up. It led to a divorce, guys. It led to a divorce. And at the end of the day, when you sit down and look at what had happened, then you think about it. You put yourself in that situation in the first place. These are the things we need to educate ourselves about. These are the things we need to talk about to let us know that, look, these things are real and they actually happen real life. How can we avoid these things? And to our third point, access to mental health resources. It is one thing for you to be privileged enough to have access to these things. It's another thing for you to actually make use of it, because you might have access to these facilities. By the way, they have great facilities in Nigeria. They have private facilities that deals with things like this, rehabilitation centers, and they don't come cheap, right? But how many people can afford it? Only people that understand these things and know the impact they can make can actually afford to send their ward or their family members there, because it's like a school, it's like an hostel. You send them there, you pay for the accommodation, you pay for the classes they will be going for, and it could be drug addiction, it could be whatever it is. But the main issue is they want to they start from the foundation. What led to that? And at the point in time when they are idle, when they don't have something going on, that is when this thing kicks in. And the concept of the rehabilitation is this. I think it says it takes about 30 days for you to form an habit, and it takes about 30-40 days to break that habit. So the whole point is putting them in a facility where they can be monitored in a way whereby within that period of time, the habit can be broken. They pay close attention on you in making sure you don't go through the normal routine that you go through just to break that habit. That's what the rehabilitation is all about. And in some cases, some severe cases, you see people that are struggling. You see people that are in a situation whereby, if it's drug or alcohol, you see people locked up in a room and you see them crying, you see them scratching their body. They are used to it. The body is craving for that at that point in time, but they deprive them of that. They deprive them, and slowly their bodies start adapting. In many cases, a lot of people don't have the mental stability to do this on their own. Imagine you wanting to break an habit alone by yourself, and you're in your room, no one is monitoring you, and you find yourself in a situation whereby you have this pain. You have this pain based on the fact that you're used to taking the certain drugs at a certain time, but you want to try and step out of it, and you're craving for it. No one is holding you back. In fact, the drug is right in front of you like that. How many people have that mental stability to say no? How many people have that mental strength to fight it until they be like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not going to take it. That takes a different level of focus and psychological strength in fighting it. But yeah, rehabilitation centers are designed for these purposes. But how many people can afford that in Nigeria? Access to mental health resources. People will tell you, the money you want to spend on me going for mental health treatment, give it to me. I'll use it to eat. Give it to me. I'll use it to do something else. But in other words, they just want to use it to, get high and do whatever it is they want to do. And some people might have access to that money, but due to bad decision making, they can tell you, oh, this one, it's the hands of the gods. You've offended someone. They'll take you to an herbalist that will probably siphon another amount of money from you. Some people will take you to church where they will pray and pray and pray and pray. Eventually, nothing is going to happen. Some people will be chained in the local method of doing it. They will chain them and flog them with different kinds of things, thinking they want to beat out the demon or the mysterious being making them doing those things. These things are factual in our culture back in Africa, and we can all relate to this point I'm making. The truth of the matter is, we need to pay close attention to these things because it's in the mind. It's absolutely in the mind. And the elders, our parents, they are now supporting the bad behaviors that we preached about, we talked about. Can I add something to the? Oh, sorry, I'm just saying this. Actually, this is not a submission. No. You can jump in. You can. It's a roundtable discussion. It's not a submission. You can jump in if you have something to say, and you take it from there. But go ahead, Archie.
So sorry, I beg. Immediately you just started talking. I had a trend of thought going on when I was speaking, and then it skipped my mind. And you just started talking, and it felt like you used the word deja vu earlier. So it just felt like you were re-echoing the things that I wanted to say. So it's important for me to say this, and I try to avoid giving professional opinion publicly because I don't feel comfortable doing it. But I think I can say this. Nigeria now has a drug epidemic problem. Number one. Which means the mental health attending concerns of Nigeria is about to blow away from proportion. Number one. Being that we do not have enough professionals to sort that very concern out. Number one, we don't have enough psychiatrists. Nigeria as a space of medicine is, how you in America, in the UK, in most Western countries, you can have that dichotomy between a psychiatrist and a clinical psychologist. You have a shrink that is different from your psychiatrist. That dichotomy almost doesn't exist in Nigeria because the space is already very, very there's a paucity. There's that very, very small number of professionals in this space. That's number one. Two, Nigeria, because of the way the system is so dysfunctional, has replaced everything professional health attendance or attending with either quacks or makeshift alternatives. I'll explain what I mean. So the replacement of therapists and psychiatrists in the Nigerian space is the average Nigerian cultural people, is the average Nigerian pastor, is the average Nigerian imam, is the average Nigerian, what's the word? So you have pastors. It's the reason why you have in churches pastors doing counseling session, people paying for counseling session. Those guys are doing the works of or the jobs of real professionals without having the training to exert that very authority. That's one. Two, because Nigeria now also has a huge gambling problem. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Before, when we were growing up, we didn't have as much. In fact, you see the frowning of people to gambling at the time. Gambling looked like it was really, really a taboo. These days, every single corner.
It used to be, but now it's an encouragement.
You don't need a casino anymore. You don't need a gambling house. People go around with gambling facilities on your mobile phones.
Mobile phone, thank you. Oh my goodness, that's a compelling point.
Which further worsens the situation completely because you can be living with someone who has a mental health issue and you do not know until it's a crisis, which is the way it presents in Nigeria. I can't count the number of people before I left where would just be there. The person has a mental health crisis, pops into the clinic, either leaves. I remember once, I won't mention where it happened, but a guy came in, very lovely guy, very normal, very, very rich, very well to do in Lagos. We used to see him, very nice guy. And then he left once. And then the next thing we heard, he committed suicide. What happened? Man gambled up his entire wealth and then couldn't cope with the debt and then decided to end it all. This is not one incident. This is not two incidences. This is a recurrent. I say it's becoming a trend in that space. This is the reason why we, as a collective, need to replace quacks or people who don't know what they are doing. Advise our people to seek the right help. We have to be able to commonize this concern so that it doesn't become too pricey for the common Nigerian to access. The reason why mental health in Nigeria, as per facilities that are not government, is very expensive to access is because it has become a very affluent space. You see very rich children who have gambling problems, being shipped to camps, being shipped to, those hostels. And so it's a high priced, high paying in very, very highbrow locations. So the poor person would only end up in, for lack of a better word, Yaba left, with just a few mental health professionals and very low standard. Do you understand? It's because it's not commonized enough in our society that Mio, Chukso, Jimmy can sit down and say, oh, this is my brother. The same way we talk about malaria. This my brother has a mental health issue. Let us get him some help. Because we can have that conversation about malaria. We can have that conversation about maybe hypertension in Nigeria. And it's not exactly cheap, but it's accessible. Nigeria doesn't have that. That starts with conversations like this. That starts with affirmative action. That starts with commonizing this problem, destigmatizing this issue such that it becomes widespread, common to deal with, and easy to access help. That's what I came to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Archie. Yeah, brilliant. Sorry, I was chatting with one of my great listeners, confirming with me, telling them about the OBG foods, and person is in Texas telling me, oh yeah, yes, I use their palm oil. And that's just to support the fact of what I mentioned earlier on. The first product I tried of the OBG foods is the palm oil, their red palm oil. Oh my goodness. It was so good. Myself and my wife, we actually fight over it. Like on my way from work, because the store is along, my workplace. She tells me to buy, when we're running out, she tells me to buy on my way home. And she wants to be specific. It is that one with the right to beach. It is that one. It's to show you that these guys know what they're doing. And she had tasted the quality of the service. She'd be like, no, but this one where I go cook for you, but they tell me say you don't like the taste too, that this palm oil tastes somehow in this. If you buy something else, I'll use that to cook for you. And whatever the outcome may be, you have to deal with it. And really and truly, I've tasted it and I know the difference. So anytime I'm going, I just make a video. I cannot shout. I will just make video. Okay, which one is it? I'll flip the camera. Oh yeah, tell me which one. And she points at it. That's the beauty of knowing a great quality item when you see one. And I'm glad that someone else can confirm that. And that's the person I'm chatting with right now. And the person is confirming what I just said now. So it's a beautiful thing to know that one of the listeners are actually here listening and can concur to what I've been saying about this. So it's great. I'm trying to pull up a picture of them harvesting these things, because what they used to do before was coordinate with different farmers across Nigeria. They coordinate with them. They get from their product and packaged, and they just ship it down to America. But in the recent years, they're not satisfied with the quality of what they're getting. They're not okay with the quality, so they decided, you know what, let's go full scale. Let's go all out in this, and started planting. They started planting and making their own product, and so therefore they can control the quality of what they want. They can control, how good they want it to be, and from there, they're making, they're making their own product, and people are. And people, so once it's harvest time, they package it and they put it out there. They package it and they send it out there. If you check the screen, that is a picture of their staffs, working on the palm oil. This is them collecting the raw products after harvest, and they started working on these things instead of waiting on sourcing for the product around. And I think that's one of the things that changed the game for them. So they are in control of the quality of what they're actually selling. So that makes it, a beautiful thing for them, and it's helping their business. So I just came across the picture now, and I decided to put it up there. So, all right, thanks, guys. Back to the conversation. So, okay, Dr. actually dropped. Okay, that's fine. Simdu dropped as well. It's actually late in the UK. They're probably around to 2 a.m. So thanks for being part of these. Thanks for taking your time to contribute. You stayed a long time as well. Thank you so much. Icon is still here with us. Icon, are you there? Okay, she's probably busy. I'm sure she's there. She's multitasking or something. By the time she gets close to her phone, she's going to confirm she's here. So without wasting any more time, Chooks, do you have any other thing to say, or should we go to the next one? I just want to make sure we cover all the let me see. I think it's 5. So yeah, we cover up all the 5 points. So now we're moving to number 4. We're moving to number we're moving to number.
Yes, I'm going to be very brief. Okay, I just want to talk about this access to mental health, right?
Go ahead, bro.
Because of the nature of the country we come from, right, and the lack of resources or the lack of the government and their proclivity to make room for this area of healthcare. I had an interesting question for the doctor, but he's not around anymore. But to everybody that's listening, right? Let's use our heads. Which is more efficient? To raise kids in a community where their moral fiber is strong versus the possibility of the government trying to create a whole industry that has to be supported by the income of the Nigerian populace as pertaining to the access to mental health care. I'm just trying to see if we could be realistic. Because of the average Nigerian makes about $2, what is it, $2 a day? Okay? I'm not trying to belittle mental health. Mental health is real. But at the end of the day, I think charity begins at home. We have to put the burden back on the parents so that they could look at these two distinctions. What would you rather do? Raise a strong individual that could go ahead and add value to society, or take a chance and bank on them ending up in a mental institution? I just thought it was something, a question that we need to have in the back of our mind while we progress. That's all.
All right. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Chooks. That was beautiful. I love the fact that we always have, creative examples to back up your point, and also always try to come up with a solution and back it up your point. That is beautiful. And I don't want it to just be a conversation where we talk about these things. We talk about it, we analyze it, and we suggest a solution on how to go about it. Thank you so much. So much respect your presence today. To be honest, I'm glad doing this with you. And the numbers are growing, and that's one thing about my podcast for the past 3 weeks now. Started. I'm beginning to study the analyses the computer is giving me, and I time, our time here in Chicago, it start picking up at that point in time, which, passing a message to me that maybe I want to start change. I want to work on the timing. It's either I do it Friday evening, which might be a disadvantage to people in Nigeria, or I do it Saturday morning where everyone can be part of it. I mean, both in Nigeria and America, very few people go to work, and it's a free day for them to be part of this. Because I know Sundays, a lot of people don't joke with their churches, and those spaces still happening. But we don't want that to. We don't want to create a situation whereby people will have to choose. We want to create a platform whereby if you're going to choose, it's going to be either between sports, which I have a football team that I like and I support, but it's not as serious as that compared to what goes on Saturday. But yeah, it's a good observation. And
you could
go ahead.
You could put up a poll. You could put up a poll.
I did that 3 weeks ago, and people pushed for Saturday. But then again, the fun thing about this is you can't, satisfy everybody. The moment I was about making that change, people are saying, no, we prefer a Friday evening. So I don't want to base my judgment on what the people are saying. I want to base my judgment on fact. So I keep checking the analysis, the breakdown. The interface is showing me, the StreamYard is giving me an information to let me know how many people are viewing me from Twitter, from Instagram, from YouTube, from X itself, and that way I can know where my listeners are majorly from and the time they join the platform and their agendas. It shows if they are male or female and the age range. So these are the things I'm looking into to now figure out how I can work to build up that number, because there is a target to hit solid 10,000 constant listener by December, and it's moving faster than that. And the reason why I say it's moving faster, from my own observation, what I noticed is 3 weeks ago when I started using StreamYard, it was a political topic, and the first day I used it, over 900 people, and still growing strong. Right?
That's amazing.
Last week it was 2,000 people because it was still politics. I was talking about
2,700.
2,700. So the numbers are growing when it comes to politics, or when it comes to issues like this, which is what we've been talking about. People, they're not interested about mental health. But guess what? Let me change the topic to something like Free Nnamdi Kanu now, or Sowore is an APC boy. Oh my goodness, we will hit 10,000 right now. I'm telling you, we will reach 10,000 right now. Or what's the latest thing? Okay, I heard something about Oni of Ife saying that the founders of Ile Ife are the Igbos. Oh my God. Let me put that at the topic right now. This place will be jam-packed with people, and they will be asking for the mic. You see almost 20 people requesting for the mic. But then again, I can do this for the clouds, but that's not the point. I'm dealing with good quality conversations. Again, it's not about the numbers; it's the quality of conversation. And if really and truly we want to get our country back, we need to be in shape. We need to be in a good position to do so. When we have our mental health in place, our critical thinking will be sound. Our decision making will be excellent, and that way we can decide between what is right and what is wrong, which means your ethnicity, your religion, or your tribe cannot stand between you choosing what is right and what is wrong. And so therefore you can make a right decision regardless where you're from. And that is what we're pushing, because we've been focusing on fixing Nigeria, but we've not paid attention into fixing Nigerians. And we'll be doing the little we can to make that happen. Thank you so much. Doctor is back. I believe he has something to say, because the next one is emerging issues and modern influences, the impact of social media and globalized ideals of success on self-esteem, rising rate of substance use as a coping mechanism amongst men in Nigeria. That's the next one. It's quite interesting because we mentioned it when Dr. Archie made this point. and I'm going to re-emphasize on it, and I'm going to be coming from a different perspective. Recently, Obi Kubana did his 50th birthday. Did you see this display of wealth that happened in that occasion or on that very day? Did you see the response of people? Did you see the tweets, the mindsets of people towards that? Now, one thing to forget is this: this man is a businessman, and he's not just an ordinary businessman. He's into the showbiz. That's what he does. It is his position to display to you, to make you crave into being part of his elite group. They are into flashy things. That is what they sell. That is their selling point. But guess what? Some people saw that and they are ready to kill to have as much money as those guys so they can display such. They are ready to go out of their ways to do whatever is going to cause them to have as much money as that without working hard. And that is the point. They're not interested in working hard. Quick, fast cash. They are ready to go all out to making that happen, and people are not paying attention to it. You read tweets and you'll be seeing things like, last, you have to make money no matter how. People don't respect you if you don't make money. How you make it doesn't matter. Just make money. I was on the space, was it last week? And people were talking about being part of the gay community for the purpose of money. Now, I have nothing against gay people. To some people, it is natural, right? They can't change it. I have no problem with them, right? But when you now want to get into that act because of money, you have people debating about if they're going to allow another man up in their guts for a certain amount of money. As you said, no more shame, no more integrity. And it was so funny that they backed it up with, well, to be honest, they backed it up with so much point. It sounds funny, but people were laughing. But to them, it was just all about having that money. They don't care about the dignity. In fact, would dignity help? Those were the terminologies I was hearing. Would dignity help? And they will tell you things like, I'll do it so easily that I don't mind wearing diapers. These are grown-ass men, by the way. I don't mind wearing diapers, and I'll invest that money. And we're not talking about small money, by the way. We're talking about $50 million. There was one $10 million. There was one as early as yesterday. Someone sent me a video grab of that conversation, and it was about, I think, $2 million. And they made a compelling argument to say they will go to church and even do Thanksgiving. They will go to church, they will do Thanksgiving, and the pastor will cleanse them of their sins or whatever. They will buy cars with that money, and their plate number will be Bum Bum 1, Bum Bum 2, Bum Bum 3, Bum Bum 4. They're ready to flash it to let the people know that, look, it's not a rumor that I was docked to get this money. I'm letting you know, I'm making it obvious to you that this was what happened, and they're putting it on their card. This is the level at which we've accommodated things like this. Again, I have nothing against gay people. Some people were born that way, to be honest. Some people naturally, that is how they are, right? But the moment you're now doing that act for the purpose of money, especially those people married, you hear people saying, my wife will even tell me she will follow me there, but she will drive me there. My kids will tell you, Daddy, you must be stupid if you don't do it. So how have we come to be human based on that? There is no more shame. There is no more integrity. They believe money can replace shame. Money can buy integrity. And everything is just all about money. Everything is all about money. jumping chooks.
Well, let me back you up on this, right?
Dr. Achi, you can jump in as well. I saw you came back up. I know you're busy, but yeah, go ahead, chooks.
This is why it's called emerging issues and modern influences. The influence is coming from outside. It's not coming from within. Homosexuality is something that has always been present in every society, but in a very minuscule level. I repeat, homosexuality has been part of every society, especially in African culture, in African society, at a very minuscule level. There was always the feminine acting boys. There was always the experimental girls. There was always the people that experimented on each other. But you see, this is why I tell you, in Africa, in Nigeria, we have a problem of value. You see, the gentleman that talked earlier, when he kept jumping over everything that I said and kept talking about hustle, jumping over everything that I said and kept pinpointing the money, and Icon had to point out to him that I'm talking about value, the work. We have removed ourselves from the work. And we have to re-engage our society with the work, our community, our culture. We have to integrate the value of work. But here's another interesting thing that is happening. During the pandemic, drug use in Nigeria skyrocketed. Why? Because the cartel, both in Mexico and in Nigeria, could not move the drugs because nothing was moving. And something funny happened. There was a spike in drug use in continental Africa during the pandemic. What Africans consume, what we consume through social media, what we consume through TV, DVD, video, whatever it is that we consume, right? It's very powerful because these things, we don't see it as propaganda, but it is. Why does an African boy feel a need to wear a belt, specifically a Gucci belt? Why do we need to drive a Lamborghini truck? Why do we need a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in our bad roads? Why are some of our rappers aspiring to buy Bugatti? Where would they drive it? Only in Banana Island? These are the issues tied into these emerging issues and modern influences. We're allowing the external to dictate how we move internally, and it's not going to end well. That's why I bring up issues such as the type of feminism that pushes the man to take a back seat and brings the woman to the front. When you and I know in realistic combat, a nation cannot be defended by women. That's why
you mentioned that earlier on.
That's why
I'm going to bring up this. I'm going to bring up this debate because I know a lot of people that will disagree with you.
That's why I put the burden.
I would love to have this conversation with you.
I do not push anything towards the women. I always say the burden is on the men, because men spearhead and push the direction in which society goes. If you look, for example, we're talking about these emerging issues and modern influences. Where is the modern influence at such an accelerated rate affecting the Arab countries? Where is the modern influence at such an accelerated rate affecting the Asian and Chinese communities? It's happening, but you see, because of the strength with which their culture binds them together, this influence is very, very slow. It doesn't have a heightened progression like it does in our Nigerian community. And because of that, it's affecting our boys. It's affecting our girls. Because now a girl thinks it's normal for a guy to buy her a Lamborghini truck. Now all the girls are aspiring to sleep with a guy that can buy them a Lamborghini truck. It's not normal for a guy to just wake up in the morning and buy a $5 million house for a side chick. But all the girls are aspiring to sleep with a guy that will buy them a car. You see, so now it becomes a mental health issue, because now the young ones are looking up to those guys, is looking up to Burna Boy, is looking up to Davido, is looking up to all these people that are not supposed to be our idols. The idols are supposed to be the trendsetters and the people that push society forward, the engineers, the people that build the bridges that you run over to go to a Burna Boy concert. Burna Boy doesn't build bridges.
But I understand your point. But when you say build bridges and all this, all these things you're mentioning, we have strong women that have actually fought wars. Women are fighting wars in Ukraine right now. We've had women inventors. We've had women, and we're still having a lot of great women doing great things. And for the record, right? We believe the men are front, runners of all these things. But do you think the world is better off with men in power right now? I mean, look at the wars going on right now, created by men. Look at the craziness of things in life right now are all created by men. Let's again, this topic is not about men or women. It's not about masculinity or feminism. With your argument, I would love to have another topic specifically for that. I would love to have that because I know brilliant women that will come and argue this. I just want to be the one to create a platform where that can happen. And it's not going to be a Twitter banter kind of a thing. I want intellectual conversation where people can actually pass different points of view and different perspective. And that would be great to have. I know. Sorry, go ahead.
I was never belittled. I was never meaning to belittle the position of women in society. I've never done that, ever.
Yeah, well, you're making it sound like men can only be the ones to lead.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
We were talking about the mental health of Nigerian men.
True. Go ahead.
and I'm tying it back to the emerging issues. Because remember the conversation we're having right now. We're not bringing up women that are using drugs. We're talking about men.
That's correct.
In most cases, everybody that has talked here has tied their conversation and given an example with a man.
Correct.
Right? But I'm taking a more generalistic approach on this topic, these emerging issues. I'm talking about how men and women come into the picture and distort the whole narrative based on their actions. I mentioned earlier that we're allowing the influence to come externally into the picture when we should direct the narrative. Because think about it. Why will a kid use cocaine in Nigeria? Because this is an emerging issue that leads to mental illness.
Correct.
Why would somebody use, like, for example, I heard the big one in Nigeria, Igbos call it Urumiri or something like that. It's called crystal meth. Who taught them how to use crystal meth? It's not our culture. We don't know the formulation for this drug.
Even they get high on helium now.
It's a modern influence. It's an emerging issue.
Dr. Actually, you can jump in anytime. It's not a submission. As a doctor, I love the fact that you mentioned crystal meth, and I would love to know the impact of these things from your own field.
I was just waiting for Chooks to
land. No, don't worry, it's not submission. I don't want to use the whole submission. We can have a round.
I was enjoying the back and forth. I think this is where I have a big problem with the Nigerian society. You know, when you're discussing mental health issues, we need to understand that there are conditions that you're predisposed to by virtue of genetics, by family, by hereditary, that influences to a very large extent the ability of someone developing such mental health issues. And then there's environmental factors. Ours is a society where, and I guess both of you have mentioned it, we have a paucity, a lack of what structures that define our society. I've said it on Space once, and I can't remember. I think it's Studio Space or Jimmy Your Space in the past. That we keep saying culture, like Africa, culture. And we forget that culture, by definition, is the way of life of a people. You understand? Or a society. So, by that definition, Nigeria currently has a culture of criminality. When we discuss culture and say we should go back to Nigeria's culture, what is Nigeria's culture? We should adopt Nigeria's. Nigeria has a culture of insincerity today. Nigeria has a culture of fraud today. Nigeria has a culture of glorifying the irrelevance and giving credence to negative and social vices in our society. It's the culture of the people right now. I don't know if I'm disconnected or something.
No, we're hearing you clearly. We're hearing you clearly.
No, you're not
Yeah.
disconnected. I can hear you clearly. I just put you on the
He just
screen
made you the
because
main
you
friend.
want.
Yeah, my interface it looked
Yeah,
like I was
go ahead.
disconnected. Okay, so you
No,
look at our
you're the chairman
society.
now.
Yeah, you look at our society today, and if you are going to just base this on men's health, our country lacks role models today
100.
that you can look at and say, this is an aspirational person I want to be like. There was a time 20, 30 years ago where we had a lot of them. In fact, let us even, and I don't want to mention names or play it out on people's characters, but you see the display of even people in professional spaces today. You see the biggest CEOs of banks today on social media, and all they are doing on their social media page is abandon what has gotten them there, which should be the hard work, and play to the flashy lifestyle. So the aspiration of an average Nigerian is, can I be like this CEO who drives this Lamborghini? And how can I get there as fast as I can? There is this idea of hustle mentality without really explaining to Nigerians what truly hustle should be defined as. So you hear hustle, and fraud is now termed hustle in the Nigerian space.
Yes.
Accepted in churches and cultural spaces. Because a child will go and commit fraud, internet, cyber, or whatever type of fraud, goes to church, gives tithe and does testimony, and is accepted by the priest. Where do you think most of these religious organizations get the millions and billions of naira to invest in most of these organizations? When an average lecturer, an average civil servant in the space of Nigeria earns less than 200 to 300,000 monthly. So when are you getting the money to build multi-million dollar, auditoriums? If it's from politics, then it means people are stealing Nigerian people's wealth and investing in churches. Yes. If it's from secular organizations, aside maybe music, then it must be drugs. Something is happening somewhere. Because the average income of the average Nigerian, and we can all agree that out of 100 million Nigerians today, over 70 million of them are not earning beyond 300 to 500,000 naira.
Facts.
So which means there is a global in Nigerian society, the glorification of theft, fraud, wrong individuals in places of influence, and being aspirational to the younger people who are coming up. Because you cannot, once you keep 10 people, only 2% of people, even with criminality, can attain that position. The rest would either go into a mental health breakdown or try to thrive or strive to get to that point through whatever means necessary. So you start having life of crime, failure in crime, issues of drugs, issues of social vices, anxiety and depression, and then ultimately a mental health situation in the country. What is the solution? I think, like you all said, I actually need to take it upon myself that I would find young men and in my own space and try to give a lending hand on advice on how I got to where I got to. try to mold more people in my own nature. And Jimmy, Chooks, it's painful to, reference politics when we're talking about issues like this because you know me, you know what I'm trying to do, Jimmy. I'm trying to avoid anything political these days. But I can point to you someone that I personally can say fits that narrative. I have looked at the life of Peter Obi and it's painful to reference him in this very space, in this very situation, but I will do it. It's hard to see a man of character in Nigerian public space today where you can track and say this is how this man made his money and be accurate. Where you can track and say this is the integrity this man holds and be accurate. Where you can say these are the people this man is working hard to lift out of poverty through craft, through education, through mentorship and still be accurate. We need to build societies based off people who have held positions or grown in ways where they can mentor the growing and upcoming generation. Because if we are incapable of doing it, other people will fill those spaces. And that's the truth. We now have a society where, they see where law enforcement, they guard people, they smoke Igbo, they use balloon with drugs. Law enforcement in Nigeria. So those laws apply to certain people and does not apply to other people, which means the younger society aspire to be in positions where they can be guarded by law enforcement to do social vices.
Facts.
Which is a problem of our society. So while we talk about government providing the healthcare facilities, which is a tall order at this point because of the kinds of criminals we have in government spaces.
Very tall.
We have to dig deep, which is what Chooks you were talking about, by going back to the community. That community starts with what you're doing, Jimmy and Chooks, today. Because whether we like to believe it or not, social media has become community.
It's part of our community now. This is true.
Exactly.
Now.
You understand?
It's not going anywhere.
We need to go
No,
back.
it's not.
We need to go back to that community. We need to blacklist people who we shouldn't be seeing as influencers and elevate people who we think will change society to positions of influence. You see more ladies flashy and running around social media squares talking about how they succeeded, and their voices are louder than people like Ibukun Awushika, for instance. And Ibukun Awushika has fit the narrative for women and mentorship all through. A woman who is successful in relationships, a woman who is successful in career, and even if she didn't have relationships, because not everybody will have relationships that are functional, intimate relationships, but she is successful in relating with human beings. She's successful in running business. She has shown impeccably what hard work can do. Yet, our society is not exalting such characters enough. Our society is not exalting the characters like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. The girl child in Nigeria is not aspiring the same way we used to aspire as younger people. I aspired to be like doctors when I was younger. Not just because it pays, because medicine doesn't pay in Nigeria or anywhere in the world. The richest people in the world are not doctors.
They're not.
That's fact.
Mm-hmm.
But it was the fact that there is someone who is doing something life-changing somewhere.
That's right.
But it doesn't need to just be a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
A craftsman is doing something life-changing somewhere.
Right.
A plumber. We need to go back to that point where every job, there is dignity of labor and people appreciate the fact that people are working hard for what they make. Because until we reach there, all of this environmental factor, it not go end.
Yep.
People go still, they aspire to thief.
Yep.
Those aspirations then go tip people into unnecessary demands for things they can't reach. And because they can't reach it, they go into things to compensate for it. Gambling, drugs,
Mm-hmm.
social vices.
Mm-hmm.
and end with environmental motivated mental health concerns. We need to build our society. That's what I believe, Jimmy and Jokes.
I 100% agree with you, because for the first time, this topic is so interesting because the key word is emerging. Emerging. Africa has never seen anything of this level before. You see? And then the key word again is modern influence. You see? Because we're being influenced because if there was no, say for example, Instagram or any social media, you cannot tell that a celebrity in, say, the United States is buying Lamborghini and sharing it among his baby mama or girlfriend. The hustle culture in other countries, Western countries, where a certain type of lifestyle reigns supreme, it cannot travel across the ocean. But today, it's instantaneous. So the average young girl coming out of high school is seeing what, say for example, I'll use a crude example, Lil Baby is doing for his side chicks, or so they just adapt that as the new reality. Some of them even set it as the new standard. And who gets the brunt of that? In heterosexual relationships, the pressure is being put on the mental health of men in that area, that country, to perform in a desired manner. If not, you do not have power over your environment. And I don't think this is healthy. This is not a healthy way to live.
All right, thank you. Beautiful. Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's not an healthy way to live, but that's the reason why we're talking about this conversation. We're getting close to the end of this beautiful, engaging, raw, unscripted conversation. I've learned a lot today, and I'm looking forward to having a more diverse opinion on different more topics now that Chooks is in the picture. Nice to have you around. You've kept it engaging, you've kept it busy, you've kept it based on facts and figures, with the research you've done. But I would love to have this topic with you and a couple of other people regarding the masculinity and feminism. It's something I've been looking forward to, and I really want to have people on different opinions regarding this matter, and for people to understand. It's going to be an engaging one. I'll be looking forward to that. Again, I'll have to pick a date for that, but right now it's about reaching out, which is part of reaching out to the people's conscience on knowing when not to overstress yourself, overwork yourself. If you're in a situation whereby your wife is making more money than you are in Nigeria, don't be egoistic about the whole thing, and emphasize on you at the head and not the tail or whatever. If that's the case, please don't kill yourself with depression. Don't kill yourself with imaginary thought of she's sleeping with your boss or whatever. The point is you don't even need to compete with her. There are other things you can do as a man without education to be as be on the same level or even more than her as a man. You don't need to go to school. You can work in the carpentry you spoke about, and you know your craft. You're good at it. You do it. You focus on it. The worst case scenario, you can tell her, you know what, I respect what you're doing. Let's do 50-50. You don't have to put that pressure of you being the head of the family, at all cost. You can put yourself in a position whereby the way you think, the way you talk shows you're more mature, you're more smarter than her. People see my wife and they'll be like, you married person with smart parts. I don't argue with them. I just tell them, well, no matter how educated she is and how smart she is, I think I'm smart enough to marry her. I'm smart enough to know what she's capable of doing, and I married her. So yeah. So who is smarter? There you go. Because I know what she's capable of doing, and I decided to marry her because I know, number one, if things are not going my way, she can step in. I'm not gonna kill myself with stress. I beg, right? But it's not a situation whereby I'm expecting too much of myself or she's outdoing herself. But then again, she's a traditional woman, well brought up. She believes in the whole respect your husband thing, but yeah, I don't do that. She's your sister. Chooks, the whole in thing. She does that.
My brother, let me buttress your point.
Go ahead.
The dynamic of heterosexual male and female relationship is not competitive in nature. Nobody goes and marries a husband that they will compete with. No normal sound human being does that. No man goes and marries a wife that they're going to compete with. The whole concept of the union is to work together to achieve a common goal, which is why back in the day, we were subjected to arranged marriages. You understand what I'm saying? When you pick a wife or you pick a husband, the goal is to work together. It's a union. That's why I don't believe in the word, we'll leave that for another day. It's a union, no competition. We work together. It's a we mentality. We speak French over here. It's not a me and you or, they and them. That's where I think, some of us get it wrong,
Okay, fair enough. I like that angle you came from, which is gripping. I love that. Let's leave it at that. So thanks a lot. Let's move on to the last one, which is let me see, the fifth one: solutions and opportunities. This is interesting, and it's giving suggestions on solutions on how to handle this men's mental health in Nigeria. It says solutions and opportunities, grassroots campaigns to normalize mental health conversations amongst men, which is exactly what we're doing here. But it's not just about we doing it on a podcast on Twitter Spaces. It's more strategic with the solution. It says we can take this to the barbering saloon, barber shops, sports clubs, and safe places where people, bar parlors where people drink, chill out, hang out. I mean, the way we're having this conversation, it can be connected to a Bluetooth speaker. They can put it somewhere in a barber shop. People can listen to this and understand what we're talking about and learn from these things, which is not a bad idea. Again, we spoke about the fact that social media is now a community. We can't do without it, right? And we need to make use of what we have to cure ourselves or get through to ourselves, pass the message across to the people so they can understand what we're dealing with. This is a brilliant concept. It's what's given a go at, and it says another one says policy advocacy for integrating mental health into primary healthcare system. Do we even have a functioning healthcare system in that country? They've not. I mean, recently, a pregnant woman died because of 500,000 naira. A pregnant woman. That is a disgrace. In an oil productive or producing nation like Nigeria. You can imagine that. A pregnant woman died because of 500,000. We live in a society whereby they don't care about the money. It's about saving lives first. And when they do that, they can start asking for that money. But at that point in time, their priority is to save lives, your life and the child's life. And this is where critical thinking and decision making comes in. If it's a situation whereby it's either you or the child, then they look at the issues, the cases in, different cases, different circumstances. They look critically into it. And sometimes they leave that decision to the husband or the couples, put it that way, husband and wife, to make that decision. And in the best interest, the doctors will suggest what is best for them, right? It might be difficult, but it's the best thing to listen to when it comes to health advice in some certain situations whereby it's between the baby or the mother. It's a decision. Even the woman can make that decision alone without the consent of the husband. She can make that because it's either her or the baby. It's not rocket science, right? But there are some situations whereby they can save both of them. Okay? There are some situations like that. And there are also some situations whereby religion has actually played a very nasty role, whereby they tell the woman, look, you cannot do this alone. You cannot have this baby naturally. We have to go in for CS. And they will be like, no, my pastor has told me, the living God I serve, made him know that I will give birth like the Hebrew woman. I will give birth like the Hebrew woman. And based on that, she dies trying to give birth. She dies trying to do that. I mean, the doctor advising you is probably more Christian than you are, but they're letting you know that, look, at this point in time, this is what we got to do. And it's one thing for the wife to insist that, yeah, I got to do this naturally. My God told me I'm a Hebrew woman. It's another thing for the wife to be like, you know what, doctor, go ahead. For the husband and I say, no, over my dead body, we'll never go through CS. It's easy for you to say because you're not the one in labor, you're not the one in pain, you're not the one carrying that baby. It is easy. And we've seen situations whereby the woman died because of the husband's decision. These are the issues. These are the things we need to talk about. And that's the reason why my inspirational talk this morning was about learn to say no. Think about the situation critically. You make a decision and problem solved. That's it. It's as easy as that. And that's, I think, could be a way of checkmating. We can't cure it, but we can reduce it. And that's the reason why we're talking about it. It is a pity that we don't have a good healthcare system in Nigeria, not to now talk of people, they've not looked after people with malaria. They've not looked after people with HIV or pregnant people. We're not talking about, they believe any health or mental health illness is you running mad. Most of the people we see on the road in Nigeria, half naked, and we call them madmen. They are not mad. To be honest, they are not mad, and that's a fact. They're depressed. It's a mental issue going on with them. They are not mad. They know what to eat. They know food goes into their mouth, not their ears. Have you seen a madman cross the road before? A madman recognizes a car.
That's how
He recognizes a car.
That's how
He
you
knows when he sees cars. There you go. A madman recognizes a car.
That's how you know he's not mad.
And that's how you know if you're mad, you'll be walking on express like you don't care, like you don't even know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right? So I think it's just another level of mental illness, and you're just tired. You don't have people around to encourage you, to talk to you, and you just be like, you know what? Yeah, I'm all yours. Life, do whatever you want to do. You don't care about yourself. You don't even want to take your bath. You don't care about anybody. You just want to be alone. You don't care about anything. You just walk away from every single thing. You live where you are. You go to another state, and you just live a miserable life. We can do better as a people. We can work on ourselves. Let us recognize that mental health is real. Let us recognize that it starts from learning how to say no. Do not put yourself under pressure. All the things we've listed out today, the social media pressure. You see people celebrating the wins, buying new cars, and they tell you things like, I got my master's and PhD before I turned 30. They make tweets like that. And you see people with pictures of before and now. You see people with pictures of when I got to the UK 3 years ago, and now I have my papers. And you're running based on someone else's time. You want to kill yourself based on that. You don't know what people would do for clout chasing, and you're competing with that. Why not just run your own race?
Right.
Do what you're capable of doing at that point in time. Run your own race. Do your thing yourself. Don't compete with anybody. I don't care who you are. KFC was 80 something when it blew up. I'm not encouraging you to be lazy and wait till your old age, but you keep pushing. You don't know when it's going to sound. You don't know when it's going to peak. But when you keep depending on prayer and fasting and hoping your destiny helper is just going to run across and just bless you, that's why you see people that are lucky enough to be blessed on social media. Someone just dropped them a huge amount of money, and you see people congratulating them, tapping into that glory. I know you'll be so impoverished that you fault Satan for your misfortune, but you are the architect of your own misfortune. You're competing with people on social media. People will go on social media, tell you they're this and that, but the moment they log off, they are drinking Gary in their houses, and you're competing with them, and you're thinking, Omo, this guy is living the life. You see people take a picture of them going to Dubai. I pity you. Do not put pressure on yourself. Cut your coat according to your size. Learn how to say no at the right time. Do not overpressure yourself. Do not compete with anybody. Do your own thing, your own time. Your peers are worried about, your peers are having new cars. Good for them. Keep at what you're doing. Even nobody all of us could drive new car. Some of us, talking about we go drive till we die. But we want to compete. The moment you accept that you know what, I'll do my thing my way. If it happens, fine. If it doesn't, yeah, I'll leave it that way. But do not stop working towards it. Do not stop pushing. Let it happen naturally. Do not push yourself to what you're not capable of doing. It will lead to this depression. Do not give yourself unrealistic goals. Don't set unrealistic goals for yourself. You want to push yourself that, our motivational speaker, I started my business with 1 grain of rice and now I have a factory. You are mad. You listen to motivational speakers like that. Yeah, you've not seen people talk like that. They'll tell you, I started with 1 grain of rice and now I have a factory producing. You are mad. And the way they say things like that, they are sweet talkers. They know how to say it, but they will not explain to you. And when they explain to you, they might just give you a flimsy example of how they did it, and you'll be like, oh, it's not hard enough. How did you do it? Did you cook that 1 grain? How did you do it? How did it multiply for you to you having a whole factory now? These are unrealistic. Be yourself. Learn how to think critically. If you can do that, and thinking critically probably will be my next inspirational talk the next time. It's about prioritizing, having different kinds of things right in front of you, different situations, different things you want to do. Thinking critically involves you prioritizing which one comes first, which one goes second. Why is this one important? When you think critically about which one goes first, then you make the decision on which one is first, second, third. Then the moment you make that decision, you act. When you act, problem solved. And that's the reason why I keep emphasizing on critical thinking skills, decision-making skills, and problem-solving skills. With those 3 things in life, sky will be your stepping stone. And you need to understand that. Thank you so much, guys, for being part of this today. Again, I'm not disappointed with the numbers. Number 1, I started late, and number 2, we're not talking about politics today. My audience are politicians. They love politics. Last week was politics. It was 2,700 people strong, and it was still growing. I had to shut it down, right? I'm doing this because I'm trying to build on the numbers. At a point in time, we won't be staying this long. It should be shoki, lobeogi, short, brief. If you miss it, you miss it. You catch up with the video on YouTube. This is just me investing time in talking about topics like this so people can understand. It requires it, and I'm ready to give it to it. It only happens every Friday, once a week. As time goes on, we'll work on the timing and we'll adjust for a better conversation with people. I am so grateful having Chooks here with me today. It was lovely having you. It was insightful. It was engaging. I love it. One of my best podcasts so far. I would employ people just joining to please try and watch the playback on TikTok, on you, on Facebook, and on Instagram. Please, it is golden and educational. You learn and unlearn. Again, as I always say, do not take everything I say on my podcast hook, line, and sinker. No, listen, take whatever you think can be useful to you and discard of the rest. You do same with my guests. You do same with every single one of them. And I'm thankful to Icon Luzo. She's the only lady that showed up, by the way. I'm grateful. Thanks for your support and always being here all the time. Thank you so much. She's multitasking, and at the same time being part of this. Thank you for that.
Icon is enough. She's
Yeah, no, Icon is not. No, don't worry. People that are that are times two of Icon when it comes to this femininity. Hey, you go hear that. No worry. They're coming. They are coming.
I
And these are
accept the challenge. I accept it.
Don't worry. You go hear them that day. Don't worry. I would love the conversation because I want a situation whereby the people will see how brilliant we are, the brilliant minds we have when it comes to thinking critically and coming up with solution on how to solve issues. But the problem is we coming to an agreement on this is how to go about it. We don't need to go with the norms. It's been happening doesn't mean it's the right way. Okay? That's just what I want to pass across to people. Thank you so much, Icon. Thank you, Dr. Archie, for being part of this. Otumba came briefly, but I think he's in a barber shop. He couldn't join. He lost apparently he's been one of the anonymous listeners. He's been keeping tabs of the followers, the listeners, and everything. So he's watching. Again, I noticed my listeners are more interested in politics. So I want to do more of the social things because we know what the problem of Nigeria is. It's leadership. We know the issues. We know how to go about it. We are professionals in that field, right?
Yes.
Our problem is decision making, critical thinking, decision making, and problem solving. That is where we have problem because right now, ethnicity is blocking people's way of judgment of making the right decision. Religion is doing the same thing. Tribe is doing the same thing. Bigotry is a huge problem. We're focused on solving Nigerians' problem of fixing Nigeria, but we're not fixing ourselves. We ourselves, including myself, we need to talk about these things. Our ideologies are different. We need to talk about the things that don't matter, but we put in the limelight. What has gay people got to do with your political affiliation? When Obi came out, Tom, Dick, and Harry supported him. Gay, lesbian, straight people, it doesn't matter. Atheists, religious people supported him. It has nothing to do with good governance. But the moment the cloud was clear, you now see people that fought on the same line together towards the betterment of that country, now calling each other out. Oh, you are gay. You need to be shot. Things like that were being said. And it was so serious that it's created a huge crack on the wall with people that came together regardless. One man brought a lot of people together. So we need to fix that. We need to let the people know that the decision you've made about this associating yourself with gay people how is that going to solve the problem of Nigeria? And in the first place, why is the thought of what they do in the bedroom? Why is the sexual preference your problem? Why is that the first thing that goes through your mind? Why don't you think about that when you see husband and wife? Because you probably think it's the right thing, man and woman. You'll be surprised that it was practiced in the Bible. We might want to discuss, it's a different topic on what happened to them, but that's not the point. Even if Peter Obi becomes the president, he's going to be the president of the good, the bad, and the ugly. All political parties. He's going to be the president of every single person. We need to start understanding that. We cannot demonize people based on their sexual preference. We can't do that. And on my platform, I don't discriminate. I welcome all political parties. It's not about politics for me. It's about what we can do to educate ourselves in having a better country. And that's the purpose of this. Before we wrap up real quick, let me use this opportunity to let the people know what I do here every single Friday. I do this every Friday. Though it was cut off for a couple of weeks when I had my accident, but I'm back now on my feet and I'm back stronger and better than before. Let me play this before we wrap it up and let people understand what we're doing. You can check my YouTube channel. We have series of episodes we've done in the past, and you can just have a look at it and listen. Good quality conversation. But before then, let's hear this, guys. Thanks.
And happenings. How do we keep up with the trends? How do we get a hang of facts and vices playing out around us? Join Off the Cuff with Jimmy, where unscripted, uncensored, and unforgettable controversial family and social topics are discussed by different people across the globe. Topics ranging from depression, abuse, homosexuality, marriage, sex, anxiety, drugs, suicide, mental illness, bigotry, near-death experiences, parenting, PTSD, racism, culture, rape, peer pressure, abortion, and many more. Listening on Fridays, 10 a.m. Central Time Zone, via YouTube at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, TikTok at Off the Cuff with Jimmy, and X Off the Cuff Jimmy. Join us to explore today and tomorrow while shedding some outdated views from yesterday. If you want your story to be heard, contact us via WhatsApp +1773 461 7622 or X handle at Off the Cuff Jimmy. Just in my mind, Yans Jimmy.
Taciturnity, they say, precursors ill luck, while the problem shared is definitely half solved. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí bá ń gbé lọ́kàn tá a bá ń ṣe mọ́nú lásán bí ìpinnu àgbolo, ó ṣeé ṣe kó gbòdì sígbésí ayé ẹ̀dá. Ẹ bá ìpàdé Jimmy Hawk lórí ètò tá a pè ní Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Where conversations flow, breaking silence, sharing stories of struggles and hope to repair from darkness to light, engaging real guests, narrating life ordeals from personal experiences and overcoming them, discussing emotional issues ranging from marriage, rape, religion, abortion, parental failure, death penalty, depression, siblings rivalry, social media addiction, suicide, healthcare, etc. Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Ní gbogbo ọjọ́ Friday, 10 a.m. Central Time on X, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. You can't afford missing these.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of today's episode with Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Thanks for tuning in to Off the Cuff with Jimmy live stream. It's been a blast diving into today's topic with you. Remember, live is really short for rehearsed thoughts. Everything we did here was not rehearsed, was not practiced, was raw, real, factual, and off the cuff, spontaneous conversation from real people, real experiences, and it was spontaneous and spontaneous distraction, spontaneous discussions like these actually spark good mindsets coming up to discuss and relate with what we talk about on this platform. So thank you once again, guys. I want to remind every single one of us to share our thoughts and via emails, WhatsApp. It's on the Jumbotron. I'm used to the Jumbotron. It's on the slides. You can see it scrolling on the screen. Share your thoughts, questions, suggestions on topics with us. We can do that and tackle one of your suggestions the next time. But for now, I'm welcome to receiving suggestions regarding topic you want us to discuss. We handle the difficult topics, things people don't want to talk about, religion, name it, sex, feminism, masculinity, name it. We talk about these things, and we just don't talk about it. We discuss the core issues, the problem, and solutions on how to move forward regarding these things. So drop us a line through our TL social media handles or email, as I said. You've been listening to Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Don't forget to subscribe on our YouTube channel. Follow our handles on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And I have my guest here today with me as well. I'm going to tweet about it. His handle will be out there. He's a great guy. He's into car fixing. He helped fix my car for the 100th time. Guys, I cannot overemphasize that. He's good at it, and he does these at the best quality spare part you can imagine, and best quality service you can imagine. So thanks to you once again, my brother. Until next time, we keep it real, we keep it raw, we keep it off the cuff with Jimmy all the time. Until next week Friday, you keep your minds open, your hairs on the ground, sharp, and your sense of humor ready for the next episode of Off the Cuff with Jimmy. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate having to do this with you guys. Icon, thank you, my dear sister, for being part of this. Dr. Archie, I know you're a busy person, but you still created time to be here. Thank you. And for all the listeners, currently 1,286 people listening currently right now. Thank you so much, guys. You're meant to be. You could be anywhere else, but you've decided to be here with me, and I'm not taking this for granted. A friend sent me a screenshot recently showing me J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, having a live stream, and it was about 300 people, and we're like, "Oh, Jimmy, look at the numbers you're pulling." And the funny thing is, it's not a promotion. It is based on the background work I've been doing, and just putting this quality time and effort into this thing. And I'm grateful it's turning out. And the target, the aim is to have 10,000 strong by December, constant listeners. And I'm beginning to get hold of it. I know I have more political listeners, and they are willing to jump up on any topic I bring. Not everyone wants to talk about the social thing, but we can't ignore it. It is needed. So I'm not doing this for the clout. It doesn't matter how many people join to listen. It's the quality of the conversation we have. But if it requires we having a social political topic, we will do so. But thank you so much for the listeners. And the funny thing is, I cannot see you, but you can see me. 1,286 people, definitely all not Nigerian, all across the world. So I thank you for paying attention. And the great thing is, it's not as if they're coming and going. It's not as if when they come and go, the number reduces. So right now, it is 1,286. If someone leaves, it should be 1,285. So it's not counting numbers of people that have been here. It is counting the numbers of people that are currently listening to this live and on different platforms. And that's the beauty of it. So for people on Twitter, they're used to the regular spaces. You could request for the mic, you talk. I'm sorry, this is not the case. This one is just strictly to pass a message. You can call it echo chamber, you can call it monologue, but it's an educational one where people that knows about these things, people that are well experienced and they've read about it, and professionals in their fields can talk about these things, and people that can put themselves in a position of sharing their experiences based on the topic. And that's the only reason why we allow selected few to be part of this. If you have a story you want to share with me, your face doesn't have to be shown. Many people came up here, they didn't put up the video, but you can hear their voices. And for people in Nigeria, if it's a data problem, you can do WhatsApp call. I have a phone dedicated to that. I will connect it to the speaker and everyone can hear our conversation. Nonetheless, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for being part of these. Off the Cuff is with Jimmy signing out now, and I will see you next time, same place, next week Friday. Thank you, my brother Chooks. God bless you. I so much appreciate this. Thank you so much, guys. And before we go, I would like to, as I always do, I always like to play the national anthem of my country. bear with me as we do this. This is the one and only national anthem I recognize and I respect.